live at Colecco for Monday, January 26th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let me know. Welcome everybody to the machine. Boom, 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 boom. Feeling the pipeline, killing mine. Welcome to the machine. Alrighty. See what's going on back here. Take that with me. Filling the pipeline, killing the time. You know, nobody's fool. So welcome home to the machine. All right. Mute my mic for a second. All right. Scarfing down a snack right quick. I left early to go to Publix, and Publix was closed, which I was very surprised at, honestly. I mean, I'm sure back roads are bad, but everything is clear and fine here now. Now, clear and fine to me means when you pull out on the road, it looks normal and there's nothing on it and everybody's going normal speed and there's plenty of people out. Bad was the other night when there was 3 inches of ice on the road and I was doing 20 miles an hour and it was raining and it was snowing at the same time, and raining and snowing and ice falling from the sky. But I would have got here a lot earlier if I knew it was okay, and I was going to have to go somewhere and get food. Luckily, I still had enough. I just ate some beef jerky and soup, and I feel like I'm on end of the world rations with beef jerky and soup. But I hope everybody can get here tomorrow normally, staff that is, and we can knock all this out, because they're still watching Friday and Saturday sales, right? I think Tanner said they're almost done, but then everything has to be keyed in, and then Ed has to invoice. So we're shooting for Wednesday before invoices are done. And we're going to keep, Jake's got a graphic down at the bottom. I don't know if we just need it flashing, Jake, or like in bright letters flashing, big and bold, because as usual, most people don't see social media posts, nor do they check them, nor do they have social media, nor if they do have it, they only use it for this. So I've I think I've replied to a couple people. Some people also don't know where we're at, nor do they know we've been hit by an ice storm, and it would have been extremely dangerous for anybody to try to get here this morning or any time today up until probably not too long ago. So, yeah, we're and a lot of people don't have power. Paul was here today. He came in for a little while. He wanted to leave his house because he didn't have any power. So, and I think I don't know about everybody else, but Paul hadn't had power, and I've been at home just trying to wish everything was clear so we could be normal. Because if we're not normal here, golly, it's a mess. We spend a whole day just trying to explain to everybody why it's not normal. Ed has to spend a whole day just replying to emails explaining why it's not normal. So, we should be good to go though. So if you can wait another day or two without sending us money, that would be great. It's painful for me. It's like, oh, another day without invoices. But here's the bad news about tonight's show. Bad news item number one. Bad news item number one. There's no new vinyl. So right off the bat, that's going to make some people very, very disappointed. There's no new vinyl. I was expecting 14 boxes, including the 200 pieces of Alice in Chains, etc., etc. And guess what? There's been no new vinyl. Okay? Item number two. Nobody was here today, so nor is there any other pre-owned vintage arrivals. Dang. More bad news. More bad news. Good first piece of news. Piece number one. Here's piece number one. There are auctions for tonight. There are auctions for tonight. Okay? Laura, the reason she didn't mark anything on Friday is because she was getting Saturday and Monday's auctions ready. So here's what I can give you tonight. I can give you auctions, which I'm about to start on. We got plenty. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 crates of auctions. 4 crates. 4 crates of auctions. Okay? One of them is the advertised crate, and then I've got 3 bonus crates. Paul did mark 1 crate of new arrivals today. I retract 1 bad news statement. Paul did price 1 crate of new arrivals. So what I plan on doing is I'm going to go over here to this new collection of a lot of the sealed stuff, which is essentially like new vinyl. And we're really just going to have to do what we've been doing and pricing it live and auction some of it live. And that's going to be our best bet. That's what we're going to have to do. And while we're selling auctions. So when I said it's going to be an impromptu show, that's really what's going to happen. Okay. So Jake's got the shipping invoice and wrapped in neon back there. I just got a City of Lebanon alert, and it said already dangerously cold temperatures tonight will continue to drop. And of course, we're going to be selling a ton of silver tonight. I mean, there's going to be so much silver. John Durden's going to want to leave and never come back. There's going to be so much silver tonight, John Durden. Gallons of it. 5-gallon buckets full of silver dollars over here. Okay. All right. All right, so let's share this. Most people have already said, just Chad, go home. We don't want to see you anyways. If that's the way y'all really feel, then that's okay. As Frank Costanza said, they don't want me, I don't want them. I'll share that there and there. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, that's closed out. All right. I take mom out to dinner. No, because there was no restaurants open. For those that may not be in Middle Tennessee, if you're not for sure where we're located, I'm located just east of Nashville in Middle Tennessee, where one of the worst ice storms in 30 years has hit our state, causing power outages, closed roads, dangerous and diabolical driving conditions, logistics cramps, total chaos, and riots. So I'm just lucky to be here and be alive. It's been a rough last couple of 48 hours. But no, I texted her, I said, Mom, can't take you out to dinner this time. We'll do it next Sunday. Okay, now Sarah Waberdink wants to purchase Peter Criss just because she's tired of looking at it. First sale of the week and first sale of the night, Sarah Waberdink. Sometimes I put records up and they bother people so much, they buy them so they don't have to look at them anymore. So there we go. Sold to Sarah Waberdink. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and put Paul McCartney away. I'm going to go ahead and put Metallica away. And let's get started. So let's go ahead and put up some of these auctions. And I'll try to show you whatever records I can, okay? That'll be my commitment. I'll be like, I'm going to show you something. Don't know what it'll be, but I'm going to put up something. Might be a night where we just do auctions. I don't know if this will be easy to pick up or not. It should be. Yeah, there we go. Well, the longer I hold on to the silver, the better off I am. It got up to $117 an ounce today. I repeat, $117 an ounce. Everything I've sold in the last 48 hours, I would have made tens of thousands, or everything I've sold in the last 2 weeks, I would have made tens of thousands of more dollars just holding on to it. But in my business, you can't do that. You got to buy it and sell it. But I've watched silver with my own eyes go up 20% in the last just couple weeks. It's been this pretty remarkable run. I don't know when it's going to stop, but it's pretty remarkable. So it'll be rallying. So the psychological threshold for the longest was $100, and everybody was like, well, when it gets past that financial psychological hold, 150's next, then 200, 250. I was like, okay, y'all getting a little crazy. But I do see 150 within range now. So most places have stopped buying, and premiums are now at like 125. I think Silver Eagles are trading at like $130 a piece, and new ones are $170 from the mint. So, which makes sense. So, it's virtually going to be trading before long for 150. Incredible. Okay, so let's start selling records. First auctions I have are the following. Let's get started right over here. We're going to get started with the Cult and Duran Duran. Sounds great, right? The Cult Dreamtime It's a 1984 UK original, but unfortunately, it is in G plus condition. This is a 1984 UK, the Colt Dreamtime. It does have the original inner sleeve. Just a $5 start on that. Duran Duran, an 81 Japanese OG, special Japanese EP only. So this was only released in Japan like this. Has the insert, no obi, VG condition, a $15 start. Okay? $15 start on that. Let's start showing some stuff in here. There was no 6 or 9 a.m. videos because I wasn't here last night to make them, which would have been posted for this morning. So as y'all know, when I do those, they're not actually posted in the mornings. They're posted, I record them the morning, that early that morning. So that's what happens, okay? Forrest Gump is $39.99. I'm about to change the scenery in the back a little bit. So let's get started. I'm going to go through this crate. And we have Back to the Future soundtrack, $33.99. Back to the Future is $33.99. Like I said, no morning video, so I'm always like, okay, what do I start with? What do I start with? Back to the Future is $33.99. Yes 90125 is $38.99. $38.99 on Yes. That's part of the Rhino Reserve. Give me 1 second here. Troy Robinson needs a pack of inner sleeves. I got you taken care of. Let's find that for Troy Robinson. Probably going to go ahead and get started with a couple more auctions. I think it's about time for me to crack open another case of MoFi inner sleeves. Wow, we've really gone through them. Of course, we sell the heck out of them, but there used to be like huge stacks of MoFi boxes over here, and now we're down to less than 20 cases. We use about a whole pack a day, maybe 2, pricing auctions and then using them for high-end inner sleeves. So there's that. MoFi, and that's sold to Troy Robinson, a pack of 50. That's $26.99. MoFi, a pack of 50, $26.99. The Colt, the first and only bid was with Matt Nichols at 15, and Duran Duran's at 30 with Alfredo. So that's going to go twice, going 3 times. We have Yes Big Generator. It's $29.99. That's on orange vinyl, $29.99. That's Yes Big Generator. Also, we have Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99 for Michael Jackson. Donna Bertram wants 2 packs of inner sleeves. Tim Rory also needs a pack of outer sleeves. Tim Rory also needs a pack of outer sleeves. And then he also needs a pack of inner sleeves, okay? So we're about to sell those first 2 auctions. King's X Dogman is sold to Mark Morris. Thank you on that. Metallica. Nope, I thought this was Ride the Lightning. Am I mistaken? Now That's What I Call Country, Volume 17. Opaque Coral Vinyl, $29.99. Mayhem Death Crush, $39.99 for Mayhem. And Merciful Fate Melissa. Merciful Fate Thunderstorm Black with Yellow Marble Vinyl, $34.99 for Merciful Fate. I got a couple copies of that still left, and Cannibal Corpse. Some heavy stuff there. Cannibal Corpse, Mayhem, Merciful Fate, and the Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot. That's $34.99, okay? Let's go ahead and sell the Colt over here to Matt Nichols. He gets that for $15. Duran Duran is sold to Amenities for $30. Let's put those away. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on this Monday, right? Monday, January 26th. My mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. I know you're out there somewhere watching. And also thanks to whoever was able to get here today, maybe Tanner, Paul, Jake. And for those that don't know, very bad conditions here in Tennessee the last 48 hours. So didn't get to finish watching this weekend sales. Haven't tagged them, hadn't keyed them in, hadn't invoiced. Nothing's been shipped out. It will cause mass hysteria and panic among the Coletco faithfuls. My job is to keep everything under control and everybody calm and happy. Just everybody calm and happy until everything gets back to normal. The Cramps, Gravest Hits, a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute OG VG condition. The Cramps, Gravest Hits. Never seen it before. $35 start. The Cramps is now up for bid. And this is an OG Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. It's an 89 USOG BMG Club Direct VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. And that's going to go up for a $55 start. It does have this little bit of a crease right there. The Cramps is at $35.35. Tom Petty's a $55 start. Let's jump over here. Have still the Cat Stevens. The Cat Stevens. Where did you see that at? And we have another Smashing Pumpkins. That is $34.99. And we have Slayer, South of Heaven. $33.99. Slayer, South of Heaven. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Limited edition 1000 on Go Vinyl. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. Alice Cooper Killer. This is cut from the original Analog Master tapes. $34.99 on that. Gatefold jacket. And then Slayer. This is Undisputed Attitude. Slayer, $34.99. Megadeth Dystopia. $34.99 for Megadeth Dystopia. And Ozzy Billy Morrison picture disc, Gods of Rock and Roll, $24.99. Cat Stevens. I think the Cat Stevens, if you're talking about the teaser and the Fire Cat that was over here, that was pulled and put discount videos. So no, it's gone. Unless somebody didn't buy it. Black Sabbath Paranoid, all analog Kevin Gray, $39.99. The Cramps was at $35 of Robert Warner. Scott Dwallow also bid $35, and then Tom Petty has a bid for $55. Cramps $36, Cramps $37, Cramps $40, and Jeremy Rourke wants Megadeth Dystopia. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Okay, and then where is, let me see here. Okay, let me do this right here. Let's see what's going on with this right here. Let's go ahead and do this. We have Ace Frehley. We have a 1978 USOG. It has the poster and the merch form. The vinyl's VG, and the cover is probably VG or VG minus. It has a couple creases up here. It has a clip corner, which is common for these solo albums. This is a 78 USOG VG condition, and it does have the poster and the merch insert. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Darren Johnson on Slayer, Undisputed Attitude. Of course, anything you buy tonight starts a new invoice. So even though anything you bought last Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, any of that you bought, even though you may not get billed for it until Wednesday this week, anything you buy tonight, you won't get billed until Monday. So anything you're buying tonight, it will be a week before you see an invoice for it. Just saying. Oz Third Warning is $44.99. We have Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. DRI is $29.99. Also, the Monkees, which is a Rhino Hi-Fi, that's $39.99. All right, so let's jump up here. The Cramps is at $40 with Scott Dwallow. Really good price on Tom Petty as I move it to a final call. OG VG Plus and John Kaiser just bid $57. I was about to say, is this going to get any more bids? And then over here, we have Ace Frehley already with bids for 20, 20, 20, and now 22. What Smashing Pumpkins was that? That was Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins, $34.99. Willard Dunham's offered $100 for the Charles Wesley Godwin that's over here. Sold for $100. Let me find it. To Willard Dunham, okay? And the other night, I was pricing stuff live. That's going to be the next crate I go through over here. And then we're probably going to price some other stuff live because it's great stuff. I've sold like 3 crates out of the new collection without even having them touch them. That easy. And unfortunately, the most of the staff, well, pretty much none of our pricers was able to get here except Paul. Luckily, Laura was a day ahead on the auctions. And we're going to try to make the most of it as we can. Because I'm sure everybody's at home, like, cramped up, ready to buy something. So I better bring it to you. Willard Dunham on Charles Wesley Godwin for $100. Thank you. Okay, now what was I going to say? Whenever new vinyl does a show up this week, it's going to be a huge show. Whenever that new vinyl shows up, it's going to be a big show because one shipment was 16 boxes. That's probably going to be like 20 plus crates because the new Alice in Chains is on its way. The new Alice in Chains is on its way. Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds, $33.99. And then we got another pack of MoFi sleeves sold, $26.99. Willer Dunham. Does anybody else want a pack? And then any more CWG. That was it. That was it. That was a stray auction I've been trying to sell for like a month. Prints Around the World in a Day, white and blue vinyl, $33.99. I've still got a couple of prints available. Clutch, Slow Hold of China's orange vinyl, $29. Snoop Dogg, The Dogfather, $34. And Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind, $36.99. All right, did the Cramps get another bid? Rick Longoria bid $41. And that's a final call. Tom Petty's at $69 with John Kaiser. Add a pack of outer sleeves to Melanie Jennings' order. And then the last bid on Ace was also Rick Longoria at $25. And he's tied with Randy Klein. Randy Klein bid $25 first. This is OG 78 VG minus cover and VG vinyl, okay? Now, there's two Twitch handles I've never seen before. The first one is HJN 1228 on the Gordon Lightfoot. Can you confirm if either A, you're a first-time buyer, or B, if you're new and then we need to get you registered? John LeBady on Snoop Dogg. And then there's another Twitch handle I don't know as well, GMac5791. Is that a handle I don't know, or are you a first-time buyer? Either way, give me an update, please, and that's sold to you, okay? Ace does have the poster and the merch insert. It's a VG disc, a VG minus cover, and there's some damage to the label as well. If I hadn't already shown that, there's some damage to the label as well. So there's that. That's Heath Norman over on Twitch. HJN is Heath Norman, okay? Then we just got to confirm with GMAC on that one. All right? So Ace is at 26. Are we done on Petty? 73 with Matthew Hendon. It's up to John Kaiser. And GMAC's a first-time buyer already registered. Okay, great. Welcome to Coletco. So that means the Cramps is sold. And that was sold to Rick Longoria for $41. Let's put up some other auctions. Let's move this over right here. Done and done. We're going to be done with all the advertised auctions in a flash. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Grateful Dead. This is a 1976 U.S. all-disc press, VG Plus condition. A $35 start. $35 start. Ace Frehley's at $27. Lynch Mob. Is that an advertised auction? Ace Frehley's at $27. Somebody just needs to go ahead and bid 35 or 40. It's going to get there anyway, I promise. John Kaiser's out on Tom Petty. Matthew Hendon has it for $73. Scott Sneed wants Clutch. Request for Stevie Ray Vaughan bootleg. Request for Lynch Mob. Request for all auctions you have available. I would like to purchase everything, okay? Just bear with me. If you got the money, honey, I've got the time. Back to the Future soundtrack, $33.99. Yes, 90125. All Analog Rhino Reserve, $38.99. Yes, Big Generator Orange Vinyl, $29. Bad Michael Jackson, $24.99. Now That's What I Call Country, $29. Mayhem was $39. Merciful Fate was $34. Cannibal Corpse, $39. And Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. Hello, Chad. I plan on buying everything you have up for auction tonight, and I will pay immediately. All right. Y'all got some stiff competition, it sounds like. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and take a drink. Good afternoon, Chad. I hope everybody is ready for my presence. I plan on bidding on every single auction. Nobody will be able to defeat me. I am the auction king. Wow. Slayer, $33.99, South of Heaven. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. Alice Cooper Killer is $34. Ozzy was $24. Black Sabbath Paranoid Rhino, $39. Oz was $44. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, $29. The Monkees Rhino Hi-Fi, $39. Alice Cooper, $33. And Prince Around the World in the Day on blue and purple vinyl, $33.99. We have Tom Petty over here. The last bid on Tom Petty was Matthew Hendon, and he gets that for $73. So right now we have an Ace Frehley solo album and a Grateful Dead up for bid. We have Ace Frehley. This is Ace Frehley by Ace Frehley, part of the Kiss solo albums from 1978. This has the merch insert and the poster, which I could honestly, like everybody's been saying, just pull these out and sell them by itself, probably for what the high bid on the entire auction is. There's the Ace poster. There's the H merch form. And right now, the high bid on Ace is Rick Longoria is tied with Ralph Venturino. Ralph was the first bidder at $28. I'm looking for the next bid to be $35. Right now, Ralph Venturino has it for $28. Everybody else is out. I'm looking for the next bid to be $35. We have Grateful Dead, Steal Your Face. This is with Kevin J. Reitz at $40. It's a 1976 U.S. all-disc OG VG Plus, $40 with Kevin J. Reitz. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. And without further ado, here it is. It's Van Halen. And Van Halen is a 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy with the original on her sleeve. And this is EX edition, a $25 start. Van Halen with the original on her sleeve. I'll put up the Stevie Ray Vaughan bootleg next. I've already seen three, but somewhere between three, like just three, 1, 2, 3, between 3 and 400 requests for it. Now, that's not too many. I usually see a lot more than that for stuff like a rare, highly desirable, incredibly rare Stevie Ray Vaughan bootleg. Now, in this crate, I'm going to go through this because this is some stuff I just recently priced. A lot of this was priced live the other night, and most of y'all hadn't seen it, so we can treat it like new arrivals, and most of it's sealed. And then we'll get right into something else, okay? Trying to do whatever I can. A lot of incredible auctions tonight. Big night to tune in and just see what's on the auction block for sure, okay? So right now, Ace Frehley still hasn't got another bid, so I'm assuming everybody's done, and it's about to sell to Ralph Venturino for $28. Are we also done on Grateful Dead? I see Kevin J. Reitz has it for $40, and I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on that, okay? Now Ace has a bid for $30. Do I have any Paul Stanley solo albums? I do. Paul Stanley is still in stock. If you'd like a copy, I'll go dig it out for you right now. Here we go. I have Taylor Swift Red, $3,000. There's some big ticket items in here too. Just so you know, I still got the Billie Eilish Third Man Records with a hand-painted cover, $2,000. Kid Rock, this was an unsold auction from the other night. It's a 2007 OG. Kid Rock is $125. Now Ace is at $35. That's more like it. Now Van Halen is at $60. That's more like it. And we have Neil Young. This is a signed Neil Young album. That's Live Rust. That's $12.75. I'm going to keep all these together. They really shouldn't be in there. But I'm kind of surprised Kid Rock is still available. You can make an offer on that. It is $125. Post Malone, signed, autographed 12-inch single of Rockstar. Post Malone is $400. This is MC Chris Goes to Hell. I've got two different copies that are signed, JSC authenticated. Those are $55 each. Natural Child is a 2014 USOG with white splatter. That's EX condition, $75. That was an unclaimed auction, by the way. Ace Frehley, I think we might be done at $35 with Steve McGee. I know we're done on the Grateful Dead now. Kevin J. Reitz, thank you on that one. That's sold to you for $40. And now Van Halen's at $75. Let's move that over and let's find that Stevie Ray Vaughan unofficial, even though I honestly have not even seen it with my own eyes until right now. Here we go. A Record Store Day. An official release from Record Store Day. Gray and white vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan, a legend in the making, radio broadcast only for the first time. El Macombo, $55 start. John Kaiser offered $100 on Kid Rock, sold to John Kaiser for $100. Fred Cardinal just asked about it. Jason Thomas offered $110, already sold. Now, here's some stuff that's actually been priced. We got Rich Robinson, the ceaseless sight. Rich Robinson is $39.99. That's sealed. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl. That's Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes. Pink Floyd, live, Dark Side of the Moon, Wembley, 1974. That is sealed, $29.99. Van Halen Balance on orange vinyl. Sealed, $39.99. Over here, Ace Frehley has a new bid for $40, Rick Longoria. $40 on Ace Frehley. That means Steve McGee, you've been outbid. Now Van Halen's at $100, and Stevie Ray Vaughan has bids for $55.55. TSO Houston on Wembley. That's Pink Floyd. Sell that to TSO Houston. John LeBeatty on Rich Robertson. That's sold. And then amenities on Van Halen Balance. Kristen Starr, you were next on Pink Floyd. This is the kind of stuff you can expect tonight, because if we show anything new, it's going to be coming from this new collection where this guy collected nothing but sealed, audiophile, record store day, Japanese, or really rare OGs. Now, usually Japanese, really rare OGs, and audiophile, most of that gets auctioned, but the new and sealed and record store day, whatever I can dig out over here, I'll scan them, I'll show them, and we'll price them. And this is the kind of stuff we had the other night that was left over. I got 2 different copies of Magpie Salute. I've got a black vinyl copy sealed for $24.99, and I got a colored vinyl copy sealed for $34.99. So that's the Magpie Salute with Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes. I have 2 available, colored or black vinyl, your pick. And then I've got 2 volumes of these. We've sold a lot of different ones, but there's volume 1, there's volume 2 of the Complete Stack Singles, which is a triple LP set, $44.99 each. So volume 1, $44, volume 2, $44. We have Dynamite Danielle wants the $24.99 Black Crowes. I mean Magpie, almost the same thing. Ivan R wants both of the stacks. Those are sold to Ivan R. And we have Eddie Vedder. This is $59.99 blue vinyl. Eddie Vedder, Save It for Later and Room at the Top, which is a record store day single blue vinyl, $59.99. So over here, the last bid on Ace that came in was that high bid. Let me look at that one more time. Rick Longoria bid $40. I'm going to make sure everybody else was done bidding. Then Stevie Ray Vaughan has hit $80. That's a legend in the making. El Macombo, official record store day, gray and white vinyl. It's at $80 right now. Fred, you were second on the stacks. And then over here, we have Van Halen, 5150. 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG Club. Van Halen, 5150. Alicia has it for $115. Amenity says he's done. Next is Charlie Brown Christmas. This is a pop-up gatefold jacket, so it pops up when you open it. It was part of the 60th anniversary they did for Record Store Day. That's also sealed, and that was $59.99. Linda Ronstadt, the early years, another Record Store Day Black Friday. That is $89.99. That is Linda Ronstadt. That one was pricey. Also, Pearl Jam is Rearview Mirror, their greatest hits. It's an unofficial on silver vinyl, sealed. It's an unofficial silver vinyl Pearl Jam, $39.99. And then this was an unsold auction from the other night, The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, which is $85. A 65 U.S. stereo repress. All day long should be a $100 plus record, maybe even closer to $115. $85 is the price on that, The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard. That was an unclaimed auction and pretty much the only one from last week. And then we have the Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant. That is sealed, $34.99. And I still got the sealed or the signed Metallica, and I still got signed Paul McCartney there, which just need to go very carefully back there in the back. Now, Ace Frehley is still getting bids. It's at $41 with Randy Klein. Van Halen is sold to Alicia for $115. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $80. Kristen Starr, you're out, and so is everybody else. Kristen, the high bid has been with 007 Platinum over on Twitch at $80. So that's a final call. I'm just going to make sure nobody else wanted to bet on Ace since it was heavily requested. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is going to be Hollywood Vampires. And this is a pretty cool record here. Alice Cooper, Johnny Depp, Dave Grohl's on here, just going down the line. Brian Johnson, Robbie Krieger, Sir Paul McCartney, Slash, Joe Perry, Zach Starkey. Looks pretty incredible. 2015 USOG, and it's never been reissued since. Hollywood Vampires, $35 start. Ace is still getting bids. Sarah Waberdink, I haven't pulled your Paul Stanley yet. I'm going to do that righty now, so A, I don't forget, and B, we don't accidentally run out, but we should have a lot of them. They're going to be in one of these two crates right here. There they are. If anybody else wants a Paul Stanley, since it is kind of a soft Monday night kiss night, soft Monday night kiss night, there it is. That's sold to Sarah Waberdink. I've got several still left in stock. $34.99 on that, okay? And we had Pearl Jam. So only price stuff left was Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, Los Angeles Dodgers, 34. Pearl Jam, 34. Linda Ronstadt, 89. Charlie Brown, 59. And then Eddie Vedder, 59. Magpie Salute was 34, okay? All right, there's that, and there's that. So let's move those over here. Looks like Stevie Ray Vaughan, Ace, and now Hollywood Vampires are still getting bids. Let's go through this crate right here right quick of new and sealed stuff. And Paul did mark a crate tonight, so we probably need to go ahead and knock that out. And invoicing. If you're on here like, is something up? I haven't got an invoice. That's because they hadn't been sent out. No one has been able to get to work here. So if you're not familiar with where we're located at, we're in Tennessee, and there was an ice storm that here over the weekend. Most people probably don't realize that. A lot of people just hop on and buy stuff. Somebody the other night said, Chad, I didn't even know where you were located. I just get on and buy records, and they just show up at my door. Well, we're in Middle Tennessee, and there was just a treacherous ice storm that hit. So almost nobody was able to get to work for the last couple of days. So there hasn't been any show watching. There hadn't been any tagging, any sorting, any invoicing, any shipping, no customer service, no messages, nada. No one's been here. Now, I could have been like, hey, guys, I don't care how bad the roads are or what kind of condition you're in physically. You're going to get to this store, risk your life for these people, because that's what we do here at Coletco. But then somebody would have been in a horrible crash, and then it would have been a lawsuit. So we don't want that to happen. So just so y'all know, hardly any power. Roads are horrible. No mail's running. UPS didn't even show up tonight. Now, there's some people probably watching down in Florida like, gosh, that's got to be crazy. Snow? Ice? What? Very true. Very, very true. Okay. We have Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower, $33.99 for Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. I've got 2 of those left, and 3 Days Grace Outsider, $24.99. So what I tell people when it's icy is don't come to work. We don't want you to crash and then you end up in a hospital, okay? I think we can wait on invoicing, and we can wait on shipping for a few days. Now, I know there will be some people absolutely lose their mind on Ed. Ed's going to be like press secretary coming in after a scandal or something. He's going to have to quiet down the flames, but Godspeed to you, Ed. I've been watching messages roll in all day, and I'm like, good gosh, when Ed comes back, Ed's got a full plate when he comes back. Oh, my gosh, all the invoice and messages, corrections. Man, Ace is still getting bids. All right, here's what we're going to do. Rick Longoria, $42. I hope everybody's done. I knew this one was going to cause a fury of activity. It's something everybody on earth wants right now. It's something everybody on earth wants. The Ace Frehley solo album. And it started at like $15, I think. We've ended up at $42, a VG minus cover, a VG minus label, but it does have the poster. It does have the merch, and the disc isn't too bad at VG. There's been over 38 bidders and over 50 bids, and somehow we're just at $42, and that's with Rick Longoria. Now, if nobody else wants to bid, it's at $42. One of the most sought-after records of all time. The Ace Frehley solo album. Now Randy Klein's at 43. Now David Tate's at 45. I said earlier when I laid it down, I said if somebody wants to go ahead and bid 50, you're going to save yourself a lot of time. Record Store Day, Stevie Ray Vaughan is in near mint condition. It is near mint in shrink. And the last bid that came in on this, one of the most sought after and most desirable records in the world, Stevie Ray Vaughan, 007 Platinum, has it for $90. This guy right here could cause World War III if the right world leaders were bidding on it, had to bid on it. Like if you got the world leaders together, the president, you got all the just powerful people in the world and said, we're going to bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan, the nations of the world, it could cause war. We have Hollywood Vampires also getting bids. Hollywood Vampires is with Sarah Weiberdink at $68. One of the most sought-after records of all time. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Gary Samuels, you're out. Sarah Weiberdink has this for $68. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. Ace is still getting bids. Van Halen's still getting bids, and it sold 10 minutes ago. Getting requests for Kiss. Getting requests for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Getting requests for Hollywood Vampires. Let me keep going through this crate. Let's see. Okay, so over here we have Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is at 47 of Randy Klein. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 100, and Hollywood Vampires is at 69. We have 3 Days Grace and Godsmack. Did I miss something? Somebody said Sparks. That must be an auction request. We have the Presidents of the United States of America. That's $29.99. And Alien Nation, 3 Days Grace. $24.99 on 3 Days Grace. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. That's $33.99. Metallica, Kill 'Em All, $29.99 for Kill 'Em All. Weezer, The Blue Album, $34.99. Weezer, The Blue Album, $34.99. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, that is $33.99. Dr. Feelgood. Alice in Chains, Dirt, remastered, $36.99. Depeche Mode, Violator, $29.99. Depeche Mode Violator, Gatefold Jacket. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style, 30th Anniversary, $34.99. And the 13-4 Elevators, Half-Speed Mono, $34.99 on that one. Still got 2 copies. Also have Metallica Ride the Lightning. That's remastered at $29.99. Motley Crue Theater of Pain, exclusive Purple Orange Crush vinyl, $33. And then Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, $33. All right, let's update Ace Frehley again. Randy Klein has it for $47. Everybody's tinkering around that 50 mark. Nobody wants to get there. We have a final call on this. It's up to Rick Longoria, one of the most sought-after records of all time. The Ace Frehley solo album. Randy Klein has it for $47. $47. Next thing over here is Freddie Milford on SD, and that's for Snoop Dogg. Mark Fallon says he likes it. I'm a little spicy and sassy tonight. Spicy and sassy Chad, is that right? We have over here Travis Woods at $100 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. 007 Platinum already had bid 100, so that's a tie. 007 Platinum has it at first, and then Hollywood Vampires is at 85 with Fred Cardinale. Now Ace Frehley's at 50. It's finally got to that magic number. Now let's see how fast we can get it to 75. Rush, Agora Ballroom, Ohio, 1974. That is $38.99. We also have Run DMC, that's Raising Hell, $36.99. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast is $33. Gary Clark Jr. Black and Blue. Gary Clark Jr. is $44.99. And U2 Boy is $33. Ace is at $50. Everybody else is out. I'm going to make sure Travis Woods doesn't want to bid again on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then the Hollywood Vampires has got up to the high bid of 85 of Fred Cardinale. That album's out of print. Alice Cooper, Johnny Depp, Dave Grohl, Brian Johnson, Robbie Krieger, Paul McCartney / Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $100. Sean Miller on Rush. Sean Miller on Rush. Okay. Anybody else? Awesome. So, U2, Gary Clark Jr., Iron Maiden, Run DMC, Rap, Motley Crue, Metallica, 13-4 Elevators, Depeche Mode, Alice in Chains, Motley Crue, Weezer, Metallica, Motley Crue, 3 Days Grace, President of the United States of America, 3 Days Grace, and Godsmack. Everybody done on Ace Frehley. Final Call for 100. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan, 101, 102. Only one of the most desirable records of all time. I'm going to say that probably by about anything I put up for auction tonight. And it'd be hard to argue that based on the activity of bids and requests. You just take a look at the bids and requests. It would have to be one of the most desirable records of all time. Just look at the bids and requests that are coming in for it. Here we go. Ace Frehley still getting bids, $51. Ace Frehley still getting bids at $51. And then 007, $102. Kristen Starr, I'm being informed you've already went out. If you've already set out, that means you can't bid again. Someone has thrown a flag over your legitimacy of bidding. And they are right. If you've already set out, you can't bid again. Now it's at 105. Now it's at 110. Okay? Now, there's that. And there's that. Ace is still getting bids. We might be done on Hollywood Vampires, though. We might be done on Hollywood Vampires. Let's go through this crate that Paul's marked right quick. This is a crate of new arrivals. And then while we're doing that, I'm going to step over here and grab some stuff over here that's been marked. Or some stuff I'm going to mark live, like this and this and this and this. And oh my gosh, look at all this. I love this kind of stuff here. This is simple and easy to mark right here. All this great stuff. Sealed records, brand new. And all I got to do is tell you how much they are. I don't mind you bidding for 3 hours, but if you do say out, I've got a stack of stuff here that's never been priced. You can bid on something for 5 hours. Doesn't matter to me. We can be here until 2 a.m. and we can set world records on numbers of bids and auction sold prices. But if you do say out, you can't bid again, okay? If you do say out, you can't bid again. That's a big thing we had established. That's called the Mark Fallon rule, okay? That's called the Mark Fallon rule. Y'all know Mark Fallon? Mr. Mark Fallon, the emoji guy, the guy that bids with emojis, makes everything really complex and complicated, makes my life much more difficult than it already is. That's Mark Fallon. And we have to have a special rule because he got burned by somebody on the auctions. And he's never let me forget about it. It's called the Mark Fallon rule. The Mark Fallon rule. That's what we call it. It's in our rule book, which only I have access to. And I change it live during the sales and manipulate the way we bid on stuff. We have Ace Frehley at 51 with Randy Klein. And I'm assuming Rick Longoria, you don't want to bid again. He's out and we're sold at $51. I'm hammering it. It's sold to Randy Klein for $51. Only one of the most desirable records of all time. Stevie Ray Vaughan at $150. That's with 007 Platinum. That's between Travis and 007 Platinum. Only one of the most desirable records of all time. And then here's also one of the most desirable records of all time. This is Hollywood Vampires, which is now officially sold to Fred Cardinale for $85. We had somebody new. I made a purchase last week. I made a purchase a few weeks ago and never got an invoice. Okay, a few weeks ago? Then you probably need to message Ed. Have you sent our Facebook page a message and said, hello, I'm a first-time buyer. Here's my name and address. Now, with that being said, make sure if you bought under a handle, like if your handle was I Love Bubblegum 5555, then you also let me know that, hi, my name is so-and-so, but my handle is also known as I Love Bubblegum 5555. And then that way we can match that when we send out invoices and we can get the bill to you, okay? Now, here is our next Kiss auction, Creatures of the Night. One of the most desirable records of all time. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. This is an 82 USPRC Richmond OG. It has the original under sleeve and it's in VG condition. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $160. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 160. Stevie Ray Vaughan at 160. Mark Fallon wasn't even on the chat to hear me talk about him. So there's that. All right, and then let's go over here and see what Tanner and Jake is sending me. If y'all see, Jake is updating our line over here at the bottom. And next, so we have Free Flight Beyond the Clouds. This is a 1984 post-bought Fusion with press kit, $9.99, and grooving. This is Panama Francis and the Savoy Sultans, an 82 US, $9.99. And Kai Winding, Curtis Fuller, that is sealed, a 1980 French import, $9.99. We also have incredibly rare and highly desirable stuff to put up tonight for auction. And this is Neil Young Harvest, a 1976 Japanese pressing. Here's one we don't see too often, right? This is one we don't get too often, right? Here's one you don't see every day. Here's one you won't see in your local grocery store just sitting at the checkout line. When you're going to check out for your groceries, you just don't walk up to check out for your groceries and right next to the M&Ms and the bubble gum, you don't see Neil Young Japanese Harvest sitting there. That's a $45 start. That's now up for bid. We also have Sato Wannabe, and this is sealed $24.99, a 1984 US Smooth Jazz Funk. Smooth jazz funk. Nothing wrong with that. Over here, Neil Young's at 50 of David Johnson. He's right. He said, "You're right. I don't see that every day." And then over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to 007 Platinum for $160. See you later, Stevie. Kiss, one of the most desirable records of all time there. Same thing for Neil Young, one of the greatest albums of all time there. And then guess what? We got more Stevie Ray Vaughan. If you thought that was the only Stevie Ray Vaughan, then you're in for a treat. You're in for a surprise. You're in for total shock. You're in probably for a lot of hysteria, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of pain. I hope you're ready. This is a 1983 1983 Japanese OG. There's a small imperfection in the last track on each side, but I play test that did not have any issues playing in our setup. There you have it. A Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan and Shrink and Obi, a $55 start. You don't see that too often. You don't see that too often. That's something you won't see when you're just walking through Walmart, is a Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan. Won't see that too often at all. Let's go over here and pull up Discogs, and I'm about to mark something. I don't even have to scan this one. I know how much this one is. I've got a new and sealed copy from the new Arrival collection. This is sealed, Mad Season, $39.99. You're going to be seeing a lot of random records thrown your way. This is Mad Season, new and sealed, $39.99. All I got to do is get my Priso gun, and I'm going to go ahead and just mark it. And here we go, like this. Boom. There you go. See? Done. Neil Young is sold, or Mad Season is going to be hopefully sold to somebody. Neil Young is still getting bids. Let's go over here. And the first thing that I have is the following. We had Creatures. Neil Young opened at 50, then 45, Creatures 37, Neil Young 45, Neil Young 50, Neil Young 55, Kiss 44, Neil Young 55. And then over here we have Neil Young 60, Neil Young 45, Kiss is at 26. We have Neil Young 65, Kiss is at 50, Neil Young 55, Neil Young 60. Chad, do you recall if I got on the order list for Michael Jackson? Those have not come in yet. That's part of the big new vinyl delivery that we're expecting this week. Whoever's tagging, make a note, make sure Jerry Wallace on Michael Jackson. So nothing from UPS showed up today. When new vinyl shows up this week, it's probably going to be like 20 boxes. The 200 pieces of Alice in Chains, the Phil Collins, the Michael Jackson, and hopefully Megadeth. At least some of the Megadeth will show up this week, but I haven't been told anything. Kiss is at 46, Stevie Ray Vaughan 55, Stevie Ray Vaughan 55, Kiss 55, Neil Young 70, Kiss 60, Kiss 66, Stevie Ray Vaughan 60, Stevie Ray Vaughan 66, Stevie Ray Vaughan 60, Neil Young 75, Stevie Ray Vaughan 65, Neil Young 75, Stevie Ray 65, 75. Goodness gracious. Mad Season is sold to John LaBeatty. Stevie Ray Vaughan 65, Neil Young 85, Stevie Ray Vaughan 70, Kiss 70, Neil Young 70, Neil Young 71, Neil Young 86, Stevie Ray Vaughan 71, Kiss 77. Mad Season's already sold. We're down at the bottom. I have no idea who has the high bids. That's the most activity I've seen on 3 auctions since I've ever done this in my life. Neil Young's at $90 with Sean Miller. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $77 with Matthew Hendon. And Kiss is at $77 with Alfredo. Moving on. The Widespread Depression Orchestra, Time to Jump Up and Shout. Sealed, $9.99. Ben Webster, The Warm Moods of Ben Webster. Sealed, $29.99. And Grover Washington Jr., Live at the Bayou. Sealed, that's a great album, $19.99. I never did lose power. Nope, I have been lucky and very fortunate not to lose power. We have Kiss, The Last Bid of Stephen Jones at $79. One of the most desirable records of all time. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Neil Young, Harvest, one of the most desirable records of all time. And to boot, it's a Japanese pressing, $90. Stevie Ray Vaughan, one of the most desirable records of all time. X-Wing has it for $80. That's where we're at. I'm moving on. Next thing we have is the Jack Walrath Group. That is sealed $14.99. And we have the VSOP, the Quintet, Live Under the Sky, a 1980 audiophile pressing, and the note from Paul says fantastic, $29.99. Alfredo wants Ben Webster. That was the first record to sell out of here. And now I'm going to price something live, right before your eyes. I've got Discogs open. I'm going to open my scanner. I'm going to scan this barcode. I'm very familiar with this record, and I'm very familiar with the pricing. And this is new, sealed, and this is numbered, and it's on colored vinyl. It appears that it's never been opened, but I can't confirm that. We'll at least say it's near mint. Jacob Dylan, Women in Country. That's Bob Dylan's son. Numbered on ash gray colored vinyl, $29.99. That's $29.99. Jacob Dylan, a new sealed music on vinyl press, or at least presumed near mint. Looks pretty new to me. Let's go ahead and slap a sticker on that. That's Jacob Dylan, $29.99. Let's put that right over here. And then G Mac on Grover Washington, that's sold. So Stevie Ray Vaughan, still getting bids. Kiss, still getting bids. Neil Young, the last bid on Neil Young that came in was David Johnson out, Chris Frazier out. Sean Miller has it for $90. Kiss, somebody said, what is it? It's Kiss, Creatures of the Night, which is a 1982 USPRC OG Richmond. Alicia said, please, for the love of all things good and holy, please put up Crazy Nights. Please put up Crazy Nights. I will put Crazy Nights up as soon as that one sells. Maybe you can encourage everybody to bid faster and more higher. Stephen Jones, $90. Now $93. Now $93. Neil Young, a final call. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan is still getting bids. Jacob Dylan, so to Fred Cardinal. Let's show a few more records in here. Wow, 328 people watching. Goodness gracious, I can tell everybody is snowed in and ready to do something. I about lost my mind yesterday. I've never stayed at my house that long. I was pacing the floors. I was like, golly, I just need to go ahead and risk it and get to the store. I don't know what I'm going to do didn't want to watch TV. I was pacing the floors, talking to myself. Silk Fuse 1, $14.99 for Silk Fuse 1. Eric Gale is a 77 white label promo, $14.99. Everybody's like, Chad, just stay home. I'm like, gosh, that's like being in prison. Don't want to stay home. I'd rather be here. What's at home? There's nothing at home. We have the music of Charlie Mingus, his final work, sealed for $24.99. And over here, this is Brooks Kerr Soda Fountain Rag, and this is a 1975 US, $6.99. $6.99. I did do a lot of sleeping. No, and I was having dreams because I was sleeping too much. See, I'm used to being so exhausted. When I sleep, I'm out like a light, but I was sleeping too much. I was having crazy, wicked dreams. I was like, gosh, this is driving me insane. I got to get out of here. I got to get back to the store. Sean Miller gets Neil Young for $90. That is sold. And then over here, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan. John Kaiser, $85. X-Wing, you've been outbid. $85 on that one. $85 on that. And then over here, the last bid on Kiss is $100 with Sean Miller. These are no more, no less. Honestly, they should be more. They should be more and higher. No more, no less. They should be more and higher. Alfredo on Mingus, that's sold to Alfredo Fuentes. And then we have this Norman Granz, Jazz at the Philharmonic, 1940s, unopened 3LP, 1981 Japanese press, $24.99 on that. Sean Miller said, flag, I have it at 100. Neil Young, there was a new bid. My bad, there was a new bid. We're still bidding on Neil Young. I better get a fourth auction going. This is getting chaotic. We have Matt Bushy at 95. Then Sean Miller bid 100. Matt, you're lucky. Now let me know if you want to bid again. And then over here, we have Kiss is at 100. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan is on its way to 100. I better get a fourth auction going. How about I price something else? Wow, this is pretty chaotic. And we're just getting started. We hadn't even got into the beef, plus all the unadvertised auctions. Golly. Here we go. Let's open this up. Let's scan this barcode. I'm going to tell y'all right now how much this record is. This is sealed Tom Petty Mojo, but I don't know what variant. I'm going to say it's sealed $34.99. Now, when I'm scanning a lot of these, I'm scanning them. I'm seeing what versions it pops up. If I can't determine it pretty quickly, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to guess. I'll be pretty fair with the pricing because that's a sealed record. I know about how much those would cost new. Definitely more MSRP than $34.99. Just FYI. So there's a chance at that. Tom Petty Mojo, so to Nick Bargeron. Now we're going to sell a lot of records like that tonight. Tub after tub. Chad Smith on Jazz. That's so to Chad Smith. Hopefully y'all have no plans. And then I'll take the $6.99 behind that box set. This is so to Bob Panozniak. That's sold for $6.99. Chad Smith, you got the box set. Neil Young. So to Sean Miller for $100. That's done. Let's put that away. Old man, take a look at my life. And then Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. The last bid was Stephen Andrew Jones at $100. Stephen Andrew Jones at $100. Stevie Ray Vaughan at $100. Now $105 with John Kaiser. Wow. So this is at 105 with Kaiser. Now 007's out. I think X-Wing still might be bidding too. Neil Young was on its last lap. It just sold for 100. And now we're about to put up another auction. Hope everybody's ready. If not, I probably need you to go ahead and get ready. And here's what we got. Somebody is patiently waiting for more Kiss. We got to at least sell that one so there's no confusion. Another Japanese pressing of Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Oh my goodness. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. A $55 start on Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. Shout, shout. All right, back up here. We have Joe Pass, the complete Catch Me sessions. Excuse me, $24.99 sealed. Shorty Rogers Big Band, Jazz Waltz, sealed, $9.99. And Enrico Rava Quintet, Onda Donda. That is sealed, $34.99. And 83 Italian, the only time that was on vinyl. We have filled up a full crate of records. Amazing. We're going to fill up about 20 more tonight. Next delivery we get from UPS, hopefully weather permitting and logistically permitting tomorrow. That's going to be a new vinyl show you don't want to miss. That's a lot of stuff coming in, just FYI. Japanese Scorpions, not to my knowledge, unless it was in the hot picture. I don't think so. Spyro Gyra, Access All Area, sealed with hop sticker, $19.99. And Funk Dumplings. That sounds good. I love dumplings. That's a 79 Danish import, $14.99. Let's jump back over here and see what happens. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $105. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $110. Tears for Fears, $55. Tears for Fears, $65. And then we have over here Shorty. Shorty Rogers is sold to Chad Smith. Thank you. That's done. Now we have Kiss, Creatures of the Night. This is a final call, and this is sold to $100 to the winning bid of, I messed that up. I think it's Stephen Andrew Jones, $100. That's done. Okay. Next is Alfredo on Spyro, sold. And then over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan, a final warning, 007 Platinum, $110. Tears for Fears already $75. All right, let's get back to the Kiss stuff. I've had a request to run the first Kiss album. I've had a request to run Kiss Destroyer, Kiss Unplugged, Kiss Alive 3, Kiss Psycho Circus, Kiss Dynasty, Kiss Crazy Nights. And Kiss Crazy Nights, Alicia said, Chad, listen, I don't ask for much, but please, please put up Kiss Crazy Nights. one of the most desirable records of all time. 1987 U.S. Specialty OG, the vinyl's EX, the cover probably VG minus, does have cover damage, $20 start. That's now up for bid. Good luck. You're going to need it. Chet Baker, She Was Too Good to Me. A 74 U.S. white label promo, $39.99. Batter C Rain Dance, Chris Barber and his band, $39.99. A 69 UKOG, highly collectible Marmalade label, on the Marmalade label. Willard Dunham wants the colored magpie. That's still over here, and that is sold to Willard Dunham. Thank you on that one. Let's go back up the top and see what happened. So Stevie Ray Vaughan out. I remember saying Tears for Fears 75, Tears for Fears 80, Tears for Fears 90. Eric Gales. Where did you see Eric Gales at? Tim Voldness wants Funk Dumplings. That's sold to Tim Voldness. Willard Dunham got the colored magpie. Kiss 25, Kiss 25, Kiss 25, Kiss 30. Tears for Fears 130, Kiss 30, Tears for Fears 135. That means Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to 007 Platinum, and that's sold to him for $110. Next is Chinga Chavin's Country. What does that say? Chinga Chavin's Country what? Chinga Chavin's Country Porn, 1976 U.S., $24.99. Tears for Fears 135, and I've lost my train of thought. Let's go over here and put up another record, okay? Let's price one live right now in front of everybody. This is a live. We got a live one here, and this one is, I'm scanning it, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about it, and it is $39.99. It is Leonard Skinner live at Nebworth, 1976, double LP classic show with the DVD. So you can watch it and listen to it. It is sealed, and it's $39.99. And right now, all across America, people are typing in Leonard Skinner. They may be abbreviating it. They might be putting LS. They might be putting Lynn, Skin, whatever. There is somebody, I guarantee it, sold to Rick Hall for $39.99. See how easy that was? That was easy for me. That was easy for him. Tears for Fears is at $190. And now Kiss is at $40. Now Kiss is at $42. Here comes another big one. Bush. I repeat, Bush. This is Bush. Razor Blade Suitcase. This is a 2012 on limited edition orange vinyl. Not black, not red, not purple. It is orange. Sealed 2012, a $55 start. Next is Tears for Fears, $195. And now Kiss is at $42. Have I missed any claims in here? I don't think so. We have Kevin Eubanks, guitarist, sealed $14.99. Clifford Brown, Max Roach, Pure Genius, Volume 1, sealed $19.99. Blues, Afro Blues today, Afro Blues Quintet Plus 1, 1970 USOG Latin Soul Jazz, $39.99. Tears for Fears is at $230. We have Bush at $55 and Kiss. Alicia has it for $42. Everybody else is out. Going once, going twice. Bush has got another bid for $55. Art Blakey and the All-Star Jazz Messengers. Nice. Sealed $19.99. Tears for Fears is at $270. Art Blakey. What about Passion Flower? Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. That is sealed $14.99. And All Too Soon, the Quadrant Toast, Duke Ellington, sealed $14.99. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to price another record right here in front of you, me, and everybody. I know what these cost. I don't even have to scan this one. These cost new between 40, what was it selling for? 44, 46. New and sealed, consider it on sale. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $39.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This is new and sealed, $39.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $39.99. Folks, that's Pink Floyd at Pompeii. That's Italy. That is an incredible show. They played in a stadium with nobody there. So did Jay Nutra. See how easy that was? $39.99. Moving up at the top. Tears for Fears, $275. Alfredo on Art Blakey. That's sold to him. Boom, done. Bush, $56. Bush, $56. Samuel Kopich says he'll take the country porn. Sold to Samuel Kopich. We have Tears for Fears, $290. What is the Kiss? Chad Smith next on Blakey. Bush is at $60. Tears for Fears, $295. Jay Neutral already got the Pink Floyd. Bush is at $60. Bush is at $62. Tears for Fears is at $330. Crazy Nights is a 1987 USOG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl's nice EX. The cover's VG minus. And Alicia has it for $42 she had for the last 3 minutes. We've got to sell it pretty soon. We have Tune Up, Chet Baker live in Paris. $74.99, an 81 German import, the only time ever released. Wow. Let's go ahead and add a third auction. And this next auction, you may have been looking for it. You may have been asking for it. You may have been patiently waiting. Here comes the time. Here we go. I'm going to crack my knuckles. I'm going to crack my back. There went my knees. Whew. Van Halen, OU812, an 88 Japanese OG. $50 start. It has the original insert. Of course, it has the Obi and the survey card. $40 start on that. $40 start. It looks like we're done on Kiss. Sold to Alicia, $42. Done. Sold to Alicia, $42. Tears for Fears, Alfredo's done. Shannon Mashaka has it for $335. Going twice, going 3 times, going twice, going 3 times. Van Halen already has a bid for $100. Alfredo has went ahead and pushed in a bunch of chips. Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase. Bush is a 2012 U.S. reissue. Limited edition orange vinyl. Not black, not purple, not green. This is orange vinyl. And the last bid on that was Matthew Hendon at $64. Van Halen's already at $100. Next is Oscar Peterson live at the North Sea Jazz Festival. Sealed, $19.99. 2 guitars and a horn. George Barnes, Bud Freeman, and Carl Kress. That is sealed, $14.99. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to price you another record right now, live. Not on tape delay. This is happening live. We'll do it live. I'm scanning it. I'm getting all the details. It looks like it's sealed. It is sealed, and it looks like by these stats, $24.99 would be a very fair price. Ali Venable, Money and Power, sealed, $24.99. Not $21, not $23, $24.99. Ali Venable, Money and Power. And some of these I'm going to mark live right now, and people are going to buy them as soon as I can spit out the details. Sold to Rick Hall for $24.99. Shannon Mashaka, thank you, and this is sold to Shannon. Shout. Mother's Talk. Wow, that's a good pressing. I have that one myself. That's sold to Shannon for $335. Done. Van Halen has took off like a rocket ship on steroids with crack. This is with Alfredo at $20. That'd be a crazy rocket ship. That's a rocket ship on crack and steroids. That is now at $200 with amenities. Bush is still getting bids. Sealed. It's on orange vinyl. Not purple. Not black, not green. It's orange vinyl, $78. Next thing, Greg Preston was next on Ali Venable. Our next auction from the Kiss department. Oh my goodness. If you thought things were crazy, you haven't seen anything yet, because we have the lenticular, not the regular jacket, the lenticular jacket for Kiss Psycho Circus. The 2014 first time on vinyl, the first jacket, the first press, Psycho Circus. Wow, it changes before your eyes. This is sealed, a $55 start. $55 start. Bush 78, Bush 80, Bush 85. Are we done on Van Halen? Amenities has it for $200. Going twice, going 3 times. Ray Anderson, right down your alley. Right down your alley, not up your alley. Sealed, an 84 Italian OG, $19.99. And we have Le Blond Bleach. LEBLON Beach, the Al Gaffa Quintero, a 76 US, $14.99. Kiss already has a bid for $150. Cycle Circus, and then Bush is at 85. I'm almost getting the titles confused. Margie Day Experience. This is a 69 US soul album, $19.99. And the big, the bad, the what now? The bad and the beautiful. This is David Raskinduck's great film score, 76 US, $9.99. Okay. By the way, we had a new buyer earlier, and he has already sent his message with his information, so thank you for that. Let's price another record live right now. Not on tape delay. This isn't going to be shown in the morning. This is right now. I'm scanning a record. You have no idea what this is about to be. I'm looking at it. I'm checking the prices, and I think very fairly for this would be $19.99. NXS Shabu Shaba Rarities. Gold vinyl, NXS sealed, $24.19. $19.99. It was $28 on Record Store Day. $19.99 on this. $19.99 on this. Okay, that's NXS, just $19.99. It's time to hammer a couple auctions. It's time to hammer a few auctions. But before I do that, one thing I'm going to do is this. So Van Halen was on its last lap. Now, somebody just asked details. The price is $200, Edwin Blom. It's an OG Japanese pressing. If you want to bid, you got to bid more than 201. If you pass, I'm going to sell it to Alfredo for $200. It's an OG Japanese pressing. Red Betty was first on NXS. That's sold for $19.99. It was sealed. White Stripes is $44.99. 20th anniversary colored vinyl. Bush is still getting bids. It's at $90. It's not black. It's not purple. It's not green. It's on orange vinyl, a 2012 limited edition orange vinyl. That's at $90. Kiss is moving to a final call. Cycle Circus has a high bid of $150 right now. Moving on, the history of MGM movie music. The what? Movie music at $9.99, MGM score comp, and then New Groove, Bud Shank, Pacific Jazz Orchestra with Carmel Jones, $44.99. How desirable is the Van Halen? It's one of the most desirable records of all time. And this is sold for $200 to Alfredo's. So that is sold to Amenities. Thank you on that. Bush is at $90. Who asked first about White Stripes? The first White Stripes was asked about whom and where. It was asked first about who. We have one sold right now to Dust Gray. I have more. We need one for Fred Cardinale. Anybody else, I've got one left. No, I was asking about the LeBlanc Bleach in the bin. The LeBlanc Bleach in the bin is a 1976 US, and that is $14.99, okay? Now, first thing is Bush is at 90, and then we need to get a White Stripes for Fred Cardinale. Not before I put up another auction. Holy moly, take a look at this. This is a 1984 OG Japanese pressing of U2's Unforgettable Fire. What a fantastical album. That's going to go up for a $35 start. I'm going to have one White Stripes left. One is going to go right now to Fred Cardinale, and that's going to leave me with one more. It finally sold. People's been asking about it. There's like, Chad, please tell me more about the White Stripes. I've got one more after I'm tagging this for Fred. Anybody else on this? Next is what's on MGM. I'll take MGM. More info on MGM. Nick Barcheron wants Some Girls. Jazz Grog on Bud Shank. Bud Shank is sold. U2's already got a bid for $100. And then over here, Cycle Circus is sold to Amenities for $150. He's also just bid $100 on U2. Darren Johnson wants the last bid, the last copy of White Stripes is sold to Darren Johnson. I need something to replace the White Stripes. Let's do something I've got a lot of copies of just in case. Now, several people's asked about Forrest Gump. I'm waiting for somebody to say, Chad, you know what? That is one of the greatest movies of all time. Let me go ahead and give me right now. Go ahead and give me that last Forrest Gump soundtrack. Tom Hanks is looking at me out of the corner of his eye. I've had enough of them. I'll take it. So, first thing I have is this. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera was the first person who asked. He's the one that has put oxygen to the fire, and now it's burning bright. And now he has said, Chad, I'll take one. Who is he the first one who asked about this? I think he was. He asked about it. Then Dusgray got one. Then Fred Cardinale, and then Darren Johnson. So here's what I got to do, Darren. Darren, I've got to give this to Jevy. I got to give this to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, okay? I got to give this to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. And then Darren Johnson, I'll put you on a waiting list for White Stripes. Get behind me, Satan. Okay? Next is Edwin Blom wants LeBlond. LeBlom is sold to Edwin Blom. And then U2, Unforgettable Fire. The last bid was Amenities at 100. Are we still bidding on Bush? Bush is a final call. Bush is a final call. I want to make sure we're all clear and all clean on Bush. Bush is a final call. Bush. Razor blade suitcase, orange vinyl. Darren Johnson, $90. $90. $90. U2, $100. Bob Panozniak on guitar and a horn, sold. MGM is History of MGM Music Volume 1. It's going to have samples of soundtracks from Gone with the Wind, How the West Was Won, Singing in the Rain, The Unsinkable Molly Brown, Bandwagon, etc., etc. Score music from some of those classic films. It's $9.99. Next auction from the Kiss department. One of the most desirable records of all time. Kiss. A 1974 USPRC reissue. That was a mouthful. A 1974 USPRC Richmond reissue. There's a feeler on track A5 that causes skipping. That's very unfortunate. It has a fillable mark that causes skipping. $1 start on Kiss. $1 start on Kiss. Buyer beware. When we test played it, it did skip. Jake is letting me know there's a new button on the string deck. Okay, let's check it out. Y'all ready? New button reveal in 3, 2, 1. Eyes on the screen. I have no idea what this is, but I'm pressing the button. Wow. Snow day for Otis. Oh, he's cold. Oh, no. Shipping and invoicing is delayed. Shoot. Oh, no. Dang it. Brrr. Oh, no. Shipping and invoicing is delayed. Shoot. All right, who got the MGM? Who asked first about this? It was asked first about somebody. And who asked about it first? Joseph Clark. Joseph, if you want this, let me know. If not, Mega Blast has claimed it, and then Ryan Eaton has claimed it. And then we have Kiss 1, Kiss 6, Kiss 10, and U2 is sold to Amenities for $100. $100 on that. That's done. And then over here, Bush is sold, and Bush is sold. Bush is done, and this is sold to Darren Johnson for $90. Okay, there's that. So this is sold to Mega Blast, the MGM movie music, and now Kiss over here. Kiss over here is at $10. That's the high bid. All right, let's get right back in these auctions. The chaos is not slowing down. The incredible, like, Chad, I can't believe this is happening, is just getting started. Ice-T Power, a 1988 US Allied OG gold stamp promo, a gold stamp promo. Gold is high right now, over $5,000 an ounce. This has the embossed cover. It is near mint, and it has the original on her sleeve. Ice-T's a $35 start. Good luck bidding. $35 start on Ice-T. I'm about to price a record live right now. It's happening before your eyes. This is about to be priced right now. You ready? Here we go. And here is the price. As soon as I get my barcode scanner to work. Okay. So this is 180 gram. Okay, so it's either going to be one of these two right here. Looks pretty new and sealed to me. And this is going to be $39.99. Oasis, Dig Out Your Soul. That's new and sealed. $39.99 for Oasis. Dig Out Your Soul. That is available right now. I'm putting a price tag on it. If you want it, this is your chance right now. Oasis. Dig Out Your Soul. It's going to go right over here if you need to think about it. Sold to Will Smithson. Now, tonight, we're going to be doing hundreds like that. Probably some of the craziest stuff you're going to have opportunities to buy is when I'm doing that right there, and you're going to be like, holy moly, Chad. Yes. Kiss is at 30 with Alfredo Fuentes. Iced Tea's at 40. It's time for another new auction. Do I combine shipping? We do a 6-day buying period, $8 shipping. That's for 1 week. If you have stuff for multiple weeks, they have to be paid separately. It's $8, no combined shipping whatsoever. I have a very firm rule with that I keep with Ed. No combined shipping whatsoever. We have Fred Cardinale on Oasis. You were second. We have Woody Shaw, Rosewood. That is a 1978 white label promo. $19.99 on Woody Shaw. And Cabin in the Sky, Curtis Fuller. This is a 1970 U.S. stereo reissue. VG Plus $19.99. And Milt Jackson Vibrations, VG Plus $24.99. The last bid on Kiss that came in was Amenities at $30. Iced Tea's at $50 with Tim Voldness. And here comes our next auction, a Japanese pressing. I'll do Some Girls, that was asked about. Then we had a request for Prince. And then we got Japanese Pink Floyd. Everybody hold the phone. Here we go. Deep breath. Incredible. Rolling Stone Some Girls, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is the Rolling Stone Some Girls, a 78 OG Japanese pressing. This has the original insert with it and Obi, a $55 start. $55 start. Finishing up this crate, Loose, Willis Jackson. That's a 1963 US Stereo OG, and that's in VG Plus condition. It does have some gassing, but it does not affect play. $29.99. And Jazz Goes to the Movies, Manny Album and his orchestra, an early 70s US Stereo reissue, EX $12.99. The Rolling Stones, $55. The Rolling Stones, $65. The last bid on Iced Tea was Ron Eaton at $45, and then Tim Voldness already had it for $50. Tim Voldness already had it for $50. I think we're done on Kiss. This is sold to Amenities for $30. Let's put that away. Okay, now let's get back into the Kiss selection. So we got a lot of Japanese tonight. They were advertised. They were from the new collection. We're also throwing up some of the Kiss here, there, and everywhere. I'm surprised this one hadn't been requested, but let's go ahead and do it right now. The red vinyl. Nice. Kiss Alive 3. Limited edition red vinyl, numbered in shrink and hype, Near Mint Minus, $175 start. We have right here Manny Album sold to Gary Samuels. That was, hold on a minute, Amenities technically asked for it first. He said Jazz what? Jazz Goes to the Movies, Manny Album and his orchestra. EX $12.99. If you don't want it, Gary Samuels does. And then we have Pepper Adams 5, a 1959 US mono, EX $52.99. Some gassing on the vinyl, but it does not affect the playback. Very clean, $42.99 for Pepper Adams. Let's price another record live right here, right now. I know what this is. I don't even have to check it. These new would be $39. I'll do it for $29.99. The Vaughn Brothers, Stevie and Jimmy, numbered on blue vinyl, $29. Now, black vinyl would be $39. That's on blue vinyl, limited edition. Just $29.99, Vaughn Brothers family style. There's your chance right now. Near mint, or it could be sealed. It's hard to tell with these perforated baggies, okay? Let's mark it. And the Vaughn Brothers, $29.99. Let's move this right over here. First thing is this. The Rolling Stones, $60. The Rolling Stones, $75. The Rolling Stones, $83. The Rolling Stones, $70. Alfredo said he will take the Manny Album. Gary Samuels, you were second. Alfredo did say sold. Blaine Zapnick on Pepper Adams. El Snapatan got Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stan McNessie, you were next. We have musician, composer, Rancantor, Dizzy Gillespie. That's EX $12.99. And Crazy and Mixed Up, excuse me, that's Sarah Vaughan, EX $12.99. I think we were done on Iced Tea. And Iced Tea is sold to Tim Voldness for $50. That is done. Sold for $50. Now, Let's go over here to the Rolling Stones. We just got a bid. John Kaiser's in at $95. John Kaiser's in at $95 on Some Girls. Going once, going twice. Next is Kiss Alive 3. This is the 1993 OG red vinyl, numbered in shrink and the hop sticker. That is at a high bid of $0. The minimum bid is $175. Let's go ahead and get another Japanese pressing going. Oh my goodness. It's Prince. A 1987 Japanese OG pressing of Prince, and this is Sign of the Times. It does not have the insert or the sticker, but it does have the obi, and it's near mint. A $55 start on Prince. How much did you say, Chad? A $55 start on Prince. Wow. Let me go ahead and bid 100. Sounds good to me. Thanks for tuning in. Let me step over here and grab another handful of stuff to price live right now for tonight's sale. I've already done one handful. We're going to do some more handfuls. Whenever Laura's here and Paul's here full time, during the week this week, they're going to be marking a lot of this stuff, and they're going to be like, golly, look at all this stuff. And then y'all are going to be like, golly, look at all this stuff. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be marking some of it live right now. Japanese Scorpions, not tonight. I do not know the whereabouts of it. Not tonight. I do not know the whereabouts of it. Unless it's in the hot picture, I did not see it. I did not see it. I do need a drink of Monster right quick, though. Hey, here we go. All right, here we go. So, first thing is this. Oxygen. Clay Mullins, you were third on the Vaughn brothers. Rolling Stones 100, Rolling Stones 101, Rolling Stones 105, Rolling Stones 105. Kiss does have a bid with John Kaiser, 175. Prince, 55. Prince, 66. Prince, 55. Ray Red wants Curtis Fuller. Ray Red on Curtis Fuller. Sold. How many LPs is Prince? 2. And then Rolling Stones was at $110. $110. We're still getting bids on Stones. Kiss is a final call. And Prince is with amenities at 66. Then we had two $55 bids. Then we had two $55 bids. That's what's going on right now. Let's go ahead and price something live right now for the first time, which means I've got to open the Discogs app, which means I'm closing out it because it has a bug and you got to reopen it every time. Now I'm scanning a barcode, and now I'm going to look at this, and now I'm going to make a determination that this record's sealed at $29.99 would be a great price. Bad Company, Record Store Day, Orange Vinyl, Limited Edition, Bad Company Live, $29.99. Dun, dun, dun. Till the day I die. Bad Company. Sold to El Snapatan. Just like that, and done. Okay? So, Rolling Stones, it was up to Zumo. John Kaiser still has it. Kaiser, you're the only bidder on Kiss, though. Sold to you for $175. And Prince is still getting bids. Next on Bad Company was Kevin J. Reitz, then Greg Preston. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is Pink Floyd. Oh my gracious goodness. This is a saucer full of secrets, a Japanese press. Do what? A 1974 Japanese pressing. How often do you hear me say I've got Japanese Pink Floyd? If I do say it, it could sometimes cause a riot and chaos in the markets and just uncertainty. So let's just go ahead and get it out of the way. Bid fast, bid often. A saucer full of secrets, near mint minus, a $75 start. Good luck to all those involved. You're going to need it. Rolling Stones is at 120. John Kaiser, you're out. Prince is at 70 with amenities. Fred Cardinale, you've been outbid. Let's go ahead and go into another crate. Let's do it right now. Without further delay, I've already been through this one. let's throw that over there. I know that those new arrivals, nice selection there from Paul. Those have all been officially marked now. Let me grab this crate right here. And then let's price some other stuff live, okay? So here we go. Cypress Hill. I will get that one on deck, I promise. Let me find it. Let me go ahead and get it in the front so I don't forget. Regardless of what sells next, we got to put up Cypress Hill. Got it. I see it right here. So, Pink Floyd's already at 100. Nice. Let's see what else I have over here. Let's open up the Discogs app. We'll price it live. Jake, I need a button with Bill O'Reilly. I don't know if you can embed that. I need a button with Bill O'Reilly to come up with a video of Bill O'Reilly cursing, but we need to bleep it so it's even funnier. And he says, I'll do it live, okay? We need a button like that embedded. So I don't know if you can go screen record that. Maybe you can go screen record that and somehow embed it into a button. That'd be pretty awesome. So anytime I'm doing this, we can press the button for Bill O'Reilly. I think I just ordered some of these. And these are sealed. Awesome record here. This is Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young live at the Fillmore. An official release, $39.99. CSNY, sealed, $39.99. $39.99. Let's do it right here. Stones is still getting bids. Pink Floyd is at 100. Does anybody else want to bid? Robert Warner on the CSN. Wow, nice. That's so to Robert Warner. Thank you on that. And then over here we have Prince is at 77 with amenities. Fred Cardinal, he's out. He's out on Pink Floyd, and the Rolling Stones is at 135. Okay. First thing in here is Motley Crue. This is Shout at the Devil, $33.99, remastered. And then we have Elton John, Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy, remastered, $36.99. What do we have here? What do we have here? I have this here. I have this that I'm about to scan, and I'm about to tell you the price. Let's look it up. Let's do it live. Let's click on the Discogs app. Let's scan this and see what happens. And this pulls up on red transparent vinyl, a 20th anniversary, and this needs to be $39.99. This is Mark Lanegan Band. This is a 20th anniversary. Bubblegum XX is what it's called, and that is sealed on red vinyl, Mark Lanegan Band, $39.99. $39.99. So let's put that away, and I'm going to put a sticker on it, and somebody's hopefully going to buy it before I can even put it over here. Mark Lanegan Band, right here. El Snappatan on Captain Fantastic, sold. Pink Floyd, sold for 100 to Amenities, Alfredo. Prince, sold for $77, Alfredo, Amenities. Rolling Stones, sold, and that's sold to John Kaiser for $135. And now we got a whole empty block ready of new auctions. Right after I show you Black Sabbath, the Rhino Hi-Fi Kevin Gray, $44.99. Our next auction, oh boy, here we go. Cypress Hill 4, get ready. Here it is. Next is a 1998 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition, and this is a $25 start. Oh man. Should have said a $55 start. It's going to get there anyway. Gary Samuels on Mark Lanegan Band. That's so to Gary Samuels. And let's go ahead and put up Japanese. You heard me correctly. Rush Signals. Dun, 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 da, da. Rush, an 82 Japanese OG with book and obi, near mint, a $75 start. Oh my goodness. There's that. Let me jump over here. And let me reply to this person right quick. All right. Let me see what else is going on over here. Okay, sorry for the delay. Back over here, we got Pink Floyd, On an Island. Excuse me, David Gilmour, $33.99. So we have Mark Lanigan Band sold, Cypress Hill 30, Cypress Hill 45, Cypress Hill 30, Rush 75, Cypress Hill 50, Rush 100, Cypress Hill 45, Cypress Hill 35, 35, 55, and ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud, all analog, Kevin Gray, $39.99. Michael Jackson, Dangerous, $38.99. Michael Jackson, Dangerous, and Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $36.99. And Paul Stanley solo album, $34.99. I currently have 4 in stock. Tim Vigari on Michael Jackson, Dangerous. Thank you on that. So Cypress Hill's at $55. I'm showing Rush. Let me make sure I got this one correct. Rush is at $180 with Alfredo. Did I read that correctly? $180. $180. Not 100. That's a 180. Correction. Someone's like, okay, let's see if you want Rush. Next is Led Zeppelin, $24.99. Led Zeppelin Live EP, new and sealed, the 4-track, a recent released, $24.99. $24.99. $24.99. This is sealed Led Zeppelin, $24.99. That is the live EP. Blaine said, stop. He said, no, no, no. I want ZZ Top. That is sold to Blaine. That is sold. And then over here, Rush is at $180. That's with amenities, Alfredo, going once, going twice, and then Cypress Hill. I want to make sure we know that 007 Platinum has that for $65. And then Vicious Rumors. Buy Vicious Rumors, a limited edition 1500 blue vinyl, $39.99. We're ready for another Kiss auction. What about Unplugged? Not just any Unplugged. This is a 1996 USOG with promo sticker over barcode. With promo sticker over barcode. Wow, I don't think I've seen too many of those. It does have the poster. It's VG++EX. The cover is probably VG-. It's got some creasing right here. It's got some creasing up here. And that's going to go up for a $75 start. Next is Victor Guerra. Victor Guerra on Led Zeppelin. Sold. Fred Cardinale was next. We've already sold Led Zeppelin. And John Coltrane, all analog, Kevin Gray, $39.99. Kiss already has a bid for $75. Cypress Hill is at $70. And Ace Frehley, now playing blue vinyl, $24.99 on that. $24.99 on that. Rush. Rush is Rush Signals is sold to amenities for $180. Sold to amenities for $180, okay? Cypress Hill is going to be moved over right here. Let me see. 1 second. Okay, and then Coltrane is John Steps, which is an all-analog Kevin Gray gatefold jacket, $39.99. El Snappatown on Ace Frehley, and then Kiss is at $80, Kiss is at $85. And then our next auction is this right here, the Goo Goo Dolls, Jed. Goo Goo Dolls, Jed. I don't recall ever seeing that before, but what a cool cover. Got a trucker there with his Beach Nut Tobacco and his Jack Daniels and his Budweiser. And this is an 89 USOG. Wow. An 89 USOG Metal Blade Records. That's one we don't get too often. Holy moly. Stephen Jones, that was my only copy of Ace. But what I can do, since this is a new week, a new invoicing cycle, I will put you on what we call a waiting list. I'm going to order more of those, and when they come in, we'll put you down for one, okay? So that is $24.99. We'll put Stephen Jones on a wait list. Does anybody else want one when they come in? Fred Cardinale takes to John Coltrane. Def Leppard, Adrenalize, $34.99. And we have Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, $36.99. We just sold a Japanese pressing. How about new and sealed there? How about new and sealed? These are $29.99. I'm going to show them at the same time. They're new and sealed, $29.99. And this is I Am the Moon, Tedeschi Trucks Band, Volume 3 and Volume 4, and these are sealed, $29.99, Tedeschi Trucks Band. I'm also pricing stuff live from that newest collection. I think they went to North Carolina and picked it up. It's a whole collection, like 4,800 albums, nothing but sealed, audiophile, record store day stuff, etc., etc. And if you decide you want the other volumes of these, I'm pretty sure they're in print, okay? But if you want these, they're $29.99, and let me know. And then if you want to go on a waiting list, some of the stuff I'm pricing live, I'm pretty sure I can still obtain it. You just might have to go on a waiting list, okay? But let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. So there's 3 auctions. The last thing on Cypress Hill was 75 of 007 Platinum. Then Kiss got a bid for 80. Then Kiss got a bid for 85. And then we sold Ace Frehley. Then we sold Coltrane. And then Kiss got a bid for 85. And then Kiss got a bid for 100. And then Kiss got a bid for 105. And then Kiss at 125. The Goo Goo Dolls is just a $35 start. An 89 USOG near mint minus, $35 start. And then Kiss is at 130. And then back to the turntable on Tears for Fears. That's sold to Back to the Turntable. If anybody wants on a wait list for that, let me know. Both Tedeschi Trucks are sold to El Snappatan. He was first. Blaine, do you want to go on a waiting list? Lewis Kulik, do you want to go on a waiting list? And then over here, we have Goo Goo Dolls at 35. Next is Megadeth, United Abominations. I've got 2 copies here. I've got 1 copy back there. Megadeth is $38.99. I have not seen another bid on Cypress Hill. So I'm about to make, when I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell that for $75. And the last bid that came in on Kiss Unplugged, OG with promo sticker, $130, and now Goo Goo Dolls is at $60. So El Snappatan, I've got you down for Tedeschi Trucks Volume 3 and Volume 4. Volume 3 and Volume 4 for both of them. And then Blaine or Lewis Kulik, y'all let me know if you want to go on a wait list or anybody else. Blaine and Lewis both said yes, they want to go on a wait list. I just saw where Tedeschi Trucks is coming off a new album. I'll get that posted over in the group. Iron Maiden, $33.99. And we have Seether, Fine and Beauty and Negative Spaces, 2 LP lavender opaque colored vinyl, $39.99. $39.99 on that one, okay? I think, hold on one second. Let me do this. Let me click on this. All right, my bad. Okay, we have CISO Neon. This is called Now. Exclusive sea salt colored vinyl, $34.99. Goo Goo Dolls is at $70. Kiss is at $140, $145, and that means Cypress Hill over here is sold. Cypress Hill is sold at 007 for $75. Sorry, I'm almost done texting over here. I'm trying to get prices on silver for not only to be able to buy some later, maybe tomorrow, but also to price some, because since the market's open the last 24 hours, I hadn't been able to do anything, hadn't been able to communicate with anybody, so I don't know what stuff's going for, and I still got quite a bit to sell. We got Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, pink vinyl, $36.99. That's from the 10 Bands Breast Cancer Awareness pink vinyl, $36.99. Kiss is at $150, Goo Goo Dolls at $72, and our next auction is going to go up right now. We have Tears for Fears. Yes, another one. Not a Japanese pressing, but this is The Hurting. This is an 83 OG Hauppauge and Shrink. Tears for Fears, a $35 start on that. Also, we have Rammstein Mutter, $44.99. Dusk Gray, You Get the Bush. That's so to you. John LaBeatty, I'll put you on a waiting list. Good thing about a waiting list tonight is they'll definitely be in this week, weather permitting. Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror is $39.99. Cake, The Fashion Nugget, $29.99. And Slayer Christ Illusion, $33.99. Kiss is still getting bid, so is Goo Goo Dolls, and Tears for Fears at $35. So we got waiting lists going for the Tedeschi Trucks, and El Snappatan says he needs 1 and 2, and then Lewis Kulik and Blaine on those other volumes we sold tonight, okay? Let's go right over here and show Daniel Johnston. Hi, how are you? $29.99 on that. Metallica, Market Square Arena, Volume 2. I have this one. It's a live Metallica. If you want Volume 1, let me know. We'll get you on a waiting list. Let's price this right here live. We'll do it live, and let's see what's going on over here. And let me open this up, and let's open up Discogs, and I'm going to scan this barcode, and I'm going to tell you how much this record is live right here, right now. And based on what I'm seeing, it needs to be $29.99. Jim Croce, 2023 mixed by Paul Hicks, sourced from the original multi-track tapes. Bad, bad, Leroy Brown. Jim Croce, $29.99. Kiss is at $160. Tears for Fears is at $80. Tears for Fears is in shrink wrap and no condition notes near minus. What about Goo Goo Dolls? Here's a rarity here. Shannon Mashaka has this for $80. Matthew Hendon, You've Been Outbid. It's an $89 USOG. And then Kiss is an OG unplugged. Kevin Gladden has it for $155. It's an 06. It has promo sticker with poster. The cover has a couple creases in it right there and then up here at the top. But check that out. Promotion copy, not for sale. Goo Goo Doll still getting bids. And then over here, Jim Croce is $29.99. Right here's the Discog stats. Median $26.99. Starting at $27.86. I'm assuming that's in the United States. Plus, you'd have to pay shipping on that one LP. So I've got that priced very fairly right now. Sealed, Jim Croce, $29.99, his greatest hits. Also in here, I have Mo 5 Miles Davis Milestones. We sold one on Saturday night. That leaves me with one left. Miles Davis, $44.99. Cyndi Lauper True Colors, $34.99. And Elf, Trying to Burn the Sun. Elf is $39.99. Let's scan another record right now. I'm pricing stuff live tonight. I love it. I want some more of it. I love Pop-Tarts. I ate a bunch when I was trapped inside my house during this horrendous ice storm. And here is this record right here for $34.99. A Charlie Brown Thanksgiving indie exclusive yellow jelly bean vinyl. Jelly beans. That is $34.99. $34. Vince Guaraldi, a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, $34.99. Vince Guaraldi, $34.99. This is on yellow jelly bean colored vinyl. Let's move that right over there. So I still got Jim Croce, a new remaster remix sealed, and then there's Elf. And then what about Kiss? Kiss still getting bids, $165. Goo Goo Dolls still getting bids. Goo Goo Dolls is at $90. And to my knowledge, Tears for Fears is at $80. Tears for Fears is at $80. Shannon Mashaka has Tears for Fears for $80. Kiss is an OG unplugged 96 with poster VG++ EX. It's got a promo sticker over the barcode, and the cover is VG minus because of this crease right there and up here. So not a bad copy, and it's promo marked $165. Matthew's out on Goo Goo Dolls. Shannon has that for $90 US. Kiss is still getting bids. Will Smithson, it's up to you on Tears for Fears. I'm going to make sure you're done. Shannon Mashaka has that for $80. That was a crate of new vinyl I wanted to read through one more time. And now here's what's left. We got Elf, Cyndi Lauper, Miles Davis, Metallica, Daniel Johnston, Slayer, Cake, Pearl Jam, Rammstein, CISO Neon, Seether, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Def Leppard, Vicious Rumors, Paul Stanley, Tom Petty, Michael Jackson, David Gilmour, Black Sabbath, and Motley Crue. Motley Crue. Girls, shout at the devil. Elf. Yes, this is Ronnie James Dio. New sealed music on vinyl, $39.99. Did I hear Pearl Jam? You did. Rearview Mirrors, new and sealed 2 LP. Greatest Hits Volume 1, $39.99. Did you hear Iron Maiden? You did. Which Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time, $33.99. Timothy Horn on the Jim Croce. Thank you. Still got Charlie Brown Thanksgiving over there. I think the only thing we're done now on then is Tears for Fears. Sold to Shannon Mashaka for $80. The Michael Jackson is Dangerous. $38.99 on that one. And I think we're done on Goo Goo Dolls. That one's also sold to Shannon Mashaka. She's racking up tonight. That's sold to Shannon for $90. El Snapatan said he does want that Iron Maiden. Somewhere in Time. You got it. That still leaves Elf, Michael Jackson Dangerous, and anything else that was asked about. And then Kiss is moving to 170 with Ralph Venturino. 170 on that. Tears of Fears just sold for 80. Next auction is going to go up right now. Incubus. And this is called Morning View. And this is a real 2001 OG. A 2001 US OG, once again, with promo sticker over barcode. A promo sticker over barcode and original under sleeves. Almost VG Plus condition. A $55 start on Incubus. Bob Doan on Elf. And that is officially filled in my crate. And then we're ready for another one over here, okay? Let me see what I can do with this and this. 1 second. Let me jump over here. Let me do this. Okay. All right, I'm done. So moving on, Kiss, I'm going to make sure the other bidder didn't want to bid, which it was at 170. Kevin Gladden, I'm going to make sure you say done. And then we're at Incubus at $70, okay? Here we go. Moving on. Now, if y'all haven't heard already, the only person that was able to make it to the store today, as far as regular staff, was Paul, and he marked a crate. We've already gone through it. The other person was Tanner, and I think Jake might have been here earlier too, or maybe Jake was watching from his house, and when he gets here tomorrow, they've got to tag everything. With that being said, we're virtually empty on new arrivals tonight. But the good thing is we have an incredible amount of incredible auctions. I've got stuff I can price live, and we can always go through discount. We've almost went through already our entire new vinyl inventory. We've probably sold a whole crate of it. That's great. We're expecting a lot tomorrow. I've got to order a lot because I still got waiting lists from Thursday and Friday and Saturday. None of that's even been reordered. All that will start showing up as soon as tomorrow or Wednesday and Thursday. Forrest Gump is $39.99. Kiss is still getting bids. Incubus. So here's what we're going to be doing for the rest of the night. We've got about a third of the advertised auction still left. I have 2 whole crates of bonus. And as I'm going through this half-off vintage crate, we're going to be pricing other stuff. Some of this might have been shown half off late the other night, but we're going to show it half off one more time just because that's about the only thing we have left to do. We got half off records to show. So let's do these half off. Some of y'all that don't get to tune in late, probably going to see for the first time a lot of half off stuff because we usually don't do this till later. Okay, so here we do. Let's do this right now. I've got a short but sweet half off vintage crate, and then we'll do another one and another one and another one, and then I'm also going to be pricing stuff live. Okay, so we still got, even though there's nobody here, I got to have them here tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm going to be truly out of stuff to show. Not really, but it makes it difficult when I don't have 20 crates behind me. When I have 20 crates behind me, like priced and ready to go, we can just keep rolling. But when I start having to go, okay, what am I going to do next? We've went through everything in the store. The people start getting restless. Incubus is a 2001 USOG. Yeah, a USOG, something I don't get too often. Nearly VG Plus is the grade from Laura, right on the borderline. And then Kiss is up to Kevin Gladden. Ralph Venturino has it for 180, okay? 180. Let's move that right over there. There's Kiss Unplugged. And then Incubus. Incubus right over here is at 78 with Seth You're Fired. And let's move on with one more new auction, and then I'm going to price some stuff live, Next auction is going to go up right now. Soul Asylum. Soul Asylum is an 84 USOG. Don't get this one too often. Say what you will. VG Plus, a $35 start. Everything in this crate is half off, no more, no less, okay? Here we go. We have Blanket of Secrecy. Ears Have Walls, $6.50. These are pretty simple. They're half off and they're no more, no less, and everything in here is super clean. Bandit, Partners in Crime. Bandit is $7.50. And Age of Chance, 1,000 Years of Trouble, $5, a gold stamp promo with hop sticker. A Drop in the Gray, Certain Sculptures, gold stamp promo, $7.50. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Cat Stevens is $7.50. And the Sharks, 7 Deadly Fins. This is $5 for the Sharks. Also, one more, Jaw Wobble. Going to be a big discount on this one. Now just $25 for Jaw Wobble. Okay, let's go back to the front, and let's see what we have. Incubus, 78. Incubus 85, Incubus 86, Incubus 80, Soul Asylum 35, Bob Panasniak on Blanket. And that's so to Panasniak. Blanket of Secrecy. Mega Blast on Age. Age of Chance, so to Mega Blast. These are half off, no more, no less. Then Soul Asylum 35, then Incubus 90, then Incubus 91, Joseph Clark on the Sharks, Alfredo on Cat. There's Cat Stevens. And over here, we have Paul Peterson on Jaw Wobble, and Kiss Unplugged is sold. OG with poster promo mark, and this is sold. Ralph Intorino, $180. Now, it still looks like they're bidding on Incubus. It's just got a new bid for 91, and then another bid for 90, and Soul Asylum hadn't been up too long. Stephen Douglas on Bandit. We're going to be doing half-off vintage crates because that's our only choice. Plus, I still got to price some stuff live. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, though. We're ready for another Kiss auction. I was made for loving you. We have a 79 Pittman OG with poster. Folks, this is a nice one. This isn't some worn out copy. This isn't some copy that's been through the ringer at a couple of college parties. This is the real one. This is Kiss Dynasty with a very nice poster, crisp and clean with no punch holes or anything. No pinholes is what I meant to say. The vinyl is a clean EX. It has a nice inner sleeve and a nice jacket. This is a real OG Dynasty. Nice. A $50 start on that one. Let's keep going through the half-off records. Billy Chinook, Learning to Survive in the Modern Age. Gold stamp promo, just $5. We have Face to Face. That's now just $7.50. 1984. What else is half off? Fairport Convention. Gold stamp promo, $7.50. What was the last bid on Soul Asylum? It's up to Fred Cardinale. Matthew Hendon bid $35, and Fred Cardinale, you tied him. Now Kiss is at $50. Now it has another bid for 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 $50. Now Incubus is at $100. Now it has a bid for $100. And now we're waiting for Soul Asylum. Next is Julian Cope. This is $10, gold stamp promo. And Fashion Fabrique. Fashion is $7.50. How much? $7.50. I'm ready to price something live. Q Bill O'Reilly. Q Bill O'Reilly. We'll do it live. Okay, I'm out of stuff over here. All that's pre-owned. I'm trying to just go for sealed stuff. However, I do know what this is right here. I never did get to this the other night, and this is not cheap whatsoever. New. So let's go to Discogs right quick. It looks like it's on colored vinyl too, because there's a barcode over a barcode. Barcode over a barcode usually means colored vinyl. And this is Queen Rock Montreal. It's not showing up as colored vinyl. It is sealed, and let's go to the last couple. Sealed and sealed, and this should be. It's a triple LP, $44.99. Queen Rock Montreal, new and sealed, $44.99. Let's put it in a brand new sleeve. The price, I'm telling you, is the price. Marking a few things live. We'll do that in between showing some half-off records in here, okay? Got cool stuff. Y'all going to take advantage of these half-off crates, take advantage of us not being able to price new stuff and me not having much to show. Guess what? That means we're going to price stuff live. I'm going to be looking it up, pricing it very, very, very fairly, and half-off records. So here we go. First thing is Troy Robinson on Face to Face. Now, Incubus, 105. Soul Asylum, 39. And Kiss is at 100 with amenities. Anybody else want to bid more than 100 on Kiss? Incubus is at 111, and Soul Asylum's at 39. Fred Cardinale, you've been outbid. We have Brian Ferry for just $13.50. It was $26.99. This is also right now a half off crate. Joan Armour trading Secrets. Joan Armour trading just $5. Hob sticker. I might do a bundle deal for everything that's left. So if you grab something now, fantastic. If you don't grab it now, it could be bundled at the end. Kiss has a new bid for 101. What about the Coyote Sisters? That's a gold stamp promo, $5 on the Coyote Sisters. And Mark Egan, Mosaic. Mark Egan is now just $5 a gold stamp promo. Guess what? Soul Asylum has a new bid. Incubus has new bids. And Amenities, you've been outbid on Kiss. Mike Torrey's bid $101. Alfredo's bid $160. That's a heck of a jump. Flash Con, K-A-H-A-N. That's $5 for Flash Con. And Color Me Gone is $10. We had Flash Con and Color Me Gone. This is now $10. That means it was $19.99. The Expressions, a gold stamp promo. A lot of 80s stuff in here. That's also $10. And Coconuts, this is $10 for Don't Take My Coconuts. Those coconuts, they're $10. Kiss is at $160. Incubus $135. And now Soul Asylum. Nick, you didn't really move the needle. Matthew Hendon already had it for $39. So, Nick, you tied Matthew Hendon. He already had it for $39. Just FYI, just for your information, just a public service announcement. You actually just tied him. Stephen Forbert, Little Stephen Orbit. That one's $5. And Dream Boy, that's a gold stamp promo, $7.50 on that. And then the Dynatone Shameless, that's now just $5. Also out on Incubus, an OG Incubus, Matthew Hendon, $125. He also has Soul Asylum for $39, and Kiss is a final call for $160. The Dice is $5. The Dice is $5. The Dads is $7.50. The Fools, Wake Up, It's Alive. The Fools is $10. Gerald Whitworth says he'll take Queen. Great. I love selling something. That means I'll price another one. I know how much this should be. This is Black Label Society, sealed, Stronger Than Death, $29.99. I'm pricing this one live right now. That's being priced live. Ooh, there's a Lenny Kravitz record over here. There's some stuff over here that I'm pricing live that I might say, let's auction it live. I may look at it, I may scan it and be like, yeah, let's put this up for auction, especially after we get through all the advertised stuff. So hopefully you're snowed in and you have nowhere to go tonight and you're like, you know what, the only thing I'm going to be doing is watching Chad sell records all night. Firefall Elon, $5. Stephen Douglas on Black Label Society, $29.99. And Firefall, Mirror the World, back-to-back Firefalls there, 5 and 5 on those. Fred next on Black Label, John LeBeatty next on Black Label, and Scott Oman on Color Me Gone. Color Me Gone sold to Scott Oman right here for $10. Okay, we're done on Incubus. That is sold to Matthew Hendon for $125. Okay, I lost Nick Bargeron on Soul Asylum, so that's sold for $39. No, he did bid $41. He right after Gerald Whitworth. Soul Asylum, $41. And now Matthew Hendon's at $44. And then Kiss is sold for $160 to Alfredo. That's done. $160 to Amenities. Let's put that away. And let's put this in here, and then we got to do that. And then don't forget, I got to do some of this over here, okay? I'm going to read through these records quickly one more time, then we're going to go right into another half-off crate. So Fred next on Black Label, then Jelonjo Beatty with Sold Color Me, and then Nick, you've been outbid on Soul Asylum. Little Stephen Forbert, Little Orbit here is sold to Willard Dunham, and the Coconuts was $10 a gold stamp promo, Bob Panasniak. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Erg. This is a pretty good compilation here. URGH exclamation point, a music war. This has artists such as The Cramps and Oingo Boingo. It's an 81 USOG EX edition, a $25 start on that. Soul Asylum is up to Nick Bargeron. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is from one of our bonus crates, but I think it's definitely worthy right now. This is the 2014 mono remaster of Please Please Me. If y'all remember, they did reissue those Beatles albums individually. You got the box set, and then some of them were individually reissued. That's why collectively the box set is like $1,500. A lot of the albums individually can get quite pricey. This is the 2014 remaster of Please Please Please, Please Please Me. They did a really good job with these jackets as well. It's got the flip back. Very, very cool. There's the Beatles and Mono booklet that came with it, and that's a $125 start. $125 on that one, okay? And then we have Bob Panozniak on coconuts. That's sold to him for $10, and Willer Dunham on both Firefalls, 5 and 5. They're sold, okay? Now, Soul Asylum, I've lost Nick Bargeron again. We'll give him one more chance. He just said he's bidding 45. Matthew Hendon, he's at $45. Urs, a $25 start. The Beatles is at $125. We have A Drop in the Gray, $7.50. One more time here. A Drop in the Gray, certain sculptures. Billy Chinook is $5. Fairport Convention is $7.50. Julian Cope is $10. We have Fashion for $7.50 for Fabrique. Brian Ferry is $13.50. John Armour Trading is $5. The Coyote Sisters is $5. Mark Egan Mosaic is $5. Flash Con is $5. We have The Expression for $10. Dream Boy is $7.50, gold stamp promo. The Donatones is $5. The Dice is $5. The Dads were $7.50, and the Fools was $10. And that's a half-off crate, no more, no less. Soul Asylum is sold for $45 to Nick Bargeron. No bid on Erg for $25. No bid on the Beatles for $125. Let's add something else to the bonus crate. Don't forget, that's a mono remaster. And I think that was used from the original tape, so that's pretty dang desirable there. Next is Kiss Destroyer. Oh boy, another Kiss record, a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute OG VG with the original on her sleeve, a $25 start on Destroyer. All right, let's try to bundle these. Does Daz have Whip It on it? Daz, let's go look at that. Any last questions? Because hopefully we can sell these as a bundle, okay? Let's go look at Daz. What was that? Does Daz have Whip It on? The Dads? This is the Dice and the Dads. No Daz here. This is the Dads and the Dice. I might have combined those. I don't have anything from the Daz, just FYI, okay? Then Victor Guerra on the Coyote Sisters. That is now sold to him. Victor Guerra got that. The Beatles at $125, and we have Erg is at $125. So the Beatles is a mono remaster from the original UK tapes, pressed at Optimal and Journey. Okay, there we have it. Awesome. Now, so first thing I'm going to do is... Okay, so let's offer these as a bundle. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 records in here, including that Brian Ferry, which I'm surprised no one got. So 15. Let's see if we can get these all sold as a bundle. Big 80s bundle for somebody. $65 for 15 records. So 65 divided by 15 is $4.33333333. Man. Surely somebody needs that, okay? 433 on that one, okay? That's $65 for the rest of the crate. You can comment bundle sold. I'll take the bundle, Chad. Gary Samuels, the only bidder on Erg. That sold to him for $25. We only had one bid on the Beatles remaster, which was $125 to Mike Torrey's. That's gone. And then Kiss Destroyer, a $25 star. Fred, you just missed Erg. You must have had to go walk your dog or use the facilities because you just missed it. It had been up for a while. There's that. Let's put away the Beatles. Final chance to bid on Kiss Destroyer. And let's go right back over here to the what auctions? The advertised auctions. I'm going to put these two up, and then we're into bonus crates. Plus, I'm pricing stuff live. And we love pricing stuff live. We have Eve 6, Speak in Code. This is a 2012 U.S. limited edition, and this is Eve 6, Speak in Code, red vinyl, $35 start on that. And we have Sparks, 1974 UK, and there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Sparks, a 3-heart rating, and Sparks is a 74 UK, $30 start on that. Eddie Bruce gets the bundle. Excellent, excellent, excellent. There's that. Erg was just at $25, and that sold to Gary Samuels. Eddie Bruce gets the bundle. Thank you, Eddie Bruce. Go check out Eddie Bruce in Cartersville, Georgia at the Rockin' Shop. Eddie, I don't know how the weather's been down in Georgia, but if anybody's ever near Cartersville, Georgia, go check out Eddie Bruce's shop. He's down there at the Rockin' Shop. One day I'm going to get down there myself, but I'm kind of booked for the next 7 years. I checked my schedule the other day. I pulled up my schedule, and I was like, dang, I'm booked for the next 7 years. Whew, every night I've got something going on. This right here, Who's ready for another half off crate? Who's ready for more half off 80 stuff? And very similar to that. Let's just keep going through them. The only way we're going to sell these is if I show them no more, no less half off. They've already been shown once. They were shown best offer. And then guess what? Now they're going to be half off, no more, no less. Now they're going to be half off, no more, no less. Here we go. Now they're going to be half off, no more, no less. Jason, did I get the cure from the post? Those hadn't been tagged yet. So just so you know, invoicing hasn't officially been done yet. Jake and Tanner are still watching the shows. Not many people have been able to get to the store. They're going to finish watching everything tomorrow and hope to have invoices sent out on Wednesday. So probably tomorrow, they're still going to be watching and tagging and keying in. Then Wednesday morning, they're probably going to be keying in. And then Wednesday afternoon, when Ed gets here, he'll start invoicing. So we hadn't went back and purged the new vinyl videos. We haven't went back and pulled anything off the racks. And I don't think they've even tagged all the flip crates yet. So we got a lot to do. First thing I have is this. I've got Kiss at 25, Kiss at 30. What is the Sparks? More info on Sparks. Sparks is a 1974 UK EMI OG. The vinyl's in EX condition. EX condition. That's Sparks, and it's a $30 start. And then we had a bid for 30. And then Kiss got a bid for 37. Kiss Destroyer is an OG VG. An OG VG, original inner sleeve. And that's at 37. And then over here, we have Eve. What is Eve? More details on Eve. Condition on Eve. Eve 6, speaking code, a 2012 USOG. And Eve is a 2012 USOG limited edition vinyl. More half-off stuff, no more, no less. Right off the bat, Alan Toussaint Motion. Alan Toussaint is $10, no more, no less. We have Let's Talk About Love, Modern Talking, an 85 German synth pop. How much? $12.50. And we have Invisible Man's Band, Really Want to See You. Invisible Man's Band, $75. I mean, $7.50. The Fifth Dimension, go where you want to go, do what you want to do, up and away. $7.50 on that. Adam Bernardi on Alan Toussaint, that's sold to him. So let's go over here. We have Sparks is at 42. Kiss is at 40. Adam Bernardi got Alan Toussaint. Alfredo's done on Kiss. Sparks has a bid for 45. Eve 6 is just a $35 start. Then Matthew Hendon's bid 35. Then Jim B is in at 35. Oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding on Eve 6. Oh my gosh, everybody go to Discogs.com right now and type in that information because it must be at a steal of a price. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Somebody go check that out right now. Oh no, Jim B is bidding. This could be the end of all things to come. Japanese Kiss CD, sealed, Rock and Roll Over, a $25 start. That's now for bid. A sealed Japanese Rock and Roll Over, $25 on that. Next is Daniel Farrow on the Fifth Dimension. We're going through also a half-off crate, no more, no less. So we still got Modern Talking for $12.50. That is the second album. And we have right over here, the Invisible Man's Band, $7.50. All right. It's time to price a record live. Right now, we're going to do it live. And Jake has informed me there's a new button on my Stream Deck. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see if it works, Jake.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Wow. That might be the greatest thing I've ever seen. We're going to price it live. I am going to, right now, tell you how much this is. I'm going to do it live. I'm pricing this record live right now. Shout out to Jake, who is somehow remotely watching from his house and changing things on my computer and adding functions. I don't know what you call this sorcery, but somehow he's able to do this kind of stuff. And this record is sealed for $39.99. Wowie wow. George Harrison live in Japan with Eric Clapton. Oh my goodness. Sealed George Harrison, $39.99. Holy moly. George Harrison, $39.99. No records price, that's okay. We'll do it live. and we're probably going to sell all. There's only one thing left that's I've priced tonight, and we're not going to keep that. We're going to keep that streak going when somebody right now gets this. And Kevin J. Reed said, Chad, ring me up, add it to my cart. I'll take it. So did Kevin J. Reeds. Wow. Let's get back to the half off stuff. Joe Jackson, $10. No condition notes on anything in here so far. $10 on that. Hudson Brothers, totally out of control. The Hudson Brothers is $5. And we have the Fifth Dimension, the July 5th album. Folks, these are half off, no more, no less. $7.50. Slappy White, as referenced in Seinfeld, a Seinfeld reference, Slappy White, sealed for $7.50. And Fairchild is just $5. I think we're done on Kiss. Mike Torres, you were at 28. The last bid on this, I think we're out of order. Bob Panasniak bid $40 on Kiss about 3 minutes ago. So Kiss Destroyer is at $40 with Bob Panasniak. That was about 3 minutes ago. Then somebody laid down a $25 bid, and then another $25 bid, and then somebody bid $28. But Bob Panasniak has said, not so much, my fans. Not so fast, my friends. Not so quick, buddies. I'm already at $40. And then over here, we have Eve 6. Now, this started at $35. Where's it going to end at? The last bid is Shannon Mashaka at $55. And then Sparks. The opening bid for Sparks was $40 with Red Betty, and I think we're done. Does anybody else want to bid more than $40? Eve's at $55, and then Kiss is at $40. Okay, and then over here, Kevin J. Reach got the George Harrison. Karen was second. Fred Cardinale third. Daniel Farrow on HB. And HB was for Hudson Brothers. That's sold to Daniel Farrow for just $5. And then over here, Victor Guerra on Slappy White. That's sold to Victor Guerra. And then we had CD for $28. I'm not for sure what that is. Kiss out. Oh, the Kiss CD. They're bidding on Kiss CD. Okay, so let's do this. Destroyer, I forgot I even put that up. That is sold for $40 to Bob Panasniak. So if you were still bidding on this, my bad. I forgot I even laid that up there. Bill O'Reilly distracted me. Mike Torres has that for $28. So if you're still bidding, go right ahead, okay? Now, over here, we have Eve at $39 with Fred Cardinale. Now, I don't think you have moved the auction needle anywhere. The high bid on Eve is $50. Fred Cardinale, the high bid on Eve is $50, and Sparks is sold to Red Betty. I'm selling that because that bid was like 10 minutes ago when no one else has bid. Sparks is sold for $40 to Red Betty. Nice pickup. Okay, so there we have it. And now back to the half off. So nobody on Fairchild, nobody on Fifth Dimension, nobody on Joe Jackson. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Blue, another time flight. Blue is $5, and then the Railway Children reoccurrence. Gold stamp promo, $7.50. Chet Atkins Teen Scene. Chet Atkins is $5, and Introducing Lobo is a gold stamp promo, $5, and Neil Diamond Rainbow. Neil Diamond is $6.50. Neil Diamond, $6.50. That's more half off stuff. Time to price some stuff live. Let me go ahead and pull this out, and let me figure out what I should mark it for. That only means one thing. I want to see this again with my own eyes. Let me click on this right now.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
So right now in my hand, I'm holding a record. And that record, I'm scanning, and I'm about to tell you right now live what the price is. Now, this is either on black or colored vinyl. There's no hype sticker, so I really don't know. So how about I just price it like it's black vinyl, and this is sealed Lenny Kravitz for $29.99. Lenny Kravitz, $29.99. $29.99, Lenny Kravitz. $29.99, and this is sealed, and I'm going to try to get you a price right now, which is $29.99. And the album is called, I don't know, but it looks like it is sold to Tim Fagari. He was first, then Rick Hall. Okay? First thing over here is this. We have Eve 6, which is at $39 with Fred Cardinale. And then Jim B put Eve 5-6. I'm not for sure if that's a bid or you were trying to confuse me. And then we had the CD at 33, the CD at 35, the CD at 40. Jason Fortnerat on Railway Children. That sold to him for $750. And then Willard Dunham on JJ. That's probably for the Joe Jackson, right, Willard? That sold to you for 10. Then Daniel Farrow got Neil Diamond. And then Tim Vigari on Lenny Kravitz, then Rick Hall, then Tim Vigari corrected his comment. Now the CD 45, Alfredo's done, then John LaBadie on Lenny Kravitz, and then Greg Preston on Lenny Kravitz, okay? And then we have the Fortunes, that is $10. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. The Fortunes is $10. Also, Henry Gross, plug me into something. Henry Gross is sealed, $7.50. And we have Bachman Turner Overdrive head on, $7.50 on that one. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this time from the what crate? The bonus crate. Oh my goodness. 1985 USOG Oingo Boingo Dead Man's Party. Gloversville Press with the lyric insert, VG Plus condition. This has everything you would want. It's OG. It has the insert. It has the hop sticker. Dead Man's Party is a $45 start. BTO is sold to Todd Saw. This Kiss Japanese CD is sold to Mike Torres for $45. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. And then Eve 6. Jim B's at $56. Shannon Mashake is at $50. Okay, so Jim B was trying to bid $56 on this. Goodness gracious. Eve 6, speaking code, a 2012 USOG red vinyl. The high bid right now is $56 with Jim B. Oingo Boingo, great pull from the bonus crate auction. And the Hudson Brothers, another one. Hollywood Situation, $5. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, $7.50. What else could I possibly price over here? What else could I possibly put up for auction? I need to do this one. But also, we need a third auction going from what crate? The bonus crate. I see something Japanese. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Red Cross. So that's the label. Bob Marley, Japanese pressing? Oh, I thought this was an Obi. Never mind. This is a UK. At first, I glanced out. I was like, wow, that's a Japanese Bob Marley. It is a UK Bob Marley and the Wailers, So Rebel, near mint minus, a $35 start. $35 start on that. Eve 6 has a new bid for $58. And then we have over here, we have Oingo at 50, Oingo 45, Jason Forterat's at 45, and then Daniel Farrow on Hudson Brothers and Chris Christopherson. These are both sold to Daniel Farrow, $5 and $7.50. We're also right now right in the middle of a half-off crate, no more, no less. And we have If Squared. That's now $12.50. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Now Eve is at $59 with Jim B. Mike Quadrini's out. Bob Marley's at $37. And Oingo Boingo's at $55, which means Jason Fortnerat, you've been outbid. We have Blue Trapeze Mask and Marquee, and this is a 1986 New Wave, $7.50. Thank you, Jake. I see your message over here. Thank you. But I do know what we need to put up. This was probably the best button so far of the night. Wow. Look at poor Otis. He's all cold out in the snow because Tennessee has been hit hard with an ice storm, but we're doing okay. We're live and we're selling records. And right now, I am going to scan this record, and I'm going to tell you how much it is. This is on blue marble vinyl, and it's sealed, and I'll do it for $29.99. The Magpie Salute. Another Chris Robinson, Rich Robinson. I get those two guys mixed up. This is blue vinyl, $29.99. $29, the Magpie Salute. That is available right now. If you want it, go right ahead. I'm pricing stuff live. Blue vinyl on this one. I think there's a black vinyl over here as well. $29.99 on that one. Blue vinyl, Magpie Salute. That one's called High Water. Back to the half-off crate, just FYI, I have Joy of Cooking for $5. Whatever doesn't sell out of here, we'll try to do a bundle with. And wow, my phone started playing Magpies. That's from Discogs. I was like, what's going on? My phone started playing it from Discogs. I got to be careful leaving my screen unlocked. Okay, Tony Booth on the right track. This is Tony Booth, $5. Tony Booth, $5, and 10 of Pentankles, Sam the Sham, the 10 of Pentankles, $10 on that. And we have Charlie D and Milo, 1970 press, $12.50 on that one. Over here, Eve 6, Jim B is trying to be difficult. He's bidding $61 by putting $60 in a penny. Jim B's at $61. Mike Codrini, you're out. Oingo Boingo's at 85, and then Bob Marley. The last bid that came in on that was Steve Mason at $40. We have over here Chad Smith, The Joy of Cooking. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Bob Marley, 36. I think the high bid is already at 40 with Steve Mason. It is. And now Oingo Boingo's at 85. Just FYI, now it's at 90. Now Eve's at 62. Ian Messenger, $5 on that. And then we have Blue Zoo 2x2, an 83 sealed New Wave, $10. I can do without Bill O'Reilly. I had a feeling. I'm watching the delay over here on my other monitor. It's like 5 minutes behind or 10, and I just see him pop up. I had a feeling at least one person would say, well, I can do without Bill O'Reilly in my life, Chad. There's already been 2 say that. There'll probably be more than that. Valentine Brothers, have a good time. Valentine Brothers is $10. And we have Two Minds Crack, the Victory Parade. This is $7.50. Over here, Oingo Boingo's at 105. Oingo Boingo's at 110. And then Eve is at $63. Mike Codrini, you've been outbid. I don't know what's going on. This must be a $200 or $300 record. Mike Codrini has it for, could be 4 or 5 if Jim B's bidding on it. And then Bob Marley over here is called Soul Rebel. It's near mint minus, and Fred Cardinale has it for $36. Fred Cardinale, $36. We have Simon Townsend, Moving Target. Simon Townsend is $5. And then we have Ralph Towner, Gary Burton Slideshow. That is with a gold stamp promo, $7.50 on that. And then Tom Teely. Tom Teely is $5. We're doing a half off, bunch of 80 stuff in here. Half off, no more, no less. And then whatever doesn't sell, I'll try to sell them as a bundle. The last bundle sold, maybe we can sell some more bundles. Eve is at 66 with Jim B. Can we get a $75 bid on that? Otherwise, Jim B will be here till tomorrow. And then we have Oingo Boingo. D-Kong has this for 120. Now Eve is at 68. And are we done on Bob Marley? Somebody asked what it is. Somebody went out. And then the last bid on Bob Marley that came in was Steve Mason at $40. That's a final call. Eve is at 68. What was Slideshow? That's Ralph Towner and Gary Burton. Gold stamp promo. No condition note, $7.50. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Okay. Here is another Magpie Salute. Now, this one has a different hop sticker. It also says blue and white mix. This other one said blue marble vinyl. So I'm going to mark both of them for $29.99. Now Jim B's at 69 on Eve. Must be a $200 or $300 record for him to be bidding on it at $69. Here's another sealed Magpie. So I got 2 different colored vinyl. I guess they're different. I'm not for sure, but those are $29.99. So, Tim, I'm going to give you this one right here, and then I've got another one over here still if anybody wants that one. And then Adam Bernardi on Slideshow. Steve Mason gets Bob Marley for $40. John LeBeatty, I'm going to give you the other Magpie unless you wanted that one I just had. Totally up to you. Now Eve is at $72 with Mike Codrini. I think we're done on Oingo Boingo. The last bid was D-Kong at 120. Just FYI, we need more bonus crate pulls. And then John LeBeatty, I'm going to give you the other Magpie, okay? So those are sold and sold. And then we have Richard Thompson, Across a Crowded Room. Richard Thompson is $10. And 3 to the power of 3. 3 to the power of 3 is $5. And then over here we have 10 Angel, a gold stamp promo, $6.50. Let's go ahead and pull something else from what? The bonus crate. I love bonus crate pulls because we end up with stuff like this. Are y'all ready? Here we go. Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic is a 1985 USOG Carrollton with the original under sleeve VG Plus condition. Weird Al, a $35 start. Oingo Boingo sold for $120 to D-Kong. Eve is at $72. I wanted the blue. Well, one of them says limited edition blue and white marbled, and the other one says blue marbled. So I don't know. So I got you down John LeBeatty for this one, which is blue marble vinyl. The other one was blue as well. I think they're the same. They just have different hop stickers. And then over here, we have Willard Dunham on RT for Richard Thompson. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. And then Mike Codrini is on Eve at 72. What is the condition? Eve is a 2012 USOG limited edition red vinyl, near mint minus and pristine with insert, an extremely highly desirable, incredibly demanding record. People are lined up in the streets for this every day. Mike Codrini has it for $72. Weird Al already has 2 bids for $35. Donna Bertram was first. Anybody else, we're going to keep going through here. Half off stuff. Tommy Two-Tone, National Emotion, $7.50 on that. And Dwight Twilley, Jungle, that is $5. Also, Joan Armatrading, Sleight of Hand, $5 for Joan Armatrading. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let's put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, a 1984 USOG Pittman. This is near mint minus, super clean. So many great auctions to run tonight. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $45 start. There's your chance. $45. About time to price something live. Next is Lydian Pence, Cold Blood, 1976. That's sealed for $15. And Johnny Hodges, The Jeep is Jumping. Johnny Hodges is a UK copy, $10 on Johnny Hodges. And the Textones, Midnight Mission, $7.50. I'm assuming everybody's done on Eve. I'm going to give it one more chance, and then I'm selling it for $72. No one's bid. No one has set out. No one else has bid on Weird Al. I'm assuming no one wants to bid more than $35. No one else has bid. We have Mark O'Connor. Mark O'Connor's $5. That one's called Stone from Which the Ark Was Made. A gold stamp promo, $5. The Members Radio, $5 on the Members. And then Cat Dancer, Sandy Stewart, $5. I love half-off crates. These are half off, no more, no less. Johnny Hodges is sold to Sean Miller. Tag that as gone. We got Muta Bakura. We sold one the other night. There's the other one for $12.50. And the Epidemics is $5. Jim B has bid $73 on the Eve. $73 on the Eve. Mike Codrini's probably about to shoot you. Weird Al's at $36. Alfredo on info on the Textones. The Textones is called Midnight Mission. It's got a hop sticker. It's at $7.50, and it has the original inner sleeve. $7.50 on that. Now Eve 6 is at $75. Let's go ahead and get it up to $100. It's going to get there anyways. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, an 84 USOG near mint, a $45 start. Now another bid for $75. Who wants to go ahead and bid $100? You've got to ask yourself right now, do I want to purchase Eve 6? If I do, I'm going to have to bid $100 to win it. Victor Guerra on Sandy, and this is officially sold to Victor Guerra. And then over here, we have Spoons. Spoons is at $10. I'm not for sure the reason this was started at $35. I'm going to have to go look it up myself. It sounds like it's a really rare, highly expensive, and super desirable record. I don't know what the deal is. We probably could have saved a lot of time starting it for like $100. Let's look up Eve 6 over here. Speak in Code. Let's take a look at it. Eve 6, Speak in Code. Transparent red vinyl. Let's see what we can find out about it. And Jim B's like, oh no, here we go. I should have went ahead and bid $100 since it's like a $5,000-$6,000 record. Holy crap. I mean, they start at $135. No wonder. You can't get one for less than $135 right now. That's the deal with it. You can't get one for less than $135. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $50, and then Weird Al's at $40. So if anybody else wants to bid, I've lost 2 other bidders on that one. Any Trouble, a gold stamp promo, $5 on that. We have Chet Atkins, Stay Tuned, gold stamp promo, $5. Industry is at $15. I'm going to put it on a timer. It's up to Mike Codrini and Jim B. Right now, Steve Mason has it for $75. Right now, the high bid is with Steve Mason at $75. We're going to put it on a timer. My clock, I'm going to wait for a bid to come in. I'm going to give it 60 seconds. Then we have Power Play. We have Power Play at $5. Weird Al, I'm waiting for a couple other people to bid. It's time for another auction. Joe Boxers is $5. Daniel Farrow on CA for Chet Atkins. That is sold. And then Garland Jeffries, One-Eyed Jack. Garland Jeffries is at $5. We have Al Jarreau, a gold stamp promo, $5. We have Broken Edge, Time for a Change, $7.50. Duncan Brown, The Wild Places, $5. We got a bid on Eve 6 for $100. I'm resetting my timer. Willard has it for $100. Now, does anybody want to go ahead and bid $135? That would be your next best play. Carla Blade, Night Glow, $650 on that. And Jean-Michel Jarre in concert, $750. Any update on Megadeth? No. Eve 6 at $101. Neil Young Harvest already go. Yes. Now, Weird Al is with who? Antonio. I've lost Nick Bergeron and I've lost Donna Bertram. I'll scroll back through here and make sure Donna Bertram set out. As usual, I've lost Nick Bergeron. The high bid on this is $40. It's a final call. What is Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stevie Ray Vaughan's a 1984 USOG Pittman Press, super clean. This is near mint minus and pristine. And Stephen Douglas has it for $50. It's an OG. It's an OG. Okay? This was a half-off crate. What I'm going to go ahead and do is try to bundle these together for somebody. Willard Dunham, boy, you came in lucky. I just stopped my timer at 55 seconds. All right, let's do it again. If you want Eve, I would recommend bidding $135. That's my personal suggestion. Weird Al still getting bids at $42. Adam Bernardi on Jean-Michel. I'm going to count these, and we're going to offer this. This is a ton of super clean 80 stuff in here. Eve's at $135. Anybody else? Weird Al's at $42. I'm going to make sure McEwen Photo either bids or passes on Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's super clean. Hopefully everybody is actively bidding $135 on Eve right now. That'd make the most logical sense. Let's go ahead and add another record from the bonus auction over here. And this is going to be a copy of what? Alice Cooper, Trash. This is a 1989 USOG EX Plus condition. Alice Cooper, Trash. Really nice. Kip Winger on guitar. $45 on that. Now Eve has a new bid for $104. It took 54 seconds for that to come in. Let's start it again. Eve's at $104. I recommend somebody bidding $135. Weird Al has a new bid for $44. Stevie Ray Vaughan did not get another bid, and Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Stephen Douglas for $50. Let's go into another crate. Alice Cooper's now up for bid. A $45 start. All right, let's put this over here, and let's go ahead and do this right now. I'm going to count these, and if anybody wants this bundle deal, hopefully we get them sold, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. We love bundles. 41 records. I'm assuming everybody's done on Eve. $104 was Steve Mason. $104 was Steve Mason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Making sure I had that correctly. There's a new bid on Eve for $110. Let's go ahead and get a bid for $135. 41 records in here. New bid on Eve. Final call, Willard Dunham, $110. A 2012 USOG limited edition red vinyl. How about we go ahead and get a bid for $135 on that? Anybody else want to bid on Weird Al? Antonio at $44. Nick Bergeron is out. Sold to Antonio for $44. Now Alice Cooper's at $50 with Angela Ledbetter. Eve is $110. Who wants to go ahead and bid $135 on that one? Next is Blue towards the back. I think I had a question on it. Okay. Blue is called Another Time Flight. No condition notes. $5 on that one. While you're letting me know, it's on the Rocket Record Company from MCA Records. $5 on that. I'm resetting my timer on Eve right now. 60-second timer. Everybody has got a bid in every time in less than 60 seconds. They think, they wait, they type it in, they hesitate. They're like, oh my gosh, should I bid again? I don't know if I should or not. And then finally they hit send and it shows up just in time on my screen. This is Grateful Dead Shakedown Street. Grateful Dead is a 1978 USOG Pitman press, VG++ condition. Grateful Dead is a $35 start. Eve 6 is near mint minus and pristine. I would recommend going ahead and bidding $135. Blue is sold to either Adam Bernardi or Bob Panozniak. Y'all's decision. Right now it's at $135. This should be moving in huge increments. This should be getting bids, new bid at $111. Who wants to go ahead and bid $135? I'm going to reset the timer again. Final call on Alice Cooper. Final call on Alice Cooper at $50. Bob Panozniak does take blue for 5, Grateful Dead 35.35. Now Eve's at $111. Who wants to bid $135 on it? That's going to be the next benchmark. And then from there, it's going to get to $150. It may get up to $175 or $200. Right now, I'm going to try to bundle these together. This is a bundle deal on everything that's left in this crate for $150. You heard me correctly. Everything in this crate for $150. $150. That is the bundle deal. That's $3.75 each. Eve has a new bid for $135. It's up to one person, Jim B. So here's what I'm doing. I'm resetting the timer. Jim, you know what to do. You can say out or you can bid. There's the timer. It's at $135. Alice Cooper is right here, and that's sold to Angela Ledbetter for $50. And then Grateful Dead's at $40 with Kevin J. Reitz. Let's put that away. Let's put that right over here. Two $300 record. It's only at $135. I guess you got to be really wanting it, or you got to be really wanting to make some money off of it. One of the two things is going to influence the bid right now. One, you really want it, or two, you really want to make some money on it. Next auction is Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry is first time on vinyl, limited to $1,750, and this is sealed. A record store day red with yellow swirl. Buck Cherry is a $55 start. $55 start on that. Grateful Dead 40, Grateful Dead 50. 3, 2, 1, sold. This is sold for $135 with Willard Dunham. That is sold, and then Grateful Dead's at 42, now 50 with Jay Beach, and there's Buck Cherry. Bundle deal. I may have to end the show if nobody buys these. Where are all my bundlers? The chances of finding a bundler right now, on this crate should be really high. There's 40 records left. You get an instant 80s collection, everything nice and sleeved for $150. I've got to figure out why we were just starting that record at a $35 start. That's what I was confused at. We could have saved a lot of time and trouble if we would have started that more like a $95 start. That would have been more like it. Laura marked stuff very fairly. I think that's why all of our auctions always do successful. And I think that's why when we mark stuff from these new arrival collections, there's pretty much nothing left when we're done. Let's grab another handful of stuff to price live right now on the screen in front of everybody. I'm grabbing a whole new handful. We've already blasted through almost 2 more of these plastic tubs tonight. That new collection of 4,400 is going to be gone before the end of the week. It's going to be like flash before your eyes, you know, just like Metallica Ride the Lightning. I seen where Megadeth covered Ride the Lightning on their new album. What's up with that? I thought they hated each other. All right, let's go over here, and next thing is Grateful Dead 43, and then one more look on Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry's a 2020 U.S. Record Store Day, sealed, a $55 start. What are the titles in the bundle? Carla Bley, Duncan Brown, Broken Edge, Al Jarreau, Garland Jeffries, Joe Boxers, Power Play, Industry, Any Trouble, Spoons, The Textones, The Epidemics, Muta Bakura, The Members, Mark O'Connor, Lydian Pence, Joan Armatrading, Dwight Twilley, Tommy Two-Tone, Ten Angel, 3 to the Power of 3, Tom Teeley, Simon Townsend, Two Minds Crack, Valentine Brothers, Blue Zoo, Ian Messenger, Charlie and Milo, Sam the Sham, Tony Booth, Blue Trapeze, If Squared, Henry Gross, The Fortunes, Lobo, Chad Atkins, Fairchild, Fifth Dimension, Invisible Man, and Modern Talking. 150 buys them. 40 records, 375. How do we not have a claim yet? Grateful Dead 43, Grateful Dead 55, and Jay Beach is already at 50. Right here, we have Grateful Dead at 50. Grateful Dead at 50. Grateful Dead at 50. He upright and compose a song. Okay, that I did not know. I knew he was obviously in Metallica, but I didn't know the whole history of that. I did not know the whole history of that one. All right, here's our next auction. We have more Oingo Boingos. First, let's go ahead and see what's up with this one right here. Golly, look at all this stuff. Do we still got a Grateful Dead up? We do. Look at all these Grateful Dead records behind me. Holy crap. Let's go ahead and do a Crowded House here. Crowded House is a 86 USOG EX Plus condition, a $35 start. Crowded House with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start on that one, okay? Daniel Farrell said sold on everything left in here. So what I'm going to do, whoever's watching, I'm going to make this the start of the next crate, but I still got room in this crate here to fill up a few things, okay? So these are sold, $150. That's done. Let's put those away. Fantastical, and I'm going to make that the start of the next crate, whoever's watching. But right now, I'm going to use what's left in this crate to still put stuff up. Crowded House already has a bid for 50. Buck Cherry's tied. Sean Sam bid 55. Mike Torrey's bid 55. Now, Grateful Dead is sold to Jay Beach for $50, okay? Thank you. Let's go ahead and put some more up. That's sold for $50 to Jay Beach. That's going to go right over here. Buck Cherry's tied. Thank you, Daniel Ferry, on the bundle. And let's go through another half-off crate. You heard me correctly. Another half-off crate. That's about what I can offer you tonight. And then whatever's left, we'll do bundles. And I think by the end of tonight, I'm going to have an amazing feat that I don't think I've ever been able to say before. I think by tonight, when we've gone through all these and we've bundled everything, we have no pre-owned inventory left in this building other than our $2 records up front. That means everything we've ever priced already this year or anything from last year, there's going to be nothing left, because that's going to leave me with Paul's half crate he marked today, and I've got about 3 more crates to go through half off. And that pretty much means after tonight, we're going to have no new stuff is going to be left over. That's why I'm having to also mark it now. So I am once again on the horn trying to get somebody hired that's local or wants to move to Lebanon to help us mark stuff. I need somebody help posting pre-orders in the group. I need somebody's help marking stuff every day, because obviously we no longer can keep up with how fast we're marking stuff. I used to have 1 record pricer, then I've got 2 record pricers, now I've got 3 record pricers, and now I'm going to need 4 record pricers. I probably could use 5. So if you're anywhere remotely close to Lebanon, and you're very knowledgeable about records, and you have a clean record and you're not on drugs, I can probably hire you to price records here. So let me know if that's a gig that you want. This next record is at a great price. It is sealed, limited edition sky blue vinyl, $39.99. Charlie Brown. We're going to be pricing stuff live. Charlie Brown, Jazz Impressions of a Boy Named Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio, $39.99. $39.99, okay? This is done. Boom. And that is sealed, okay? Now, over here, Buck Cherry got a new bid for 58, which means Sean Sam, you've been outbid. And then over here, Crowded House, the last bid was the only bid, Amenities 50, sold $50. That's done. Let's put that right over here, okay? Next, let's go ahead and put up another auction. I've got them galore tonight. Anybody want to bid on Houdini? Houdini's an 84 US repress in Indianapolis press near McMinus, a $15 start. $15 start on that. Joey Sorge over on YouTube is in on the Charlie Brown for $39.99. He's out on Buck Cherry. That's sold to Mike Torrey's for $58. So right now we got Houdini Escape near McMinus, $15 start. That's up for bid. We're about to put up a half-off crate. It's actually on the table right now. But first, we need more auctions. The Psychedelic Furs, nice. An 84 USOG Pittman near McMinus, a $25 start. A $25 start on that. The Psychedelic Furs, that is called Mirror Moves, a $25 start on that. And then our next auction from the bonus crate is the Grateful Dead set. I told y'all I had a lot more Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead set, and this is an 81 USOG Hop Hog VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeves, Grateful Dead, a $35 start, dead set. Okay? $35 start, dead set. All right, let's do a half off crate, no more, no less. I'm about ready for a new Monster refill, though, to keep this adrenaline pumping. It's been a great night not to have much new stuff priced, but I figured most people are snowed and then losing their mind like I did yesterday. I mean, I just can't stay at home. So now if I was at home and had something like this to watch, sign me up. But I watched enough TV and movies yesterday to call somebody to go crazy. Okay, no Japanese, none that's ready. I'm digging through. I might find some of these tubs, but whenever Seth brings back whatever he left with on Saturday / Sunday morning, whenever he was here, that should be a ton that should be coming back. So let's do a half off crate. Let me refill my drink here right quick. Ice and Monster. Ice and Monster. People are out and about. They wasn't the other night when I was stepping outside. It looked like the end of the world, but I think everybody's like, okay, it's okay. We can get out now. Sure, we can get out now. Oh, it's hot in the store. Goodness gracious. Grab this. I got some New England clam chowder to eat later from Panera Bread. Some New England clam chowder. New England clam chowder. Clam chowder. Oh, your father. Boy, who wants to buy some silver tonight? That'll get the week going. Who's ready to buy some silver? Who's ready? All right, sorry for the timeout. Let me get this drink poured. I used to drink them out of the can, but I found out ice is the way to go. All right. Okay, here we go. How much? Depends on what you want to buy. You looking for bars or halves or Morgans? Bars, halves, or Morgans? You know it's just going to keep going up. It's not like it's going to like crash back down to 60 or 70 an ounce again. That's over. That's over with. Okay, so I'm half off crate. I'm pricing stuff live, and we have an incredible amount of auctions to do, okay? Grateful Dead, $36. Grateful Dead, $40. So Houdini is our first auction over here. One more time on these. No one has bid. Houdini's an 84 US repress near mint, a $15 start. Psychedelic Furs is an 84 USOG near mint. We're looking for a $25 start. Mike Brangle bid 25. Final call. Grateful Dead 35. Grateful Dead 36. Grateful Dead 40. An 81 USOG. An 81 USOG. Walking Liberties. I have Franklin's and I've got Kennedy's. I've got Franklin's and Kennedy's. Okay? Franklin's and Kennedy's. Half off crate. Slam Dance soundtrack. Slam Dance is $10. These are half off, no more, no less. The Subdudes, that's $12.50. Also Taxi, T-A-X-X-I, Foreign Tongue, $5 on Taxi, and Cognac and Bologna. Cognac and Bologna, Doug and the Slugs, $10. Also Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap, Stephen Steele's is $10, and Maiden Australia, $7.50 on that. The Subdudes is sold to Mike Brangle. And now I got to swap out crates. Let me do this. Let me put this right here. And let me grab a new empty. Well, actually, no, the next crate is going to be where we started on this bundle. So let me grab that right quick. That's where we started on this bundle here. Yep. So now whoever's watching, the bundle's going to start the next crate, and then we're going to start putting the new stuff there. Okay. Houdini 15, now 16. Grateful Dead 41. And what was the question on Psychedelic Furs? What running back is the Psychedelic Furs? This is an 84 USOG Mirror Moves. It has one bid for $25, Mirror Moves. Next is Victor Guerra on Taxi and the Made in Australia. That's sold to Victor Guerra, and he gets this one. Half off crate, no more, no less. Beat Rodeo, Home in the Heart of the Beat. That's $7.50. And 15 Thoughts of Brinley Schwartz, $10 on Brinley Schwartz. Let's go ahead and put up, let's price something live right now. I know how much this is. Iron Maiden sealed Life After Death, $39.99. We're going to be pricing stuff live. I'm going to put it in a sleeve, and I'm going to price it live. Iron Maiden, this is sealed, $39.99. Okay, boom, and boom. There's that, and if you want it, it's right over here. Also on the half-off crate is Stephen Forbert. Stephen Forbert is $5. Stephen Forbert is $5, and Gary Myrick and the Figures is $6.50. Gary Myrick and the Figures. There's something that keeps rattling over here. Aha, it's an old nickel. It's not silver, though. Okay, and then we have Houdini 1718, Dead Out, and then the Iron Maiden sold to Josie Sinkbell. John LeBady, you were second. Okay, Psychedelic Furs is sold to just that one bid of $25. And that's sold to Mike Brangle. He's probably like any day now, Chad. That's sold for $25 to him. Let's put up some other stuff. Very nice. Let's put that away. Houdini is now at 18. Scott Dyer, it's up to you. And the last bid on the Grateful Dead was $41 with Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. Now, Jerry, you still have this at $41, just FYI. Back to turntable on Stephen Forbert. We're doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. Dwight Twilley Scuba Divers. This is $5. And we have Tommy Two-Tone for $10. Houdini out. This is sold to Chad Snyder for $18. And then final call on that Grateful Dead for $41. Okay, more new auctions. Let's see what else we have over here. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. This is a 1981 USOG VG condition. AC/DC with the original on her sleeve is a $25 hair start. Joan Armour Trading, the Shouting Stage, $5 on Joan Armour Trading. Volunteer Jam 6, Charlie Daniels, $17.50, and Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. Excuse me. Now, somebody asked earlier, any more Japanese? Are y'all talking about vinyl or CDs? Because I do have some CDs I can put up for bid. Let me grab some right now. Earlier, we had a war going on for the Tears for Fears songs from the Big Chair. What about a sealed Japanese CD for a $35 start? I forgot about that. Y'all should have been more specific. I got a whole collection over here of Japanese CDs. Sealed Tears for Fears, $35 on that one. Excuse me. Oh, man. We got John Bergenstorm on Tommy Two-Tone. That's sold. AC/DC 25, 25, 25, 29. Harry Chapin Topographic was $7.50. And then over here, we have AC/DC 2527. The Tears for Fears CDs at $45. AC/DC 30. Okay, he said he'll take it. Good. That means we can put up two new auctions. And Grateful Dead is sold to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera for $41.99. Trucking. Trucking. All right, so the Tears for Fears CD is at $40. Opening bid on that was $45 of Alfredo, okay? Next is David Wagner. That's $7.50, doing business as Crow. This one's called Sven Voth, Vitriol of Life and Accident in Paradise. That is $12.50. And we have Marva Wright, $10, doing a bunch of half-off stuff tonight. Here's your chance, or we're going to bundle them, and so far every bundle is sold. There's only been two, but hopefully we can keep that going, okay? Next auction. Let's finish up with the Grateful Dead, or let's keep going. There's several more. Terrapin Station is a 77 US OG Santa Maria VG++ condition with the original inner sleeve. $30 on the Grateful Dead. AC/DC 34, AC/DC 39, and Tears for Fears has a new bid for $48. That's the Japanese CD. Let me lay that right there so I don't forget it, okay? And then we have also the Johnstons. That's a 72 promo, $750. And we have Deacon and Albin, Quay Asco, $10 on that. Let's price something live right now. Now, this was new on Record Store Day. No, this was new at Plaid Room Records for $72.99. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to open up the Discogs app, and we're going to price it live. Okay, we're going to price it live. And I'm going to look up comps, and we're going to tell you right now that I think a super deal on this would be $64.99. It's a 3 LP, the best of Roy Gallagher at the BBC. That is sealed $64.99. I'm going to put it right now on a brand new sleeve, and it's still sealed. It was new 72. Median on this thing right now is $62.93, and it looks like the last two sold overseas for like $61. So great price on that at $64.99. I'm pricing stuff live. Triple LP sealed on that one. Boom, there it is. The only other thing priced live tonight that hadn't sold is the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving on yellow jelly bean vinyl for $34. That's the only two records that hadn't sold. Michael, make that just one now. Poor Charlie Brown, Michael Nath, and Roy Gallagher. Thank you on that. Quick update, okay? Quick update. The CD is at $50, sold to amenities. Now, guess what I got? Joey or anybody else, I've got two more of those if anybody else wants them for $50. That is these Tears for Fears, SMH sealed Japanese, $50. So, Joey, you can have one for the same price or anybody else, okay? Next thing is Mortgage Guy Rob gets to Charlie Brown. We need to update these two other auctions because they are getting a lot of bids. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. Matthew Hendon has it for $41. It's an 81 US OG. OG for the United States. It was already previously released in Australia. And then Grateful Dead is a 77 US OG Santa Maria VG++. VG++. There's another Tears for Fears sold for $50. That leaves one more if anybody wants it. We sold the vinyl earlier for $285. I got one more of those if anybody wants it. Let's put up another Japanese CD for auction. Gene Simmons. This is sealed, and guess what? A $30 start. Japanese CD of sealed Gene Simmons, $30 start on that. All right, there's that. Done and done. Let me keep that one actually. Okay, and now moving on. Back to the half-off stuff. George Benson, Shapes of Things to Come, $10 on George Benson. R.B. Greaves is $5. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $7.50. Units, New Wave to Move, $7.50. Tony Orlando and Dawn, $7.50. And Orleans, that is $7.50 Before the Dance. Mean Greens, Eddie Harris, now just $25. Beautiful vinyl. That's half off of $49.99. Clearing out some half off bins. Gene Simmons, a $30 start. And then our next LP auction is U2 October. This is an 81 USOG. Nice specialty pressing in great conditions. EX Plus. A $30 start on that one. We got Josie Sinkbell on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Brian Call, a close second on that one. Grateful Dead's at $33 with Josie Sinkbell. That means, Matthew, you're out, but I am, Matthew, going to go ahead and sell you AC/DC for $41. We're doing a half-off crate. Whatever's left, I'm going to bundle. So hopefully you grab what you want. How about D. Corvez, Afghanistan? $5 on that. U2 has a bid for $30. And then Jakarta is $7.50. Light the Night and Tony Orlando is sealed for $7.50. And the Chico Hamilton Special. Get into some jazz stuff that's going to be half off now. 61 Mono, Chico Hamilton. 6i Columbia, now just $15. If anybody wants Gene Simmons, he's a buy it now for $30. $30 if anybody wants him. I'm going to make sure Matthew Hendy doesn't want to bid on the Grateful Dead. U2 has a bid for 30. And let's go ahead and pull something else from the from the else bonus else crate. Another Oingo Boingo. The last one was highly successful. Here's another one. Oingo Boingo, only a lad. An 81 US Monarch Original EX, a $55 start. $55 start. The Afghan record sold to Bob Panasniak for $5. Adam Bernardi on the Mean Greens with Eddie Harris. That's a great one for $25. Topographic getting the Harry Chapin live. Thank you. Mike Torrey's on GS. And GS was for, that might have been something already sold. Possibly. And Sully on Orleans. Okay. And so far, we have, that's the Gene Simmons CD, sorry. Gene Simmons sold to Mike Torrey's for 30. All right, let's grab another Japanese CD. The next Japanese CD I have is ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. This is going to be a $20 starting bid. It does have a crack right here in the jewel case, but other than that, it's brand new and sealed with Obi. A $20 start on that. There we go. Moving on. We got Chet Atkins. Chet Atkins is $5 and 9 Below Zero, Third Degree, now just $15. Now just $15. That's a UK. All right, let's price something live. This stuff's been awesome so far tonight. Let's price something live. And I'm going to close out my Discogs app. I'm going to reopen my Discogs app. I'm opening my barcode up. Let me peel this barcode over the, well, let me see what this one scans. This looks like more like a store barcode than, no, it pulled up. Ooh, okay, it's on... Ooh, this one might need to go for auction. I don't know what we're dealing with here. Couple different variants on this one that are pricey. I think that's a different color. I think we're dealing with this one right here. Man, none sold. Only one person has it. Let's run this as a quick auction because we're about to take down the Grateful Dead anyway. So this is the Lumineers. When I scanned it, it showed up as Blue Oceans colored vinyl. Now, the photograph is showing a signed copy. Obviously, this one's not signed. The only other barcode that pops up is this other version, which looks like it's a different color cover and a different color vinyl. So you're probably dealing with this one right here, and it's just a really scarce variant. And there's only one for sale, and none have sold. So they start at 60, the only one available. I'm going to say the Lumineers Bright Side sealed, and I'm assuming it's blue vinyl. It does have a barcode over the barcode. $45 start on the Lumineers. I don't really know what we got there, but we also have Grateful Dead, and I know what this is. It's sold to Josie for $33. Did U2 get another bid? I don't think it did. Just that one bid with Mike Brangle for $30. Thank you. Then ZZ Top has a bid for $20. That's the only bid. And Oingo Boingo. So we got to move these to a final call. Oingo Boingo, only a lad, that one bid for $55. Lumineers, a $45 start. And then ZZ Top, a $20 bid with Chris Frazier. We need another auction. But first, 9 Below Zero, sold to Brian Call, Adam Bernardi second. We got Chico Hamilton, the Headhunters. Another Chico Hamilton, solid state. $13.50. The other one surprisingly still in there as well. Fame, Rock and Roll World, that's $10. And the Statler Brothers, the big hits. The Statler Brothers, $5. Also, we have Barnyard Soul Part 2, Greasy, Greedy, Groovy, Southern. That's $15 on that. $15 on that. Let's put up another auction. From what, Chad? The bonus crate. And let's go ahead and put up right now, Talk Talk, It's My Life. Oh, man, that's a good one. I can hear the music right now. Talk Talk, It's My Life. A gold stamp promo, 84 USOG with promo stamp, a $30 start on that. Back to the half off. The Monkeys, more of the Monkeys, $5. The Statler sold to Deadhead Jim. So this is a half off crate, no more, no less. If anybody new is watching, $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy all week, as much as you want to buy. That starts tonight. Now, normally you would have already got an invoice from last week, but in case you hadn't seen, yes, we are under some cold conditions. I bet it's 4 degrees outside right now. Even Otis is cold, and shipping and invoices are delayed. So we got Chris Frazier sold on that for $20, and then Barnyard is sold to Victor Guerra. So normally invoices would have went out today for anything you bought last week. Now they won't go out until probably Wednesday. So anything you're buying tonight, tomorrow, or even Wednesday, You won't be billed until next Monday, a week from tonight. So a whole new invoicing cycle, which a lot of people like. They're like, yes, Chad, thank you, because I need a new fresh invoice. Michael, the only bidder on Oingo Boingo for 55, and if anybody wants that Lumineers record, $45 sealed. Okay, buy it now on that one. Talk, and we're ready for a whole new slate of auctions. I'm going to go ahead and blast through a couple more. And don't forget, I'm also pricing stuff live. A portrait of the Tams, VG Plus $10, and Shelly Man 234, a 62 stereo, VG Plus $17.50. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, VG Plus $7.50, and Catfish Hodge is $6.50. We're doing a half off crate. Let's add another auction. Let's put up another Japanese CD and see what we have here. Ooh, here's a classic. Supertramp, Breakfast in America, sealed for a $25 start. Sealed Japanese CD, Supertramp, Breakfast in America, $25 start. Bob Panozniak on Tams. Tams is what he meant. Patrick Lear on KH, and that was for Catfish Hodge, right? Or CH, maybe. I think that's what Patrick Lear wanted. And Jason Fornerat gets the Lumineers for $45. There's that. We also have Starstruck, the original motion picture soundtrack. Starstruck is $10. And Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, that's an 82 Power Pop for $15. $15 on that. Gary Myrick Language, that's $5. Gary Myrick. And the Burn Sisters band, the Burn Sisters, $7.50. Final call on Talk, and was Shelly Man mono stereo, and was that before it. So this is Shelly Man 234 in stereo, 62 stereo, VG Plus $17.50. The record before it was More of the Monkeys, VG5, Fame for 10, and we still got Chico Hamilton, the Headhunters, for $13.50. Final chance to get a bid on Supertramp for a $25 start. Talk, just one bid of Jason Fornerat for $30, and man, the auction block is empty. Everybody's like, Chad, are you going to put anything up there, or are we just going to look at ourselves in the mirror and bid on ourselves? I wouldn't want that, so how about I put up some Ronnie James Dio? How about I put up some Midnight Oil? And how about I put up some Susie and the Banshees? Good gosh, look at these bonus auctions. Holy moly. Okay, here we go. Does anybody want Supertramp? I buy it now for $25. I've got two of them if we need two. We have Susie and the Banshees, Hyena. This is an 84 USOG specialty press, VG Plus, a $45 start. And when we tagged this, there was none for sale in the United States. VG Plus, a $45 start. That was a Japanese Supertramp CD for just $25. That was the minimum bid. I've got two of them in stock. Dio, Sacred Heart, an 85 USOG near mint with the inner sleeve, a $35 start. Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining on blue vinyl, a 1990 limited edition, blue transparent vinyl, shrink and hop, and promo poncho, $45. Supertramp, sold to amenities for $25. Next auction is Robin wants the Monkeys and Statler. Statler's already sold, but I can give you the Monkeys. That's so do you, thank you. Next is Big Rick, and Big Rick is $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. We got Hugger, Hugger, $5 on that. Preview, a gold stamp promo for $10. We have Natural Scientist, the Anesthetic of Love, $5, and Highway 101 sealed for $10. Susie and the Banshees has just one bid for $25. Did I say 25? I said a $45 start, Brian. $45 start on that one. 1984 USOG Specialty, VG Plus, $45 start. $45 start. Dio, Sacred Heart is a $35 start, and Midnight Oil also a $45 start. Now Dio is at $35. So I got one more Supertramp if anybody wants it. Let's put up another Japanese CD. Okay, and that is Talking Heads, which is the best of or greatest hits. Also a $25 start. Talking Heads with Obi, a $25 start. Good luck. Good luck to all those that are going to bid on that. Susie's at $45, Dio at $35. Finishing up this half-off crate. Industry, mini LP. Industry is $10. Also, Joan Armour Trading, $5. We had Any Trouble, Wheels in Motion, $5. Ian Cussick, Danger in the Air, $5. Fuzzbox for $12.50. Interesting one there. Fuzzbox, Firefall Undertow, $5. We have Export Contraband for $7.50 and EG Daily for $10. I think it's about time for me to price something live. We're going to be doing a bunch of that later. It's going to be almost exclusively what we're doing. I know how much these are. We just recently had these come in, I think. Let me scan it on Discogs, though, and confirm. I think it's $29.99, but let me double check over here. And yes, I'll do this for $29.99, and that is Clutch Psychic Warfare 10th anniversary blue smoke colored vinyl, $29.99. That is Clutch, and that is $29.99. Psychic Warfare. Okay, let's put that in new sleeve. And let's update all the auctions. Susie and the Banshees, $45. Okay, now there's a new bid for $46. Clutch is $29.99. That's a colored vinyl edition of that one. Put that over there. And then we had next Brian Call on Firefall. That's sold to Brian Call. Now Susie's at $50 with Lucas Hanaft. Ivan R. on EG Daily. Now Susie, $46. Thomas Clark on Fuzzbox. Okay, so the first thing that I have is Susan the Banshees is at $50. We got 3 bidders. Dio has 1 bid for $35, 1 bid for $35, and that's the last bid. And Midnight Oil's a final call. And then the last few records in here was the Dance Society, $5. Ace Time for Another, $6.50, and David Diggs Street Shadows, $10 on that. Okay. Talking Heads is a Japanese CD sealed. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now for $25. Mega Blast if you want it. That's great. If somebody else was going to get one, I've got another. I've got 2 sealed. I think they're called Best of, or yeah, the Best of Talking Heads. I've got 2 if anybody wants them, 25 and 25, okay? The only other Japanese CDs I still have left are Tears for Fears, which I think I sold earlier for $45. There's one left for $45, and then we have one left of Supertramp, which is also $25. That's our Japanese CD inventory right now, leftovers. One Supertramp for $25, Tears for Fears $45, and Talking Heads for $25. And those are all minimum bids, and they're actually price reductions based on what they were originally marked for. Just FYI, because I put them up for auction and reduced the price. So there's that and there's that. We have, what is the Susie and the Banshees? This is Hyena. The high bid's $50 with Lucas Hanaft. It's an 84 USOG specialty press in VG Plus condition. It has the original on her sleeve, a gold stamp promo, and when we tagged this earlier, none for sale in the United States. Dio just got a bid for $37, 36, and then 37. Brian call out on that. So those are still getting bids, but this one did not get a bid. Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining, a 1990 limited edition blue vinyl in shrink and hop sticker, $45 on that. We got one more claim, Bob Panozniak on Natural Scientist. All right, that's sort of Bob Panozniak. Now, I could read through those again, but I think I'm going to count them and see if we can get somebody bought in on a bundle. That would be great. That would be fantastic. Dio still getting bids. Midnight Oil has a bid for $37. Oh no, it's my arch enemy, Jim B. He's offered $37. How much is Fame? The half off price on that was $10. There's one side bundle I'm going to offer though. That's Troy Robinson 10. There's one side bundle I'm going to offer before I count these and do it another way. I've got the Shelly Manne, the Chico Hamilton, and the other Chico Hamilton. That's the 3 kind of pre-owned jazz albums, bigger records that was left in there. Okay, so the half off prices were $15, $13.50, and $17.50. 3 jazz albums for $35. That's buy one, get two free, essentially. Yeah, that's buy Shelly Manne and get the other 2 free. So this is $35 for the 3. Sold to Adam Bernardi. That's one of the rare times you'll see me discount half off stuff further. But I feel like the rest of it now is mostly 80 stuff. And unless he gets that, I'm about to count them. So Troy, it's $10 if you want it. The clutch that I marked, clutch over here, was $29.99. Psychic Warfare, 10th anniversary, exclusive, exclusive blue colored vinyl. Blaine Zapnick's second on the Jazz. The Susie is at 70 and Dio's at 40. Okay, those are still getting bids. Troy Robinson sold on Fame. Midnight Oil is sold for $38 just for spot. Brian Call, $38 just for spot. Jim B starting to become Lex Luthor around here. We have Troy Robinson sold. Anybody else before I count these? Let's put up another Japanese CD auction. Another Japanese CD auction. And that one is right here. This is pretty cool, actually. This one is a 3 CD, a $45 start, a 3 CD, the Rolling Stone Singles Collection. It does have a couple cracks in the back of the case. A $45 start on that. A $45 start on that. Jim B's probably like, oh gosh. Jim B, you may be Lex Luthor, but I will always be Superman. We have the Spirit of Vinyl taking clutch. That is sold to the Spirit of Vinyl. Thank you on that. And then Susie and the Banshees is still getting bids. That's a 3 CD sealed Japanese Rolling Stone Singles Collection. 3 CDs, essentially a hits comp through all those classic early albums. Okay? Now, let's count these and let's do a bundle. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. All right, so 38 records, very similar to the one I did earlier. Let's do these for $150. $150 for this bundle. That's right at $375 each. It should be. Susie's at 80. Are we done on Dio? John Bergenstorm 40. He outbid somebody. Scott Dwallow maybe. I think everybody's out. Chad's ready for a drink of Monster. Let's take a look at Otis right quick. Oh, Otis, he's cold. Uh-oh, he had to get on his goggles and he went, ooh, it is cold out here in Tennessee, meaning shipping and invoicing is delayed. Had to get some Monster there. Come on, bundle. Let's not kill the streak now. This would be the 3rd bundle sold. I want to do something incredible. I think by tonight we can have sold all of our priced records that's in this building. That would be an incredible feat. I need to get John Barry on the chat because I do have a couple like old leftover half-off crates. We need to get John Barry on and be like, John, could you clean out these last few other bins we have over here? And then I can say, folks, we have nothing left in this building that's priced. And my pricers are going to have to get in on it like stank on a monkey. Neil Reigler, 120. Somebody made an offer and somebody asked about it. Neil, you give me 125 and I'm going to go ahead and tag them. I'm going to go ahead and be putting them in there. That will help me a little out on the cost of postage, okay? 125 and they're yours. I'm going to start putting them right over here because I know you're going to say I'll take them. Susie's at 80 and we're done on Dio. And then let's put away the Rolling Stone CD. And we have, he said sold. Dang it. All right. He asked me why, and I said for spot. That is a Seinfeld reference. You can't return an item based purely on spot. That was the dude with the ponytail. All right, that's sold to John Bergenstorm for 40. Susie and the Banshees is sold to Hiram for 80. And then the Rolling Stones, Chad Sauls, I'm selling it to you for $45. Okay? Moving on, let's do another half off. This one might be even really recent from the other night. I don't care. We're going to sell everything in this store. I'm going to be like, listen, Paul, John, and Laura, all hands on deck. All hands on deck. Let's do another half off crate. How much are these, Chad? They're half off, no more, no less. You've got to be kidding me, Chad. I'm not. 193,000 power outages. Wow. We're one of the lucky ones. I sat in my house yesterday like, any day now, 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 or any minute now. I was thinking about the power is going to cut off. Any day, I was like, any second, power is going to cut off. Okay. The auction block's cleared. It's only 10 o'clock. We have a lot of stuff to get to. Now, So I have some pretty cool stuff over here from the crate I'm pricing stuff live on the fly with, right? But there's also beautiful records like this that are auction worthy. Golden earring cut. Golden earring cut. An OG pressing, and I love this, with the hop sticker, stepping into the Twilight Zone. That's awesome. In shrink with the original inner sleeve, golden earring, a $25 start. We're about to do another half off crate. I have not looked through this. I have not pulled anything out. We're just about to grab them and go from there. How about Grateful Dead Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab? Yeah, MoFi Grateful Dead American Beauty. Holy crap. Grateful Dead is a 1979 MoFi pressing, near mint minus, a $95 start. Golden earring is super clean, EX Plus or better. So that's a bonus auction. That's a bonus auction. And I have more where that came from. The Japanese CDs. I have, going up for bid right now, Morrissey, a Japanese CD, the best of Morrissey, a $25 start. A $25 start, okay? $25 start. The best of Morrissey. And that is now for bid. It's a sealed Japanese pressing, okay? Sealed Japanese pressing. Half off crate, no more, no less. Persuasive Cha-Cha Latino. These are probably going to be pretty recent. This is sealed, 1961, $12.50. Little Monsters, Holland, a gold stamp promo, $10. Tom Fogerty and Ruby, Precious Gems. Whoa, what just happened back there? Sealed Tom Fogerty and Ruby, $12.50. Megadeth said, wait a minute, Chad. I'm glad that table has an edge back there. Otherwise, there'd been some, we would have had that happen more than once. Let me push all these back. There we go. Let me fix this right quick. Boom, boom, boom. By the way, the stuff in the back is as follows. Forrest Gump soundtrack, $39.99, double LP. Paul Stanley, $34.99. Megadeth is $38, and the Iron Maiden puzzles, $24. The stuff you see stacked back here are unsold CDs. I have the following ones left. They've been reduced price for auction. And then here is the current bids. Golden Earring opened at $25, then another $25, and then Grateful Dead $95, and then another $25 on Golden Earring, then Grateful Dead $101, then Golden Earring $35, then $27, and Willer Dunham on Chaw, and Grateful Dead's at $101. Half off crate, no more, no less. We have Tayo Meyer, that's a 73 sealed, $7.50, and the New Ventures Rocky Road, that's sealed for $7.50. Also Knives, 1968 sealed, $10 on that, and Donnie Iris King Cool, $8.50 on Donnie Iris. We will be going doing a bundle on these when they're done, so if you think you want something, I'd recommend maybe going ahead and buying it right now. Let me go ahead and grab another handful of stuff, the price right now. And that's going to be the following. Let me grab this handful of stuff, the price right now. Live pricing. We love it. Get some auction in my system. Let me see what this record is right here. Ooh, this is pretty cool. I've had this before. Let me close out my Discogs app. Let me open it back up. And now let me scan this. And what a barcode. Oh my gosh, that's a gigantic one. Red marble vinyl. Yep, this is sealed. And they start at 34. Let's do that for 34. Sealed Charlie Daniels Band live at Capitol Theater, 1985. 2 LP limited edition marble vinyl. That is sealed, $34.99. I'm going to put it in a sleeve. I'm going to put a price tag on it. And that's available right now for $34.99. We got Donnie Iris, so did Brian Call. Brian Call also got the New Ventures. Thank you on that. Grateful Dead's at 105. Grateful Dead is at 105. And then what about the Golden Earring, which was in shrink with the hop sticker? Rock Show had it for 35. So final call on the Grateful Dead, or excuse me, on Golden Earring. And then Grateful Dead's at 105, a MoFi pressing. If anybody wants the best of Morrissey, $25. I have 2 of them. $25 on Morrissey. Back to the half off. This is an Electra Asylum September promo sampler with Queen and Jackson Browne and others. It's now $10. It is a white label promo. RSO Chartbusters, that's a compilation with Frankie Valli and Player. Baby Come Back. That's $7.50. And Peter Frampton's Camel. Peter Frampton is $5. Mark Lindsay's Silverbird. Mark Lindsay is $5. And Kenny Loggins in High Adventure, $5 on Kenny Loggins. And the Great American Sound of Nashville, $5 on that. The Great American Sound of Nashville. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less. We got Michael Hamburger on the RSO sampler. Thank you. And then Josie Sinkbell second, Mega Blast on GA. And that was for the, what was GA? Great American, probably. And then Brian Call on P Farm. That was probably for Peter Frampton. And Josie Sinkbell on Kenny Loggins. Let's introduce another auction right quick then. And that next auction is going to go up when and where, Chad? It's going to go up now, right now, okay? And this is a Talking Heads, And She Was. That's one of their best songs. Talking Heads is an 85 US promo, near mint minus, a $20 start. And She Was, a promo copy, promotion copy, not for sale, $20. We're done on Grateful Dead. That is sold for $105 to John Kaiser. Thank you on that. MoFi pressing. That's sweet. I think there's another MoFi Grateful Dead in here. And then Golden Earring. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Rock Show gets that at $35. I'm going to put it in a new sleeve here. So let's do that right now. Now this one I'm going to give to John because I pulled it straight out of this collection. It's got some dust on it, which I'm not a fan of. Let's give this to, let's make a note. Give this to John or Laura or Paul to clean. That's this golden earring, okay? Because I pulled it straight out of this new collection. It looks beautiful, but I don't like the sight of dust. So we'll give that one a nice clean for you, okay, Rock Show? So let's tag this for him, but let's make sure they clean that. Talking Heads is at 20. We're in a half off crate, no more, no less, including the best of Keith Jarrett, $10 on that. The Joy of Cooking, another one for $5, a different one though. And then Dawn Candidia, $7.50, and another Joy of Cooking. That one's sealed for $7.50. How about we put up another auction? And then I'm going to price some stuff that's never been put out before. First, Def Leppard, On Through the Night. Wasted, a 1980 USOG Kill Press, VG++ condition. This is Def Leppard, On Through the Night, a $25 start. Long Shots, Dead Certs, and Odd Favorites. This one's got a very long title. It is the Chiswick Chartbusters Volume 2, which is a compilation. Motorhead's on here. You know, I've read through this. I don't know how many times I've shown this. What, we showed it live. I think I've shown it twice, best offer. And I didn't realize it was a compilation with Motorhead and the Radiators from Space and Count Bishops. So there you have it, $12.50. It's a compilation and Motorhead's on there. And there was another record of the night. It was a compilation, and there was Red Hot Chili Peppers and somebody else on there. And I was like, oh, man, I should have read the track listing if it went to the half-off bin. And then I found out we had another record the other night that's like half of King Crimson, and I forgot which one. I forgot to tell everybody about it until what? It went into the half-off bin. So Talking Heads is at 20, Def Leppard 25, Def Leppard 25, Def Leppard 30, Def Leppard 30. And so this compilation here is $12.50. Four Seasons Sing Big Hits, that's $6.50. The Fifth Dimension is $7.50. Earthbound. Red 7 is $5. And The Records is $5. That's a self-titled Beaver and Krause, VG plus $10, and a Wild Sanctuary. And Roger Hodgkins is $7.50. I think it's time for me to price something live. Let's see what's going on with this right here. I have a feeling this might be an auction-worthy record, but we'll scan it and see what happens. And I've never seen it in print before. Okay, let's see here. It's not that pricey, actually. Sealed, $19.99. This is Space Hog, the Chinese album. 1998 pink vinyl. Space Hog, $19.99. $19.99. I'm marking stuff on the fly from some of these new collections over here. So far, there's only been one record not claimed, and that's Charlie Daniels. Let's not add to it if somebody wants to go ahead and buy this. I'd be much obliged. It's sealed Space Hog, pink vinyl, the 1998 Underground Glam Rock Classic. Just $19.99 on that. Four Seasons was right back here, and that is sold to Scott Dwallow. Jason Fortner on Space Hog. Talking Heads just got one bid for $20, so that's sold to Scott Dwallow. And the last bid on Def Leppard, I want to just confirm because I think we're tied. Josie bid $30, but Scott Dwallow already bid $30. So Josie Sinkbell, just so you know, you're out on that. Oak Ridge Boys, Bobby Sue, $5. Nick Gilder, City Nights, $5. And then Rock Over London, which is this Radio International radio broadcast, $17.50 on that. Tony Orlando and Don, Skybird, $5. The Incredible Nancy Ames, that's $10. And Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, Shrink and Hop, $5 on Dan Fogelberg. Looks like we're ready for another auction. I did say we had another MoFi Grateful Dead. Ask, promises made, promises kept is what I meant to say. Let me close out my app because I'm about to price something else. But first, right now, I got Grateful Dead from Mars Hotel. Awesome. A MoFi pressing, a 1984 near mint minus, a $75 start on that one. We have Talking Heads. Brian, I just sold it. Now Def Leppard 32. Sully got Dan Fogelberg. How to Not Win Space Hog. Space Hog was sold to Jason Fortner, and you were second. It's actually still on the screen here, Chris. Jason got Space Hog, and you were second. He beat you. He beat you. And then we have Mark Benno. That's a 1970 Pittman, $10 on that. And Rainbow, that's by McGinnis's Flint. McGinnis's Flint is $10. Jazz Archives, the guitar genius of Dick McDonough and Carl Kress. That is $7.50. And Energy Sneaking, $7.50 for that. Over here, we have Def Leppard. The last bid is Scott Dwallow at $35. Josie Sinkbell says she's done, and then Grateful Dead's a $75 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. From what crate? The bonus crate. Actually, no, this was one that was priced the other night, and I thought it was worthy of a price reduction just to go ahead and put it up for auction, and that's Lyle Lovett, a 1988 OG Gloversville press, gold stamp promo. This is called Lyle Lovett Pontiac. And that's going to go up for a $25 start on that. $25. About time for another Japanese CD. The last couple didn't sell, so I've almost forgot about them. Usually when they're on the roll. And then over here we have Lake for $7.50. Also Andreas Voldwater for $5. And we have Arlen Roth Guitarist. This is $7.50. Arlen Roth Guitarist. And we have Sandy Nelson, Drums Are My Beat. Sandy Nelson, $5. Troy Robinson on Kenny Loggins. If that was from earlier, I think it's already sold. Yeah, the Kenny Loggins from earlier, Troy's already gone. I do have Sandy Nelson again, though, for $5. That's like buy one, get one now. And then Headpins is $10. Line of Fire, Headpins just $10. Also, we have Ian Lloyd and Stories, EX, $9. Ivan R. on Nick Gilder. That was a little bit further back, but I still have it. That's sold to Ivan R. And then Adam Bernardi on Sandy Nelson. Both of them sold to Adam Bernardi, okay? Def Leppard is sold for $35 to Scott Dwallow. That's done. Final chance to bid on Grateful Dead at $75. And final chance to bid on Lyle Lovett at $25. Just FYI, let's move those over here. There's that and there's that. And then we have Ian Lloyd and Stories, EX, $9. Greg Bummett on Jarrett. And boy, there's some like claims coming in from stuff that was like 20 records ago, but I still got them. Greg Bummett on Keith Jarrett. There's that. And then over here, let's see. First thing is Grateful Dead 75. There was another question. Larry Gonzalez asked me about Dynasty. Larry Gonzalez asked me about a Dynasty record. I don't know. When did you send that, Larry? Larry Gonzalez on Dynasty. Let me see if I can find your question. I don't see it. Was it about ordering a new sealed one? I can order you a new sealed one if you want me to. All the advertised auctions are sold. Everything from the hot pictures are gone. But I think there's even better auctions tonight in what I call the bonus crate, which is unadvertised stuff that we're putting up for bid right now. This is a 1984 OG pressing of Crocus. It is minty with the original lyric insert for a $20 start. Grateful Dead does have a bid. This is a half off, no more, no less crate. And honestly, when we're done, I'm going to say, does anybody else want anything? And then we're going to offer them as a bundle. McGinnis's Flint is EX $6.50. Friends, which is a compilation, this is $7.50. It's got Cat Stevens, Fairport Convention, Quincy Jones Free, Spooky Tooth, Humble Pig, The Move. That's a good one for $7.50. And Lloyd Thaxton, that's VG for $5. And then I think we're about to get into some half-off jazz. Richard Holiday, Moment's Notice, that's sealed for $7.50. And Lillian Terry, very special guest, Dizzy Gillespie, that is sealed for $7.50. Grateful Dead has a new bid for $77. Lyle Lovett didn't get a bid for $25. That's a major price reduction based on the original sticker price. So $25 on that. Crocus has a bid for $20 FYI. Down to 2 auctions. We have Western Heritage, that's $5. And we have Ski Trails, Joe Stafford, that is $5, okay? So first thing is the Electric Comp. Let's go back to that. That's right back here. And that's the Electra Asylum September releases. That's got Dennis Lynn, Hello, Melba Montgomery, Wrap Your Love Around Me, Jackson Brown, These Times You've Come, Painter, West Coast Woman, Queen, the band Queen doing Liar, Jackson Brown, Redneck Friend, Chris Jagger, Handful of Dust, Harry Chapin, Short Stories, David Gates, Clouds, Larry Pinion, Look Away Mama. And then over here is this too. Linda Ronstadt, Love Has No Pride. Dennis Colson, What Went Wrong. Dennis Lynn, Burning Love. Melba Montgomery, Keep Me Warm. The Doors, Come On Baby, Light My Fire. We have Dennis Colson, Yesterday's Dream. Rod Taylor, Making Away. David Gates, Sell Around the World. Cyrus Faryar, Paradise, and Linda Ronstadt, Sell Away. So that's a double LP gatefold sampler from Electra, a promo, $10. Grateful Dead, $77. That means Becky Wells, you've been outbid. Crocus has a new bid for $21. Brian Call wants this comp with The Move. And then Adam Minardi on the Dizzy Gillespie. Topographic sold on this for $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Okay. We also have Patty Austin. That's sealed for $5 with hop sticker. Dionne Warwick, How Many Times Can We Say Goodbye? Sealed with hop sticker, $7.50. And Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret, $5. So that means, Josie, you're outbid on the Crocus, and that means that Becky, you've been outbid on Grateful Dead. Let's put up another Japanese CD for auction, and I think this is the best of Foreigner. Let's take a look at it here. There's another Morrissey, and then I have Foreigner. Foreigner is the Definite Collection. It's a Japanese compilation, sealed, a $25 start with Obi, of course, okay? Let's move that over there. We have Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, sealed for $7.50. Also, Darlene Remembers Duke, Jonathan Plays Fats, an 82 jazz album, sealed, $5. We have The Rapture. This is some stuff I priced live the other night, $5 for House of Jealous Lovers. And Christopher Dini, also $5. And then the Los Bravos record, which was sealed for $10, which was a soundtrack they did to a movie. Crocus is now $25. I got to go ahead and sell The Dead to John Kaiser for $77, and that's done. And then The Rapture is sold to Spiky. Now Crocus is at $30. Foreigner's up for bid. Let's add some more auctions to that. What about Erasure? The Circus, a gold stamp promo, a 1987 USOG Near Mint Minus Erasure, $20 star. Becky's out on The Dead. Okay, I'm glad that did come in. I had to go ahead and sell it, but thank you. And then over here, we got Ronnie White, his songs at piano, The New York State of Mind. That's sealed for $5. And Mark Murphy sings Dorothy Fields and Cy Coleman. That's sealed for $7.50. And we have the Canadian Brass, High, Bright, Light, and Clear, sealed for $5. And then Joanne Somers, sealed for $7.50. I know one thing we hadn't done in a while, and that's price something live over here. So let's do that right now. I've also been pricing stuff live, and that has been what's catching a lot of people's eyes. Don't forget, I have tubs and tubs over here from a new collection. I'm going to scan a record right now. We're going to do it live. Don't make me put Bill O'Reilly on the screen. I'm going to have to do it at least once or twice more tonight. We got to put Bill O'Reilly on the screen. He's going to make some appearances tonight. This is sealed, a 3LP. You ready? $39.99 for Simple Minds. It's a record store day release of 5x5 live. Simple Minds, sealed, $39.99. Pricing stuff live. We'll do it live. Stupid teleprompter never works. Simple Minds, $39.99. Stupid teleprompter never works. $39.99 for Simple Minds. Jake sent me a message. He said, if you don't want the whole thing to run, you can press it again and it'll go away. So you don't have to watch all 30 seconds of it. It's not like Otis where we can just pop them up and keep talking. We have Crocus at 30 and then Erasure 25, Erasure 30. Willer Dunham first on that brass, Canadian. Adam, you were second asked about it. Crocus 32, Erasure 37, Erasure 33. We also have Chris Connor sings the Good Gershon Almanac of Songs. 1957 OG, just $9 on that. Linda Ronstadt, a classic, Living in the USA, $5. The Young Men of New Orleans, $5 on that. Warren Vache, that's sealed for $7.50. And Concord Superband 2, sealed for $7.50. Peter Lemongello, $5. Do I Love You? Los Angeles Jazz Workshop, $5. And Don Convey, a white label promo of Traveling and Heavy Traffic, $7.50 on that. All right, Erasures at $55. Nobody bid on Foreigner. That's a sealed Japanese CD for just $25. And then Crocus got up to 32 with Alan Hagen. Josie's out. We're about to sell it. Willer Dunham on the Gershwin, and that was the Chris Connor here, okay? Thank you on that. All righty. Now, Chad needs a drink of water. I mean Monster. Chad needs something else and then something else. Erasures at 56. And let me take a drink of water. I mean Monster. And as we're doing that, don't forget, Tennessee has been hit by an ice storm. It is cold outside, and shipping and invoicing is delayed. I doubt there's a tape gun used in this building until Wednesday, which means they're still finishing up last week's orders, and then when everybody's going to start paying for, or 2 weeks ago orders, then they're going to start paying for this week's orders. They're going to have a burden on shipping. And hopefully we're getting the word out for those that don't realize we're in Tennessee. And it was literally dangerous to travel yesterday to work. Most everything was shut down. I mean, heck, the mail didn't even run again today. We didn't get anything from the post office, and we didn't get anything from UPS. It's that bad. The mail's not even running. No, I was trying to find something to eat earlier tonight. One of the biggest grocery stores here, Publix, Kroger, closed, and it was only 6 o'clock. People were pouring into the parking lot trying to buy stuff. They were closed. Over here, we have Crocus, and Brian Call bid $38. We're now at 60 on Erasure. We're not done. We have an incredible streak. We have an incredible streak of 3 bundles sold in a row, probably because there's a lot of people watching, and the chances of catching somebody wanting a bundle deal is high right now. So I'm going to count these. We're going to offer them as a bundle. Forrest Gump is sold to Stephanie Hill. Yeah, that's what I had. The only thing I've had to eat tonight is a pack of beef jerky and some pistachios, because I thought on my way to work today I could pull into Publix and restock, and they were closed still. The roads are pretty clear, but it is brutally cold. And some people have been without power, and Tanner keeps up with all the staff here. I hope everybody can get to work tomorrow so we can get back to normal. But, man, Lyle Lovett was just $25. We had this priced for almost 3 times that much. I decided to put up for auction, and it did not get a bid. So that's only $25, okay? Erasure is sold to Amenities for $60. That's done. And over here, I do have some soup to eat after the sale, but I'm kind of worried. Usually, I'm going to stay up. They're supposed to open at 7 a.m. in the morning, and I'm usually awake when they're open. So I'm going to get there and see if they're opening at 7 in the morning. If so, I'm going to go ahead and stock up, because I live off DoorDash. I'm a single 30-year-old male living in the city, okay? And so I live off food deliveries. Not fast food. I order from a lot of great restaurants around here, but I rely on people to bring food to me. And so when there's bad weather and nobody's bringing food, I'm like, uh-oh, I got to prepare. And I ate through my rations big time over the last couple of days. I've been stuck at the house. So I'm like, Pop-Tarts, chocolate milk, candy. And now I've almost ran out of stuff. Been making sandwiches and eating chicken noodle soup, and now I'm like, uh-oh, I am low on food. I love it. Sold for 25. I can't believe I didn't get a bid earlier. Crocus is sold. Crocus is sold to Brian Call for $38. And let's get back to selling records. I'm going to count these. Before I make these a bundle deal, let's introduce some more auctions. Next item on the agenda is going to be U2. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. Here is the Unforgettable Fire. A 1984 USOG near mint minus with gold stamp promo with the original under sleeve, a beautiful copy. U2's a $25 start. U2's a $25 start. Let's go ahead. Let's move Paul Stanley down. Whoops. Let's move Paul Stanley down. Okay. And then there is Megadeth. And I'm probably about to change all the scenery back here. I did not bid on Crocus. Okay. So his bid of K. Oh, that's Erasure. That's an E. My bad. Okay. Crocus over here. Crocus over here needs to be sold to, Crocus is sold to Alan Hagen for $32. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $32, correction, okay? Okay, that's done. And now let's count these for a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Okay, 49 records, 9 more than the first one. 11 more than the last one. My bundle price on these, $185. 185 divided by 49. Better be quick. Just $377 each. Everything left in this crate. Everything left in this crate. That's the price, 185. 49 records is what I counted. Here's our next auction. Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead. Nice. The Grateful Dead is a 1975 U.S. Winchester, Warner Brothers inner sleeve, VG++, a $25 start on Grateful Dead. A $25 start on Grateful Dead. If anybody wants Paul Stanley, he's $34.99. If anybody wants Grateful Dead, it's $38.99. Just FYI. Just FYI. Let's put those together. I'm going to change up the scenery a little bit. I'm going to put that up there. We're going to put this up there. And then we're going to put definitely that up there. Let's pull up some new scenery, okay? First thing is Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam rearview mirror, $39.99. Cake Fashion Nugget, $29. Oh, no. Cake is $29.99. I'm glad this TV has, or this table has an edge right here. I think there's a cable that we've ran that's blocking where I can't push these crates all the way up against the wall, or that would never happen. Yeah, there's like a charging cable. I can see it. There we go. All right, that should be a lot better. All right, so Pearl Jam, $39.99. This is why, for those that ask every night, why don't you stand up the auctions in the back? This is why. Because the way I have to reach over, and even if I had a stand, it makes it pretty difficult to keep these things balanced, believe me. I'd rather just lay them down because I don't want to drop anything really valuable. So that's the best way to do it. Prop those up and then lay the auctions down. Believe me. Believe me. Because cue the comment, oh, you dropped it, now it's got to be a discount. There it is, Victor Guerra. See? This isn't my first rodeo. We're not standing up any auctions ever, I promise. We have Grateful Dead at $30 and U2's at $31. Bundle deal. Come on, bundle. $185 for 49 records. Surely we can find somebody. This is a wide variety. There's 80s in here. There's jazz in here. There's some rock in here. There's a little bit of everything in here. 49 records. Come on, bundlers. Maybe somebody just entered the chat. Come on, bundlers. Now, this is a great time since it's literally freezing outside. Does anybody need any blankets? Does anybody need any blankets? Look, Iron Maiden, the Trooper, 60 by 80, fleece Sherpa, queen size, $79.99. I also got Dark Side of the Moon. I also got Grateful Dead. I also got Megadeth, and I've got Queen. I've got queen size, 70 by 80, Sherpa fleece blankets, $79.99. Queen, Iron Maiden, Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead, and Megadeth. Does anybody need a blanket? $79.99. Bundle deal. Come on. There's got to be at least one person. We can't leave these behind. We're literally trying to sell out the store tonight. There wasn't much to begin with. We're going to be close. There's got to be one person out there. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. Come on. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. Mandelbaum. Mandelbaum. Come on. Somebody, just take a chance. You're going to be getting a whole crate of records shipped to you. Some of y'all lay down $185 for one record like it's nothing. What about laying down $185 for 49 records? Laying down $180 for 49 records. U2 is still getting bids. Matthew Hendon, you're out. And Grateful Dead's at 31. Jay Beach, you're out. I guess I need to introduce another auction while somebody's thinking about it. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. All right, I've got Neil Diamond, the jazz singer, a sealed OG copy, a $15 start. Sealed OG, the jazz singer soundtrack, $15 start. Boy, the chats went quiet. 259 people still watching. Can't get one person bought in on 49 records for $185. Hadn't even seen an offer yet. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. $8 unlimited shipping. Basically, you're at free shipping, especially if you buy those. You're going to be getting some huge, huge boxes in from Coletco. Bundle deal. Bundle deal. All right, I guess that's about it for tonight. Everybody's gave up on me. They've basically said, you know what? Chad, I mean, we're done, but thank you for giving us a good time. Sold Josie Sink Bell, $150. What is shipping on the blankets? $8. I eat the cost on the blankets. $8. All right, what I'm going to do, same thing as last time. Whoever's tagging this bundle deal is going to be the start of the next crate, but I still got some room in this other one, so instead of mixing those up, I'm going to keep those all together right there, okay? All right, so Grateful Dead out. Jay Beach gets that for $35. I think we're still bidding on the gold stamp U2, though. Matthew 33, Greg Brummett out, and then the sealed Neil Diamond, a $15 start. The blankets are $79.99, no additional shipping. Yes, I eat that cost because they almost have to go into a different box, I think. I don't know how they pack those, but they get them in there, and we essentially eat the cost on those, okay? All right, let's do another half-off crate. Let's see. Let's find one that hadn't been done yet. So that's tonight's new stuff. Man, I guess we're just left with this one over here. That's new. That's new. That's bonus crate. That's bonus crate. That's bonus crate. Is there any other records around here? That's literally new arrivals. Here's the... Yeah, I guess we'll do this one. There's that one left. And then, well, let me look at one of these older ones over here. There is a couple more over here. Has some 80s type stuff. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Deja Vu. Let's see here. Let me move this tray of silver here. It's one of our best investments yet. Here, we'll try these at half off, okay? All right. And then we're going to try to do a bundle deal. We love bundle deals. Thank you, Josie. Thank you, Josie. All right. And we got Scott Dwallow on the Iron Maiden Trooper blanket. Thank you. And this is sold to Scott Dwallow. All right. So here's the status of our vintage inventory in this building. This is pretty remarkable. So I have one more like jazzy type crate. I've got one more like jazzy type crate that I'll do half off probably after this one. I'm going to mix it up with this one because this has got a wide variety of genres. After we do that one, there is nothing left in this building that hadn't already been shown half off. I guess I can do them $6.99, and that will leave just 3 crates after this one. Then everything else is sold. And we're going to have to get on the ball price and stuff, okay? U2 is at $35. This is sold to Greg Brumman. And if anybody wants the Neil Diamond, that's a sealed OG for $15. Golly. All right. So that's a sealed OG for $15. And then I'm going to be pricing stuff live tonight. I have to because we've pretty much sold everything. So there's that. And let's put that right over here. Sealed OG 15. We did new auctions, okay? Still got great bonus stuff over here. We're going to do this crate half off, no more, no less. Then we're going to do it as a bundle. I got Talking Heads and I got Journey as our next auctions. Some good stuff here. Talking Heads, Little Creatures. A gold stamp promo, 85 USOG with the original inner sleeve. And it's nice. A gold stamp promo, $35 start on that. Journey live in Houston, 1981. 2022 EX Plus condition, $25 start on Journey. $25 start on Journey. Let's keep rolling. Let me open this up over here. Let me open up that over here. And then I'm going to open up this. All right. Then we'll offer, we'll put some silver up for offer later tonight. This is going to wait and do that a little bit later anyways. Here we go. These are half off, no more, no less. Petula Clark, Color My World, Who Am I? Petula Clark is $5. We got McKendree Springs, Second Thought, $7.50. Barkley James Harvest, $7.50, Ring of Changes. The Everly Brothers Sing, and that's a white label promo, $7.50. Warner Brothers Records, $7.50. The Winters Brothers Band, $5 on that, and Jesse Winchester, $5. These are all half off, no more, no less. Let's price something live. I know how much this is. Sealed, $29.99 for Stone Temple Pilots. That's STP sealed, red vinyl. That last album was Scott Weiland, and that's $29.99. Let's put a price tag on that, $29.99. That's red vinyl STP. Let's mark that right over here. And then we had Adam Bernardi on Petula. That's sold to him. And then Talking Heads 37. We have the Winter Brothers sold to Topographic. Deadhead Jim was next. So Journey's at 34. Talking Heads is at 37. The Sounds of Our Times play Hey Jude. $5 on that one. Randy Newman, Good Old Boys for $7.50, and the Amazing Rhythm Aces for $6.50. Warp, Fade In, Fade Out. Warp is $5, and David Gates, Goodbye Girl, $5 on David Gates. Nia Peebles, Trouble, $5 on that, a 12-inch single, and David Bromberg Band, How Late You Play Till. David Bromberg, $7.50. Okay, let's price something else live right now. We're going to jump into that and be doing a lot more of that here. And let me go ahead and mark open up my Discogs app. I'm going to scan this barcode, and this next record is going to be sealed for $19.99. Plain White Tees on white vinyl. Plain White Tees is sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. Plain White Tees sealed on white vinyl, $19.99. So there's that. And let's put a price tag on that, and boom, there we have it, okay? Now, over here, we got Adam Bernardi on Jesse Winchester. That's sold to him. And then we have Adam Bernardi on David Bromberg. Thank you, that's sold to you. Stephen Douglas on Aces for $5. Amazing Rhythm Aces, this is $6.50. Sold to you. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Now, if you don't want it for $6.50, let me know. It was $12.99. Half off, no more, no less. Willard Dunham next on Bromberg. David Doyle was third. The Dusters, Red Hot and Ready to Roll, $5. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Talking Heads, I never did hear back from Chaz Gordon. Journey, I don't think there was just but one bid, and that's with amenities, and he got it for $34. Now my crate's full. Now we're going to swap out crates right quick. I've already got my next crate started because it had the bundle over here. And that's how we're going to get started with these. Okay. Boom. Now we got another crate started already. So here's this, and here's that. And it looks like we're ready for some more auctions. Okay, he's good with Amazing Rhythm Aces. Great. Moving on, we have Eric Quincy Tate, $7.50, and Flip, $5 on Flip. And this is Earthquake Rocking the World, $5 on that. Talking Heads, 37, and that's sold to Matthew Hendon. All right, we're done. We're ready for all new stuff from what crate? The bonus crate. Next is this right here, Black Sabbath and the Beatles. Nice. Let's get started with Black Sabbath. Make sure you let me know because they're both B titles. Black Sabbath, LP1 is G+, but LP2 is near mint minus. Very bizarre. It's an 82 OG Black Sabbath with Dio, $20 start. The Beatles and Tony Sheridan, a German reissue near mint minus. That is on the Carousel German label. That's a $20 start. Black Sabbath 20, Beatles 20. Next thing is Adam Bernardi on Earthquake. Jim Davis wants the STP. And yeah, let's go ahead and price another record right quick. What is next over here? Okay, this has been opened. I know how much this is because these new and sealed are like $40 to $55. Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version, $39.99. $39.99. That's Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version, $39.99. Let's get that. They've already got it in a sleeve, but looks like it's served its purpose, and I like receiving. It's in shrink too. Taylor, $39.99 for a red Taylor's version. Let me get that in a new sleeve. Looks like they've kept it in really good condition. Let's do that right there. There's our next two auctions. I'm about to add a third one. I'm about to show you all the Japanese. Speaking of Taylor, a lot of the CDs I have left over here. Oh, this is a 4 LP, by the way. Wow. That's a 4 LP. 4 LPs. No wonder that's so expensive new. I remember when that came out, I saw the price point. I was like, dang, Taylor. But then I was like, oh, it's 4 LPs. I was like, dang, Taylor. Come on. Dang, Taylor. $39.99. So did Todd Saw. Over here, BS20 and then EQ, Eric Quincy Tate for Becky Wells. Thank you. Half off crate, no more, no less. We got Al Cooper, A Possible Projection of the Future. Al Cooper is $7.50. For the record, the Mary Kay Trio, $7.50 for Mary Kay Trio. The Four Tops, Yesterday's Dreams. $7.50 on the Four Tops. The Good Time Songs of Glenn Campbell, $7.50 for that 2 LP comp. Los Flechazos, Dias Grises. That's a 1996 yellow vinyl. Los Flechazos, $7.50. Black Sabbath is sold to Levi Hilton for $20. Nobody bid on the Beatles. That's a $20 buy it now. We're ready for new auctions. That fast. Next is going to go up right now. The Beatles again. And we have X going up for bid. First is X, Ain't Love Grand. X is an 85 USOG white label promo, near mint minus, and X has the original on her sleeve, a $25 start on X. We have the Beatles, the 62 Decca audition tapes. That is going to go up for a $20 start. There's our next two auctions. She did not want Eric Quincy Tate. She wanted Earthquake. Okay, that's already sold. Wheeler Dunham gets Los Flechazos, though, for $12.50. And we have The Sound of Music, an Ecuador pressing. Pretty bizarre one here. It is on the black RCA Victor, but $10 on that. Darren Johnson has X for $25. Artie, Blues Boys White, that's $10. Things got to change. And Tony Bennett sings More Great Rodgers and Hart. Oh, Tony Bennett there. Sealed, $7.50. X is at $25. The Beatles is at $20. And we have Peter Kelly, Dealin' Blues. Peter Kelly, $17.50 on Dealin' Blues, and that is 1971. X is at $25 of Darren Johnson, going once, going twice. Also, great R&B from 53 to 56. Listen to Dr. Jive, $10 on that, and 20 super rhythm and blues hits. Rhythm and blues comp for $10 with B.B. King, Pee Wee Creighton, Jimmy Witherspoon. I see John Lee Hooker on here. I see Etta James on there. Let's go ahead and add a third auction right after I price y'all another record live. What do we have here? Ooh. I didn't know what this was. I never seen this one before from his discography. Let's scan it, and I'm about to price it right now. Good. There's only one version, and it looks like it needs to be $19.99. Figured it'd be more than that, but Mickey Hart, and this one's called Ramu. Sealed Mickey Hart for $19.99. Sealed Mickey Hart, $19.99. Okay, let's put that in a brand new sleeve. Of course, he was a member of a band called what? The Grateful Dead. Sealed. Let's put that away. That's sold to Robert Warner. Okay. Next thing over here, X25, Adam Bernardi on the Al Cooper. That was back here, and it's gone. And then Willard Dunham on the 20. And then Rob with Deadhead Jim. And Rob was for, what was Rob? Rob, probably Rhythm and Blues. Yeah. So that means you were second, then Michael Nath third, and then Robert got Mickey Hart. Okay, moving on. We got Ted Nugent, Bound and Gagged, a 12-inch single promo for $5. And David Carroll, Percussion Oriental. David Carroll is $5. And Bobby Bland, Touch of the Blues. Bobby Bland, now $12.50 on the Duke label. Original label, Bobby Bland there, $12.50. And we have Roy Rogers for $5, gold stamp promo. Okay, X just got one bid for Darren Johnson for $25. And the Beatles 62 audition tapes. The Beatles 62 audition tapes is now a $20 buy it now. That was the Beatles auditioning New Year's Day, 1963 at Decca Studios. And Decca was like, I don't really think y'all have a lot of talent. Y'all probably aren't going to turn out to be much, so we're going to have to pass. Tom Kelly on Ted Nugent and Tim Vigari on Bobby Bland. That's so to Tim Vigari. Could you imagine being in a room with George Harrison, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and Ringo Starr and saying you're going to pass? Golly. Now known as one of the greatest financial mistakes ever in the history of music. We have Willard Dunham on Roy Rogers. Deadhead Jim was next. We got two more auctions. Opus and Swing, a 1956 mono on the Savoy label. Now just $20. $20 on Opus and Swing. And 65, 1980. This was a band called Basement 5, a 1980 UK, and it includes a poster. That's half off of $39.99. And we have the Mamas and Papas. That's a 2023 U.S. Canadian Record Store Day gold vinyl with hops. So this is Record Store Day, Mamas and Papas International Pop Festival. $30 on that. Record Store Day edition, very cool. California Dreamin', Record Store Day, Mamas and Papas. And speaking of, boy, this cover's bright. It's the 71 U.S. Apple. No wonder. The cover's popping. Beautiful jacket. The 71 press. Rubber Soul originally came out in 1965. 1971, EX condition, a $35 start. Wow, that's a beautiful, even for a 71, fantastic copy there of Rubber Soul. That's right, Pete Best played on the Deck auditions. Ringo was not part of the Beatles yet. George Martin was the first one to say he's got to go. He wasn't a fan. George Martin wasn't. He's like, he's got to go. He's like, y'all need a new drummer. We have the Nightcaps, Wine, Wine, Wine. The Nightcaps, $15. There's a couple signatures on the back. $15 on that is Bobby Bland and Mono. Bobby Bland's already sold to Tim Vigari. That's already gone. We have Delaney for $10. Delaney for $10. Uptown with Petula Clark. Very clean copy. Does have a writing, some writing on the back. $5. We have Wild Bill Davis, a 1963, $5. Alice Stewart, 1970 promo, $10. And Memphis, Petula Clark. Sealed Petula Clark, $7.50. We have Bobby Brown for $5. My Projects, Cuckoo Cow, that's $5. And Music from a Surplus Store, $5 for Jack Fascinato. Tony Bennett and the McPartlands and Friends Make Magnificent Music, $7.50. And Melissa Manchester, $5. The Beatles audition was $20. The Beatles audition, $20 on that. So that was a bootleg. That's never been officially released by the Beatles. The tape was eventually leaked, and they've been bootlegging it for years. But yeah, that was pressed in 1983 as an unofficial. So that I love their cover of Searching, which is a Capitol song. That's a good one. Three Cool Cats. So this is that entire day they auditioned for Decca. It was recorded, and this is what it is. And it's never been officially released. So that's sold to Mike Torrey's. Pete Best there on the cover. That's sold. And then that first time they went to Abbey Road and recorded with George Martin, when you hear Please Please Me, that first single, there's one version with Pete Best on drums, an actual Beatles release. And then they did another version with Ringo Starr, and I think that's the album version. But I think the very first promo copies that were released has Pete Best on drums. It sounds almost identical. It's just slightly different. I think it has something to do with a tambourine, maybe. I think the Ringo cut doesn't have the tambourine or something. You'd have to go back and watch Beatles Anthology. I'm about halfway through it the second time. I've been enamored watching the Beatles Anthology, getting all this information. And I try to retain it so I can repeat it here when I'm selling Beatles records, but there's so much to know. It's insane. Deadhead Jim on Delaney, that sold for $10. And Adam Bernardi on the nightcaps. And thank you, that's so do you. All right, and that was right here. So these didn't get a bid, disappointing, but this very clean 71 rubber sole for just $35. If you don't have that, that would be a great start. That's the second press, essentially, from Apple. And this sealed Mamas and Papas is $35. And that's the record store day on that. All right, amazing. We still got 224 people watching at 11 o'clock. And we didn't even have any new arrivals tonight. But I think that's why so many people's watching. They're like, what is Chad going to price next from the bonus crate? And we got a lot of stuff. Rubber Soul is $35. There's another Beatles in the no bid too. I got to get the Beatles fans on all together. There's a bunch of y'all out there. We just, every once in a while, I got to get y'all all together. Here is the next record I'm pricing on the fly. Talking Heads is $29.99. Tentative Decisions, Demos, and Live from Record Store Day on clear vinyl, $29.99 on Talking Heads. $29.99 on Talking Heads. That's sealed on clear vinyl. Okay? This is a half-off crate, and if this streak continues, we're going to do a bundle. Talking Heads, $29.99. Clear Record Store Day. Seems like a good price on that from the stats I just seen. Mike asked first about Rubber Soul, and he's getting it. Oh, man, when I call you up, the line's engaged. I have had enough. And then over here, we have Adam Bernardi on Melissa Manchester, okay? Miss Melissa Manchester is $5, okay? Ask Robert Wagner wants to swap MH for Working Man's Grateful Dead. I'll eat the difference in cost. I'm not for sure what you're asking there. Are you asking Robert Warner swapping an auction? He's probably watching. I can't remember at this time what even happened. That'll be up to him. And, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to read these titles, and if you hear something you want to know the price on, let me know. Final chance before these are bundled, okay? I will go ahead and read through these one more time, just the titles. But I am going to put up some new auctions from the bonus crate, like Sade and the Beatles. This is the Beatles Historic Sessions. This is an 81 UK 2LP EX Plus, a $25 start. EX Plus, a $25 start. Another Beatles, and then Sade Diamond Life, an 85 USOG Near Mint Minus. Sade has the gatefold jacket, a $35 start on that. Okay? He says he's going to keep his MH. I think they're talking about Dead albums. Okay, we have McKendree Spring, Barclay James Harvest, the Everly Brothers. This is a probably a orchestral arrangement covering pop hits of the day from Capitol. I mean, this has got to be around 68, 69 when Hey Jude was out. Then we got Randy Newman, Good Old Boys, Warp 9. We have David Gates, Nia Peebles, The Dusters, Flip, the Mary Kay Trio, the Four Tops, Glenn Campbell. And then over here we have Eric Quincy Tate, The Sound of Music, Artie Blues Boys White, Tony Bennett, Peter Kelly, Great Rhythm and Blues, David Carroll, Opus and Swing, Basement 5, Petula Clark, Wild Bill Davis, Alice Stewart, Petula Clark, Bobby Brown, Cool Cool Cal, Jack Fancinato, and Tony Bennett and the McParlins. Okay? Right now, we have the Beatles at 35, 25, and then another 25, Sade 35. If anybody wants a price, let me know. If not, we'll count those. Jessica Bennett on Facebook. Good deal. I'll have Paul check that out. Usually when stuff like that happens, I hope enough people either tag us or people know who we are by now and they know to call. But I'm in so many groups. You know, there's a lot of record Facebook groups out there with 70,000, 100,000 people that are just like generic groups. They're not like controlled like ours, like a business. And there'll be somebody like, my dad died. What do I do with all my records? Or what do I do with all of his records? My dad just died. And of course, there's 1,000 comments. All these people trying to fight over them. And that's how we try to separate ourselves here. We try to advertise so much where when a huge high-end collection of records and memorabilia come up for auction, everybody just like, you need to call Collectco. They're not going to screw you. They've got the capital and the logistics to move them all. Just call them. They'll show up. They'll hand you $90,000. They'll load them up and everybody will be happy. Otherwise, when somebody dies and they're left with a huge, valuable collection, they're just like, oh, no, what do I do with all these? And then you got all these people showing up trying to say, oh, they're not worth anything. This is a bunch of junk. Would you take $1 a record? You know, that kind of stuff. So I try to tell people, I wouldn't go out and be like, hey, I just found an entire room full of gold bars. What should I do with them? You're going to get enamored with Facebook spam. Yeah, then that's the next thing everybody gets advice. Well, if you want the most money out of them, put them on eBay. Oh, gosh. Do y'all know how time-consuming that is? We're a pretty big record store. We don't even like putting stuff on eBay. Oh, then you have to have the knowledge of grading and cleaning and understanding what to list. And, you know, you could have one record, a Zeppelin II, that could be worth $10. And as y'all know, you could have another Zeppelin II that's worth $1,000. It's like, that'd be like not knowing how to sell records and then getting on eBay and trying to sell somebody's record collection for them. That'd be like being convicted or charged with murder and saying you're going to go represent yourself in the court of law. The legal system's very complex. You'd be in a mess, right? If you sat down right now and had never been on eBay and you're trying to list albums for the first time, oh my gosh, you're going to be getting refunds and grading and confusion with buyers, and people's going to be mad at you. You can only sell so much in the first few days, and then they restrict your account because you got to prove positive feedback. It's better to call somebody and get a one lump sum payment. Now, if you want to squeeze every penny you can and you got years of free time, you can sell them yourself. If you got like years of free time to dedicate to something, and over here you have, I mean, you're going to be just overwhelmed. Just like if you try to represent yourself on a murder charge. We have tentative decisions. This is the Talking Heads Record Store Day, $29.99. $29.99. That's a sealed record store day, clear vinyl. Okay, let's go over here. And we have Sade, one bid sold to David Dole for $35. Now, here's what happened earlier on the Beatles. This is why I've said this 2 or 3 times. There's been a tie ever since that first bid. There's been a tie ever since that first bid. The Beatles Historic Sessions and Mike Torrey's bid first, and then John LaBadie, I never did hear back from you on that. Living Color is gone, yes. All the auctions that's been advertised and the ones in the crate, they're all gone. Yeah, Jim B., who evidently has all the free time in the world and has unlimited time to list every single record individually on every website possible. That's how you're going to get every penny out of a record. But, I mean, just think about us. We sell stuff for half off because we don't even want to deal with putting it on Discogs. And then somebody like Jim B buys it because they want to deal with it. And I'm like, golly, you must have a lot of free time on your hands. Whew, huge undertaking. Then you got to pay fees. All right, Beatles has a new bid for 26. Let's offer these as a bundle, and let's keep this rolling, okay? So bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bundle deal. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. All right, so we got 30 records here. Bundle deal is $115. Come on, 115 divided by 30. That's getting these down. 115, if I can work my calculator, 383 a piece. Patrick Fu gets talking heads. Plus, I got stuff to price live. Adam Bernardi's offered 100. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Adam Bernardi for $100. Okay, great. Now let's scan this and see what we can price it for, all right? This is called Gray Days. Is it gray vinyl? I don't know. It doesn't say it is. All right, so let's say it's black then. Sealed Gray Days, a men's strip, $14.99. John LeBeatty, you've been on the Beatles. He came right back in at $28. This is sealed, I'm assuming black vinyl, $14.99. We got stuff to price live. That's going to be fun tonight. I can't believe it's already 11:09. But here's the better thing. This is when I know I got some faithful Coletco customers here. We had no new arrivals tonight virtually, and we just sold our 2, 4, 5, we just filled up our 6th crate, especially with this bundle, okay? That's Chester Bennington. Oh, wow, that's the guy from Lincoln Park, okay? That had to have been right around when he died, right? Vocals by Chester Bennington, yeah. He died, when did he die? It had to have been pretty close around that time, right? So another bundle deal. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. John LeBeatty, you're out on the Beatles, by the way. We still got more auctions to run. I'm going to put this last handful in here. Oh, so that's an older record. Okay, so that's before Lincoln Park. Wow. I have become so numb. In the end, nothing really matters. I try so hard. I hum some bum. Oh, rum bum bum. A shoobity bee bum bum. 1. I don't know why. So da 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 da. So see ba ba. I try so hard and not too far. Beatles sold for $28, and that's sold to Mike Torres. One thing. A dun dun dun. A da da dun. Okay, we're ready for more. Man, I'm excited when all the new vinyl shipments show for this week. We're going to have one night where we sell probably 20 crates thanks to awesome new arrivals. Ooh, great neck adjustment there. In the end, nothing really matters. Let's go through another half-off crate. And these are going to be half off. All right, let's do these and let's try to do a bundle deal after we're done, eh? Half off, then bundle deal. Ten crates of Allison Chains. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the new Allison Chains 3-legged dog comes out this week, and we've already been confirmed with an order. Uh-oh, what did that say? We are not buying any more silver. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know about the market right now with this stuff. I've been, since today, I've been out of the loop, but I'm getting word that a lot of people have stopped buying silver. Just everything is so crazy right now with prices, and the refineries are so backed up. So I've got to really figure out what I have left and what we're going to do with it. Pretty amazing for something like that to be happening. All right, let's get right back to it. No more chit chat. Right back to another Beatles. I got more. Rough Notes is a USN official, the Beatles VG condition, a $35 start. Another Beatles unofficial that ever pay Rock Band. No, I was always guitar, but When Beatles Rock Band came out, I knew the lyrics so good, I could play the bass and sing at the same time. And then usually somebody else was on drums but we had that up at the house I stayed in when I was in college. Me and Tanner, we played the heck out of some Beatles Rock Band. But I would play the bass and I would do the Paul McCartney. I was like, okay, there's only one condition. I get Paul McCartney's bass and I get to be Paul McCartney. Natural Child, okie dokie. Natural Child is a 2016 USOG, near mint minus, $75 start, and 0 listed for sale. And guess what? Jim B just fell out of his chair. He went, holy moly, none for sale. That's the kind of stuff I like to see. Holy moly. All right, these are half off, no more, no less. Grand Ole Country Stars play Grand Ole Country hits. Bill Monroe, Chet Atkins, Jerry Byrd, that's $5. MFSB, Love is the Message, $5. And Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers, that's $5 for In the Pink. These are going to be offered at half off, and then we got to keep this streak going. We're going to bundle them, okay? This is the Great Grizzly Bear Hunt. The half-off price is $10. Glock 27 on Grand Ole Country. Who is Glock 27? Have you already bought and are you registered? The Beatles, $35. Natural Child, $75. May Christian, and this is called Face the Music, 1977, $650. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $750. And we got Captain Blood, classic film scores for Errol Finn, $750 on that. Okay, well, I got more new stuff to price. About time for another handful. But this one right here, I think is a sealed reissue of a really rare, possibly, let me just scan it and we'll find out, okay? That's the easiest way. Let me open up Discogs here, and we're going to scan this, and I'm going to price it. I still got price of stuff live on the fly. Okay, this is sealed, and this needs to be $14.99. It is called Black Spirits, Festival of New Black Poets in America. That is sealed for $14.99. Let me get that in a new sleeve, and I'm pricing some stuff live tonight. I bought week before last. Okay, thank you and welcome back. Don't forget these. I'm going to be putting prices on these live, and that's sealed for $14.99. Final call on those two auctions. Back to the half-off stuff. Southern Pacific, Gold Stamp promo, $5 on that. The Truth, Weapons of Love, that's $7.50. And this is a soundtrack, original soundtrack to Can Harmonious Merkin Ever Forget Mercy Humphrey and the Find True Happiness. Golly, what a title. Not going to read that one again. 1969 sealed. I'll have to do some abbreviations. $12.50. Third World, Sense of Uproars. Sense of Purpose, excuse me. Third World is $7.50. The Modest Touch, which is a compilation, $5 on the Modest Touch. Ball and Jack is $10. And Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin, Cold Blood is $10. Victor Guerra on Captain and CAP, Captain Blood. That's sold. Glock 27 on Modest Touch. That's sold. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New Blood, $7.50. Lee Michaels Fifth is $10. Carly Simon, No Secrets is $5. And Byron Lee and the Dragonaires, Disco Reggae, $5. And Pillow Talk, Sylvia, $15 for Sylvia Pillow Talk, a 73 US Funk Soul, $15 on that. No one bid on Natural Child, buy it now for $75. Nobody bid on the Beatles, Rough Notes, VG, $35 on that unofficial. Let's show one more than new auctions. Discover Me is a 1976 UK Funk Soul Disco album, $5 on Discover Me. All right, let me grab a new handful over here out of one of these tubs to price some stuff live tonight. We're going to price it live. Cue Bill O'Reilly here in just a second. But first, let me crack this open, and we're going to be marking some stuff live. Look at all these records over here. Golly. Oh, here was a whole nother bunch of Japanese. I'll have to do those one night. Golly, look at all this stuff. Whew, head's starting to get dizzy. Okay, I know how much this is, and they're currently out of stock, but let me scan it and see what happens, see if anything's changed. And then over here, we have Discogs, and let's open this up, and let me scan this. And this is the colored Coke bottle. Let's see, colored, it doesn't say. It's got to be one of these two. Yeah, this is $44.99. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. This is sealed for $44.99. Sealed Songs from the Big Chair, $44.99. Tears for Fears, sealed, and this is the new. So this is the one like we had a Japanese pressing of earlier that set a world record. This is the same album, but it's remastered as a 2 LP with alternate artwork. So this is a bonus disc, remastered the original album and the original intended artwork, and that is on colored vinyl. $44.99 on Tears for Fears. Back to the half off Lady Bump, Penny McLean, $5 on that. We have Oregon, Winter Light. Oregon is $5. And we have Wonder Woman, Harrison Tyler, $5 on that. And then Dreams, this was Imagine My Surprise, $7.50. Let's price another record. Is this one on colored vinyl? Man, some great stuff in here. Let me open this up and find out. Natural Child, $45 offer based on how much I think I can make on it, not by the Discogs median. Let me rephrase that for Jim B, based on how much I think I can make on it. Wow. Okay, so this is $39.99. The Cranberries, MTV Unplugged. The Cranberries, MTV Unplugged. $39.99. $39.99 on the Cranberries. Let's open the pricing gun up to $39.99. There's that. Whoops. There's that. And that is sealed Cranberries, MTV Unplugged. So to Jason Forterat. Let me get this tape off there. I think we got to leave that on there knowing that the date's messed up. Cranberries is sold to Jason Forterat, and Dreams is sold to Dakota Dotson for $7.50. All right. There's that. Let me throw that over there in the trash. About to make a bundle deal, but here's what's left. Fabulous Farquhar. That's a white label promo for $5. Casey Kelly For Sale, a 1973 white label promo country rock album, $5. Tom Jans, a white label promo for $5. And Lexica, a 72 US white label promo funk folk, $7.50 on that. And then Your Wabamba, that's a 74 US, $5. And the Carnival. The Carnival is a 69 US Latin jazz, $7.50. Looks like we need some new auctions to me. So let's see what's going on over here with U2. With or without you, with or without you, I can't live. A 12-inch single of U2. It's an 87 USOG, and evidently it has a bubble. It has a bubble somewhere right here. It has a bubble, which, you know, typically those don't affect back play. It's almost like where an impurity's pressing the vinyl, but it never seems to affect playback on those. So that is going to go up for a $10 start. Other than that, it's beautiful. Okay, and then can I trade the Tears for Fears CDs for the Tears for Fears vinyl reissue? So let's sell the Tears for Fears to Joey, and let's go grab the Japanese CD out of his stack. And they'll be looking for that later, and when they come back, they'll be like, oh, he already got that. Okay, so let's put this away, and I've got it taken out of your pile. So if anybody wants this, how much was this, Joey? I don't even remember. I think it was like $45, Japanese CD. He's going to get the sealed copy over there, just FYI, okay? And then, oh, my knee. Okay, over here we got Oregon, and Oregon is $5. And then we had Russell Morris 2. That's now $5. And then Ellie Stone, sealed for $5. Remember, You're a Womble. That is $5 on that. We have Mentor Williams Feelings, $5. And we have Punch. Punch is $5. HM is Full Moon Fever. Over here we have Jack Netchie, St. Giles Cripplegate. That's now $10. And Oregon in Concert, $5 on that. Okay, here is something we need to I know how much these are. Let me make sure it's not some kind of other version that's under a different SKU, but this will be $29.99 unless something pops up different. Yeah, this is sealed. Number of the beast, $29.99. Sealed, $29.99. Iron Maiden, the number of the beast. Pricing some stuff live. Pricing some stuff live. About time for Bill O'Reilly to make another appearance. U2 has a bid for 10 with Stephen Parton. This is a new week and a new invoicing cycle. I'm about to count all these and try to get them sold as a bundle. We're 4 bundles down tonight. We have about 3 more to go, and I think that means we've sold everything in the store. Let's try to sell these to somebody. Come on, bundlers. Get your knuckles ready. I just popped mine back into place. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. 34 records. Y'all ready? Here's my price. Bundle deal. Let me clear my calculator. Let me run some calculus. And this is $130. 130 divided by 34 makes these $382 each. Come on. Let's not kill this streak now. We'll keep going and going until I was like, okay, we've literally shown and sold everything. Now the only thing we truly have to do is price stuff live. How much is Full Moon Fever? How much is $36? That's new and sealed. Pearl Jam's greatest hits. First one on the left is $39. And then Cake Fashion Nugget, he's going the distance. That's $29. And Tom Petty, $36. U2's at 10. Now it's at 15. And then we have Ket Power. No power outages for us, or at least not for me. The store hadn't experienced one, and neither has my house, which is about 5 miles from here. And then how much was the Saint album? Jack Nitzsche, St. Giles Cripplegate, was $10. And if you want that, you can still have it, and then I'll reduce the bundle down to $120 for somebody if he buys that for 10. I mean, yeah, there's nothing on the roads here anymore. I mean, I pulled out of I live like in a townhome neighborhood, and I pulled out and I was like, wow, these roads. I mean, the main highway, everybody was doing 55 and 65 miles an hour. Saturday night after the sale, I didn't get over 30, and I was literally slipping all over the place. I was like, golly, if I can just get home. Come on. I mean, I didn't get over 30 miles an hour, but I only passed 3 vehicles after the sale here Saturday night, technically Sunday morning. There was nobody. It was an eerie feeling. I passed 3 vehicles, 2 snowplows and a Lebanon SUV, Wilson County Sheriff's Department. And they had their big lights on when they came up on me, and they turned them off because they had their lights on looking at the road for ice. It was so bad. And that was the only 3 people I seen. And then I finally got backed up into my garage door, and I was like, phew. Golly, I'm glad I'm here. Because I thought there's a couple hills. I was like, I'm probably not going to be able to pull these hills, even in 4-wheel drive, and I'm probably going to have to walk, abandon my Tahoe and walk, or turn back around and just stay at the store until possibly, I don't know, which wouldn't be a problem. I've slept here before. U2 is sold to Travis Woods for 15. Folks, we got to find a bundler. We got to find a bundler. Yes, this was rock. You asked how much it was. I thought you asked how much it was. Yeah, Jack Nitzsche, that would be under the genre of rock. All right, Jim B's offered 45 again for Natural Child. Annie's offered it again. Annie's offered it again. So let me look this up, because Jim B is basically saying he would like to make between $200 and $300 on this record. You know, so let me make a decision if I want to sell it to him or if I just want to put it on Discogs myself. You know, I mean, I think for a couple clicks, I could sell it for $200, or I could sell it to you right now for $75. So Natural Child, Okie Dokie, okay? Okie Dokie is what this is called. Can we get somebody built in on this bundler and bought in on this bundle is what I'm trying to say. Clear vinyl, right here it is, 2016. There are 0 versions for sale. 0 versions for sale right now, okay? The last one sold for 50, and then one sold for 70. And that was November for 50 and July for 70. But here's the kicker. There's 0 for sale. Now, we priced it very fairly at $75. He's offered pretty much $45. $45. for this record that on average has recently sold for as much as 70. And there's none for sale. So we have a tough decision to make. I think Jim B, you should be more in line offering $65 for this, because I know what you're going to do. You're going to price it for $150 and say, make me an offer. You're going to basically squeeze the market on that one. You're going to squeeze because you know it's the only one for sale on earth. You know nobody else has those on earth for sale. You're going to be the only one, and you're going to attempt to squeeze the market. I know what you're trying to do. So I think you can squeeze the market for $65, and if somebody wants in, that's a great price if you want that record. Here's a 12-inch single from Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. A promo. A 1985 USOG promo, $20 start on this. Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears. Okay? And it's time to price something live. Yeah, it's time for Bill O'Reilly to make another appearance. I'm going to take a drink of Monster while we take a look at Bill O'Reilly, okay? Here we go.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Yeah, we're about to price this record live right now. Let's see what's going on over here. This is being scanned right now, and this is sealed. If anybody wants this, it's $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival at Royal Albert Hall, $24.99. Exclusive Green River vinyl, $24.99. That's what I have to do when we don't have enough stuff priced. I'm like, okay, I'll have to do it live. $24.99 for the green vinyl CCR. We have an offer on Natural Child for $60. Is that an offer? Willard Dunham, he put Nash 60. I think that's an offer for Natural Child here. Is that right? Uh-oh, Jim B. You have some competition. $60 is a new high offer. 45 was weak. You know that. I know that. Everybody watching knows that. Let's go over here and try to sell this bundle. I'm at 34 records at $130. Anybody. Let's do it. I'm going to have to wear you out. I'm going to keep saying it and begging and saying it and begging it and saying it and begging it. And then finally you're going to be like, good gosh, okay, give it to me. 191 people. I know some of y'all got $130 laying around. That's nothing. For 34 records, that's $3.82 a piece and essentially free shipping. All you got to do is say bundle deal. Sure, I'll take them. I need something new to listen to. I mean, come on, 130 bucks. I spent that much on Soda Pop last week. All right, let's price another record live. Let's do it live. I'm pricing a record live right now. I'm not pricing this tomorrow. I'm not pricing it yesterday. I'm pricing it right now. And unfortunately, I don't know what particular version we have here, but I need to put it up right now. And this is sealed, and this needs to be $34.99. Lana Del Rey. Did you know there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard, sealed, $34.99. Lana Del Rey. Lana Del Rey, sealed, $34.99. There you have it, okay? Come on, bundle deal. Anybody. Is there anybody out there at all interested in a bundle deal? I mean, give me a break here. Throw me a bone. GMB said, okay, he'll take it for $60. Now, if anybody else is interested in this, it'll be on Discogs in a few weeks for $150, their best offer. There's stuff practically be given away for free here. This is being given away for free. 20 bucks. Tears for Fears, another free record, essentially. So cheap, and everything's all of a sudden turned free here. You're now tuned in to basically these are so cheap. Chad's giving away for free, and we're questioning his brain. We're questioning if he needs to go do a brain scan. Let's scan something else. Let's scan this barcode. After we scan this record, we're going to have a brain scan on Chad, and let's scan this record and see what pops up. This is going to be sealed for $24.99. This is Susan Tedeschi, Just Won't Burn, $24.99. Willard had it at $60. Willard made an offer for $60. Jim B still had dibs. Basically, Willard put the squeeze on Jim B. He put the squeeze on Jim B. That's what he did, offering $60. But Jim B still had right of refusal at that price. When he said sold, it was sold to him. If he would have passed, then it's sold to Willard. They basically went into an offering competition there. Now, if Willard would have originally said $75, there we have it. Anybody on this bundle, I'm not giving up. Anybody else on this bundle, test 1, 2. We're not, this may be the end of the show. There's 34 records in here. I'm asking for $130. We need one person to rise up to the occasion. We need one leader. We need one executive. We need one coach. We need one aspiring person to change the whole narrative for the rest of the night. Anybody, just step up to the plate. One-time deal. This is your chance. And then we'll go right into another one. But if you want to see the same old crate and hear me here begging, we'll stay like it is. Over here, $29.99, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. Urban Outfitters exclusive, 2 LP, Bone and Aqua, colored vinyl. Bone and Aqua, colored vinyl. I'm going to be pricing stuff live. The show's not over, but if you want to see some other half-off stuff, we need one person to rise up. And folks, he has made an appearance. The narrative is changing. John Barry's on the chat, and these are sold. John Barry's on the chat.
I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. F it.
Wow.
Do it live.
Holy
I'll write it and we'll do
moly.
it live.
Goodness gracious. This show has went to a different level now. Just when we think things are rolling down, just when things might be slowing, not anymore. ST for $20. Let me figure out what that was. ST for $20. Susan Tedeschi. Sell that to Tim Vigari for $20. Okay? And don't forget, we are under some bad weather here in Tennessee. Shipping and invoices delayed. This show, when you get Jake coming up with all this stuff, Jake is worked for us for several years now, but he's literally in school, okay? He's literally in school to do all this stuff. He's like into video and audio production. So I can tell the longer he's been in school at MTSU, the better he's getting at video and audio production. I used to work for a local television company. I did a lot of video editing. I just don't have time to work with all this stuff and do code. I probably could figure it out, but I'm letting the kids who's choosing this as a career to handle it. I have figured out what I'm best at, and that's running a business and selling stuff and buying stuff. So I'm not worried about technology anymore. My thing is I'm going to find people that know how to do it and do it for me. I'm going to say, Jake, I want Bill O'Reilly on the screen. I mean, earlier, that's what I said. I said, Jake, I want Bill O'Reilly screen recorded on the screen where I can press a button. He had it over here 5 minutes later. That's how fast he is. And that's why we got to have great people like that on staff. Otherwise, who knows? All right, let's go over here. Let's go to this, and let's go to this, and let's price this. This is orange with red splatter, and this is $29.99 for Mammoth. The N, Mammoth, $29.99. The Mammoth. I'm going to show the stuff I've priced, but not before we go through another half-off crate, okay? I'm going to be wearing out Stream Deck. Yeah, I'm going to say, Jake, put me up a picture. Tomorrow is going to be Chris Farley. I've already made up my mind. There's a scene from Chris Farley. I forgot the name of the movie. I don't know if I've even seen the movie. But he stands up and he goes, "For the love of all things, stop. Do you want my head to explode?" That's going to be my button when I'm overwhelmed with questions. When there's so many questions and chaos, there's Chris Farley's going to pop up and go, "For the love of all things, stop." Jake's probably watching right now, and probably Jake is going to be doing that right now. Wolfgang is not autographed. No. All right, here we go. Thank you, John Barry. Let's keep rolling. Half off, and my goal was to sell every price record in the store. We can definitely do that tonight with a couple bundlers still lingering around. Plenty of buyers, and everybody's wanting to see what I'm pricing live. And we still got a few auctions to run, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, we got to at least get some kind of Seinfeld. We need the Seinfeld music, but I'm afraid that might be copyrighted. You got to be careful with music. All right, half off records. Homer and Jethro. There's nothing like an old hippie. Homer and Jethro turned hippies. $7.50. David Wagner doing business as Crow. $10, and I think that's like Crow the band. The Whackers Shredder. That's an interesting one there. The Whackers is $7.50. And Vodoris and Kane Street Player. $5 on that. And then Belouz conducts Zappa, and that's an 84 German, $15. What doesn't sell in here, we're going to make into a bundle deal. Okay, I got to grab another handful of pricing. I got to grab another handful of pricing here. And here we go. There's a few OG looking records in here too, but there's also a bunch of sealed stuff that I can go ahead and just slap prices on. So let's do that right now. We love slapping prices on stuff. For the love of all things, stop. Enough. I think that's one on like Tommy Boy. He goes, enough. Just loses his mind on somebody. We have Ernest Tubb, the daddy of them all, $7.50 on that. The Joys of Life, Karen Beth from 1969, $12.50 on Karen Beth. A Portrait of Wes Montgomery, $10. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. All right, let's price one live. We won't pull up Bill O'Reilly every time, but we'll pull him up some, okay? We'll pull them up sometimes whenever it's necessary. We are pricing some records live right over here. And earlier we had 4 LPs of black vinyl. What about sealed red vinyl, Target exclusive, Taylor's version, $49.99. $49.99. Taylor's version, Taylor Swift Red, $49.99. Okay? $49.99. You got Black Sheep, you got Tommy Boy. Those are classics. He runs out there, he's trying to fire up that crowd to get him to vote for his brother. I have a dream. Toucannon, something like that. $20 on Toucannon. The American Breed is $5. These are half off, no more, no less. Travis, Merle Travis, $5. And Rubber Rodeo Scenic Views. Rubber Rodeo is $10. And this is Thumpin' Pig and Puffin' Billy. That is $7.50. And The World of the Statler Brothers, $7.50. That is Taylor Swift, yes. That's the same one you bought earlier. This one's sealed on red vinyl for $10 more. Mike Torrey says he'll take it. That's so to Mike if Todd Saw passes, okay? And then over here, we have Mitch Ryder, Live Talkies. This is $10 on that. And we have, what do we have here? Billy Reed and the Street People. That's $5. Also, Tracy, Far from the Hurting Kind. Tracy is $7.50. Next comment, I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Every part of Seinfeld theme is copyrighted. Yeah, I had a feeling. That's hard to share that stuff. Okay, here is some kind of sampler here. This is an auction. This is going to be America, Juice Newton, Billy Squire, Steve Miller, Missing Persons, Motel, Little River, and the Beatles. Missing Persons, Billy Squire, Sheriff, Duran Duran, Duran Duran, Plasmatics. It's a sampler capital promo from 1982. even featuring the Beatles. That's when they had done that anniversary edition of Love Me Do. America's on here, Billy Squire, $15 start on that. Brian Call on Mitch Ryder, that sold to him for $10, a 2 LP German comp. And then, was that a claim, the comment before that, Brian Call, or a statement maybe? Atlanta Rhythm Sections, $5, ARS, and then we have Aztec Camera, $10, and we have Horse Lips for $5. And you know what? It is time to price a record live. Here we go. I have a feeling I know how much this is. A lot of these I know how much they cost new, so I just got to make sure it's not colored vinyl. And this is sealed. You know what? It does have a barcode affixed to the back. There is a red vinyl version that exists. Golly. How do you know how to tell that? Does it have a hop sticker? I highly doubt it is, but man, we've been surprised with this collection, right? Okay, $39.99. Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt. Oh, that's a quote from Tommy Boy. Okay. Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt. It's got to be an older pressing. It has an advertisement for the 57 Grammys, which I think is like 7 years ago. Or that's an old sticker, the 57th Grammy. Aren't we in like the 60s now? Stephen Parton is going to get that. That's sealed $39.99. Pricing some stuff on the fly here. And most of it is sold. There's only been a handful left over. About everything's been grabbed that I've priced. We have a 17 Pygmies, a 1984 New Wave, $17.50 on that. The Earl Scruggs Review, $10 on Earl Scruggs. Seabird Band. Seabird Band was $7.50. Sigliani, 1978 on pink vinyl. Gotta have pop. That's now just $10. One more here, Rubber Rodeo for $10. A lot of little pocket of an 80s there. Let's price another one. Ooh, here we go. Let's auction this. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, a Record Store Day Essential, bone-colored vinyl, $35 start. Sealed, bone-colored vinyl, Mazzy Star, up for bid. Craig Thomas on 17 Pygmies, sold. Sully's in on a sampler for $15. Final call. Rural Dance Hall, Bunny Wailer, $13.50 for Bunny Wailer. Eddie Grant, Walking on Sunshine, $10. Hit some reggae in here. Chicken Shack, Imagination Lady, 1971 Prague, Chicken Shack. Now, Chicken Shack was a blues band. One time had Christine McVie in it from Fleetwood Mac. Not on this one. It does have Stan Webb, John Glassick, and Paul Hannock, but this is an original gatefold Darren pressing. Chicken Shack is like a blues rock type band. $17.50 on that one, and that's probably the one with the Eddie signed insert. Probably so on the Pearl Jam. Stephen Parton, if you get a signed Eddie Vedder, dang it, shoot, as Chris Farley would say, stupid. Patrick Lear on Chicken Shack, that's so to you. And then Sully's going to get the sampler for $15. And final call, Mazzy Star, which is already at $55 of Jason Forterat. Next is me and Chet. Jerry Reed and Chet Atkins, $5 on that. A Patch of Blue, that's a soundtrack. Sidney Poitier was in the movie, $10 on that. And Big Hits on Big Steel, that's Curly Chalker doing the steel guitar, $5 promo stamp. And Caravan and the New Symphonia, a 74 French copy, $10 on Caravan and the New Symphonia. All right, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is, or next price record, I should say. Probably could auction this one, but I'm going to go ahead and let it fly. I'm opening up the Discogs app. I'm scanning, and this is definitely the gold. And this is, wow, great price for a triple LP. I'm going to say $29.99, and that's The Who, live at the Isle of Wight. Gold vinyl, sealed, $29.99. And that's gold vinyl, $29.99, okay? Live at the Isle of Wight. That's where they come out to Heaven and Hell. That's a good one. Water, that's a cool song they did. I Can't Explain. Young Man Blues. They talk in between the tracks. It's really cool. I think there's what, like 250,000 people there, 500,000 people. Huge, big outdoor festival. They played in the middle of the night. Just seas of people, all on acid. Jason Forterat gets Mazzy for $55. Thank you. And I got another one. Over here, but we're about to have to swap out crates right quick. First, let's put away Mazzy, and then John LeBeatty got The Who, and David Doyle was second. I can't explain. I think it's love when I say to you, now I feel blue 'cause I can't explain. I'm feeling good now, yeah, but dizzy in the head now. I'm feeling bad. What a classic. What about Substitute by The Who? I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. Mazzy Star, here we go. She Hangs Brightly, Record Store Day Essential, Aqua and Black Marble Vinyl, a $35 start. Mazzy Star. All right, and then let's grab something else over here to auction. There's got to be something wrong with this one. It's got some damage on side 1, track 1. Let me see what this is. Damaged on side 1, track 1. Ooh, I see it right here. Interesting. Okay, so this is a really nice copy of Yellow Submarine. It's a 71 US, which is a reissue. This came out in 69. But right here, there's some kind of imperfection where it was pressed. And it is not really, it might be in the first few grooves. It's mostly in the lead-in. But it is on the track Yellow Submarine. So it's kind of like a buyer beware kind of deal. But other than that, it's beautiful. I mean, especially side 2. It's the rest of it's EX Plus near mint minus. And the jacket doesn't look too bad either. So we basically have a note, your call. I mean, the jacket's phenomenal. What a cool one. I love anything Yellow Submarine related. I'm going to say a $15 start, which I think is still very fair, especially if that's not going to cause any trouble. We have Meat Gravy from Cadillac Baby. This is now $10. That's the half-off price. It is on colored vinyl. That's a blues comp with Sunnyland Slim, Homesick James, Jimmy Cotton, Eddie Boyd. That's $10. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. We got Pavlov's Dog. This is Pampered Menial, a 75 Prague album for $15. Mazzy has one bid for $55. The Beatles has a bid for $20. And we have Robert John, $5 on Robert John. And we have Bruce Johnston, Going Public. Bruce Johnston is $5. Also, we have Petula Clark, Hits My Way. Petula Clark is a 2 LP compilation, and that has Downtown on it. Patrick Lear on Meat Gravy and Cadillac Baby. Also, we have Mother Hen, a 1971 press, $10 on that. Danny Tone, First Serve, $7.50. And Walking on the Moon, Katie Moffett, $5 on that. Does Robert John have Sad Eyes? Let's go back and check that out. Sad Eyes, it's on there. It's track 2 on side 2, $5. Oh, yeah, Adam Bernard, I forgot to pull that. Adam Bernardi wanted this soundtrack here. Sorry, Adam, I didn't forget about you, but I did. That's so do you. All right, Jason Forterac can go ahead and get the Mazzy Star for $55. He is racking up on those. It's time to price some stuff live. But I'm also almost done in this crate, and then we're going to do a bundle. So let me show the last few records right quick. Jam Session, Charlie Parker All-Stars Jam. That's just $750. Robert John sold to Pam Murray. And we have Warehouse Sound Company and Friends, 1974, $750. Brian Call gets the Beatles for $20. Let's put that away. Done. Yellow Submarine. That's where we all live. And then let's price something live right here. Let's just take a quick break before I take anything else for auction. Let me open everything. Let me open this. Let me scan this. And I'm going to, where's the barcode? Aha. Okay, price on this. It was pretty pricey new. Let's go over here and see what they've been selling for. Last one sold for $70. In Wales. Most of them are overseas. Okay, I think for this, $44.99 would be fair. It was $64.99 new from Plaid Room. 50th anniversary, Roy Gallagher Deuce. It's a triple LP, $44.99. $44.99. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. All right, let's put a price on that. His stuff is always popular. And then in here, we still got George Benson for $750. And then the last two records was Third World, Prisoner in the Street for $750. And Mark Anthony Thompson was $5. Roy Gallagher, so did David Doyle. Brian Call was next. Time for another quick auction. Then I'm going to count these, and then we're going to offer them as a bundle. Come on, John Barry. Does anybody else want anything else in here before I start counting them and offer them as a bundle? Here's our next option, our next auction. The Beatles, Love Me Do, a 12-inch single, and you have P.S. I Love You and the original single version. Yeah, I think that's the one where Pete Best is playing on drums, honestly. I think that's the album version of Ringo. That's the first single version with Pete Best, and then P.S. I Love You. VG Condition, $10 on that. $10 on that. Wayne Bartow on CP, and that was for Charlie Parker. Okay. Anybody else? Beatles, a $10 start. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. No one say dun. I was born with plastic. One second, please. Okay. Beatles 10 and Stephen Parton on Pavlov's Dog. That's right back here. That's so does Stephen Parton. All right, $15. Now let's count these and offer them as a bundle. I'm going to price one more record before I do that, though. Let's see what this thing is selling for. We'll do it live. I can't believe it's already midnight. Had to check on something over here. And no one's asked about silver. Is anybody want me to bring out some coins and bars? This will be the best time. I've been over here checking market and reading and looking at charts and texting people and making sure I'm in line with pricing. This is only going to be $14.99. It's brand new and sealed. Sonny and Cher, 180 gram, 1,200 copies, special gatefold edition. And Sonny and Cher is the 2022 reissue of this. Sealed for $14.99. That's brand new, the 2022 reissue of that. $14.99. All I ever needed was you. That's so to Stephen Parton. Great price for a new sealed record there. All right, let's put that away. And then we sold the Beatles to Mike Torres for $10. And now let's offer these as a bundle. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37 records. Let's do the math. I would be willing to bundle these together to one lucky person like John Barry for $140. 140 divided by 37 gets these down to $378 each. All right, the bundle offer is on the table. You know what to do. Just say bundle or just say sold. That's what we're looking at right now. 37 records, $140. That's $378 each. Some great titles in this batch. Let's see what else we can price live. It's time to go get another handful, honestly. Let me go do that right now. We're pricing stuff once. We're pricing stuff twice. We're going to find out who buys these or not. Pricing records at Colectco all night. Chad knows what to price these. He's pricing them to sell. He knows you better buy these. Willard Dunham at full price, $140, and he beat out the legendary John Barry. Come on, Willard Dunham. These are sold to you for $140, and we have cleared out another crate for tonight. Holy moly. We're about to start filling up our ninth full crate tonight. Holy moly. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. And John Barry goes, curse you, Willard. I'm the bundler around here. You don't come into my town. I'm the peacemaker. I'll see you at the OK Corral showdown at Coletco Corral. Golly. Holy moly. All right. Now, here's what I'd like to do. The next 4 crates were already shown half off. Okay? The next 4 crates were already shown half off or $6.99. I don't remember. So what I'd rather do is bring them over here, and since we got some people highly interested in bundles, I think I'm going to keep pricing stuff live, but these next 4 crates, I'm going to offer them just exclusively as bundles because they've already been shown half off for $6.99. I'm going to try one and just read the titles and see if we can just sell them all because they've already been gone through. And then after that, I'm really going to have to start finding out what to do next, okay? So first thing is let me bring that over, and we're going to offer this crate exclusively already as a bundle because probably it already has been and just we didn't have the right buyers on. And somebody else might be like, man, I want to get into this bundle action. Dang, I need to really figure out how they're doing this. So I got a whole nother crate here. Wheeler Dunham wants an air horn. First, though, I'm going to scan this right here, and we're going to see what the price is. Still got stuff to price live here. Let's open this up. Let's scan this. And we have from Analog Productions, sealed, and looking over here and knowing what these cost new, I think $29.99 would be fair. The Look of Love, Diana Krall, Acoustic Sounds, QRP, $29.99 for that. $29.99 for Diana Krall. Sealed. Told y'all, great stuff still left to be had over here. $29.99 for Diana. I'll try my best to get this in a sleeve. Analog Productions. It's in a perforated baggie, so I'm going to roll that over. I don't know, I might have to do it like this. Yeah. Hard to put a record in a perforated baggie into a sleeve. But I'm trying to protect the perforation so it doesn't accidentally rip open, and then I can't say it's a new sealed record. So perforated baggies, while I do like them, I think they're better packaging so they don't provide stress from shrink wrap. On a retailer's side, if you don't protect the perforation and they accidentally get open, then you can't advertise it as sealed anymore. So and I don't think I've done nothing but sealed so far tonight. All right, so here's what I'm going to do on this bundle. I'm going to read off the titles, and then I'm going to count them, and then I'm going to try to offer it as a bundle deal. Jerry Lee Lewis, Jerry Lee Lewis, Jerry Lee Lewis, Ricky Skaggs, Gene Autry, Tony O'Kay, Leslie Phillips. If this bundle sells, we'll officially have to bring out the air horn. Ain't Gonna Work Tomorrow, The Lonesome River Boys, Roy Acuff, Earl Scruggs Review, Ernest Tubb, Mason Williams, The Carter Family, Lacey J. Dalton, Praise, Scandalous John soundtrack, Fallen Rock, Jim Stafford, ODW, Sela, Long John Baldry, Roger Miller, Beatnik Beach, Deja Vu, Charlie McCoy, John Mayall, Style, Janie Freaky, The Turtles, Pazza Idea, Pato Bravo, Plum Loco, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Chris and Rita, Diana Ross, Donna Summer, John Baldry, King Swamp, Ace Moreland, Ricky Nelson, Checking Out Beach, Silver Connection, Ray Goodman Brown, Original Gold Soul, What Am I Bid, O.C. Smith, Stevie Wonder, Chet Atkins, Lacey J. Dalton, and Gary Wright. Diana Krall is so to David Doyle, then Adam Bernardi inquired about it. And then let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. I counted 49 on a quick run. All right, 49. I'm going to do these a little less than normal, and I'm going to say 160. 160 on 49. So 160 divided by 49. That gets those down to $326 each. Bundle deal. Let's price something else. I love pricing new stuff over here. Come on, Willard Dunham. Come on, John Barry. Let's do it. Then we'll do another one. Come on, John Barry. Come on, Willard Dunham. This is sealed on mustard-colored vinyl for $19.99, the Bob's Burgers movie soundtrack. $19.99, Bob Burgers movie soundtrack. $19.99. Mustard-colored vinyl. $155. Sold. 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 $8 in limited shipping. Yeah, we're taking a beating here. Hopefully we make it up in the average. All right, that's done. Thank you, John Barry. Now I got to start a new crate. Whoever's tagging, the bundle will continue into the next crate. One sweet dream came true today. Tom Petty in the back is new and sealed, $36.99. Cake is $29. Pearl Jam's $39. Let's get some more stuff priced. Let's show another bundle. I'm going to show another crate exclusively to bundle. Bob's Burgers, Soda Leslie. And I'm about to show another crate exclusive to bundling, because they've, I think, either already been shown $6.99 or half off. And I bet Willard or John Barry would be all over it, because I know they wasn't watching the night I was doing them. Plus, we got a few more things to price live. Here we go. Ooh, great neck adjustment. I mean knee. That was my knee. That felt pretty good. Okay. Let's price some stuff live, too. Tom Petty, sold. I love it. Sold to Jason Fornerat. Thank you. We need something else new to put back there. And when I say new, I mean, in the end, nothing really matters. I try so. Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. Okay. All righty. So, before I do that, we need to price some stuff live. Okay. Ooh. What do we have here? In the end, nothing really. One thing. Can't believe it's 1206. All right, this is sealed. It is a 12-inch single. It's $29.99. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is a Record Store Day limited edition single of Waiting for Stevie Live and Wreckage Live. Sealed Pearl Jam, 12-inch single, $29.99. Matching what the exact same one last sold for. I think we need a couple more auctions too, just to make sure everybody's paying attention. I think I got another 12-inch single auction over here. I do. Pet Shop Boys, West End Girls. Oh gosh, that's a good one. We have 84 USOG West End Girls on the Bobcat Records label. EX Plus condition, a $15 start. The West End Girls and that in Street. West End Dawn. And the flip side is One More Chance. $15 on that. Psycho Circus is sold. All the advertised auctions in that post are gone. Yep. all the advertised auctions are gone, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other no bids. Yep. All right, so here's a bundle offer. This is an exclusive bundle deal only. I'm going to read the title so they kind of know what's in there. It's available to anybody. I'm going to show them and then count them. Departure Truth, Manaheim Steamroller, Joyous Noise, interesting stuff so far. Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning Sensation, Farmer John Live, Joe Ely. We have Duke and the Drivers Cruising, Stephen Bishop, Shadowfax, Billy Price, Shakin' Stevens, The Boo-Hoos, Flight, Shasta and the Astral Casters, Harry Deal and the Galaxies, the Donatones, Tony Orlando, Andy Pratt, Mason Williams, Don Mobley, Dan, wait a minute, those letters are run together. Yeah, Dan Mobley, Ron Levy's Wild Kingdom. We have Dear Enemy. We have Grand Alliance, Jake and the Family Jewels, Ambitious Lovers, New Regime, looks 80s new wave to me, Rational Youth, Cafe Jacques, Red 7, Flo and Eddie, Amy Grant, Joey Scarberry, Ten Angel, Here Comes the Judge, Bill Nelson, Street Noise, Brian Auger, David Johansen, Chip Taylor, Gary U.S. Bonds, Gato Baribi, Ginger and Fred, Golden Seal, Manhattan, John Kinson, The Guess Who, Johnny Little, David Peel, a lot of records in here, Billy Vera and Judy Clay, Josh White Jr., Ian Hunter, Gary and Randy Scruggs, Duke Jupiter, Roy Looney and the Phantom Movers, Tom Robinson, Sector 27, Candy Staton, Phil Wid's Quintet, Badger, and Randy Van Warmer. Wow, that's a lot of stuff and a lot of good titles in there. So before I do that, Pet Shop Boys has bids for 15 and 20. Jason Fornerat, you're out. What are the no bids? I'll show those right now, and then I'll show you everything that's been priced that hadn't sold. The first no bid was Tears for Fears. Everybody Wants to Rule the World, 12-inch single. That was $20. The other no bid was the Beatles, an unofficial called Rough Notes. That was $35. And the other no bid was the Mamas and Papas Record Store Day International Pop Festival, $35. And the other no bid was another Beatles. And that's a German reissue on the Carousel label, $20 on the Beatles, okay? And everything else was, Neil Diamond, sealed OG jazz singer. That's a sealed $15 start on that, okay? And yeah, everything else was stuff that was priced tonight that hadn't been shown. So let's count these, and then I'll price them. First person to say sold or bundle sold or makes an offer will get dibs. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Joseph Clark, let me know if you want to bid again on Pet Shop Boys. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Wow, big bundle here. 59. Are you ready? Price is $225. 225 divided by 59 is $381 each. $225 on those. Come on, Willard or John Barry. Pet Shop Boys does have another bid. Pet Shop Boys does have another bid. Okay, first thing is, can you go over Pearl Jam again? Got the Pearl Jam. Second Beatles album for $20. MIT Lab wants this right here for $20. Thank you. Pet Shop Boys has a new bid for $21. And then Jazz Singer was $15. And Willard Dunham was first on the bundle. He got it first at $2.25. John Barry was a close second making an offer. Let's tag these and put them away. Come on, Willard Dunham. Sold to him. Done. Now, Jason Fornerat, you've been outbid on Pet Shop Boys. Joseph Clark did place another bid. Let's crate all these up. These are done. See you later. In the end, nothing really matters. I try so. All right, I think I can fit all this in this one crate. The Ballad of the Bundlers. It's tight, but whoever's watching, I got it all in one crate so there's no confusion. Okay? Good luck getting these out, but they're in there nice and safely. I got sticky notes around them. That's crate number 9, full. And I mean packed full of records. They're going to come in already 3 shows behind, knowing they've got to tag and key everything for invoicing. And then they're going to see all this stuff, and they're going to be like, oh my gosh, Chad is not letting up on us. He's already sold 12 full crates tonight. And then we're going to have all the new vinyl show up tomorrow, and it's going to be 15, 20, 25 crates. And they're going to go, good gosh, we better get to work. Holy moly. And then there's going to be like hyperventilation and stuff. We got Jazz Singer sold to Sully for 15. Jason Forterite gets Pet Shop Boys for 25. And the Pearl Jam was a 12-inch single from Record Store Day. It is called Waiting for Stevie Live and Wreckage Live, $29.99. And then these were the only 2 no bids then. Mamas and Papas, Beatles, and Tears for Fears. Those are no bids, okay? We still got Price Stuff Live, and we still got more stuff like that to show. We got bundles, because I know John Barry wants at least one more. Heck, Willard might want another one. Let's price one record live right now, okay? And this looks very interesting. Let me close out of my app. Let me open my app back up. And then over here, we're going to scan it, and this shows up as, pink, limited edition pink, exclusive poster, and signed insert. Okay. I like the way that sounds. This comes a poster and signed insert. This is sealed. Let's do it for $29.99. Youngblood, $29.99. Pink vinyl with poster and autographed insert. So who asked first about that Pearl Jam? Tim Vigari said, could you go over it? And then John LaBeatty says he'll take it, and then Tim Vigari asked for price or made an offer. So Tim, you do have dibs, but it has sold to somebody. But it's yours if you want it for $29, okay? Youngblood, let's get that in a sleeve. That's sold to Rick Hall for $29. Okay. Thank you on that one. All right, let's get some more bundles done. All right, that's sold. And then Tim Vigari takes the Pearl Jam sticker. So these next 2 records are both $29.99, Rick Hall, and then this one is sold to Tim Vigari. Okay? All right. We're going to price plenty more stuff live. Let's try to knock out another bundle over here. Once again, we're going to just read out the titles. We're going to count them, and then we're going to try to sell them all. And the first thing we're going to do, let me grab this blue crate that's actually number 2, because there's not much in it, and then I'm going to add this handful that was laying on top. Okay. Yeah. Some good, clean-looking stuff in here. And then I'm going to add this to it. There you have it. All right, and then I still had a Jazz crate I wanted to try it half off, but I was going to try to get through these bundles first, okay? So let's price some stuff live right now. Let's see who this is. I know this band. I know this band. I need to show everything that's been priced that hadn't sold next. That's my next agenda. But first, let me scan this and see what it comes up as. This is sealed for $24.99. The Cadillac 3, Tabasco and sweet tea. I don't got any problems with that. Tabasco sauce and sweet tea. Sign me up. $24.99 for the Cadillac 3. New and sealed. Okay. And then here was the stuff left that's been priced live tonight. The first one would be Cadillac 3. Those are auctions. And then we had The Nightmare Before Christmas on colored vinyl, $29.99. That's Bone and Aqua. Next was Mammoth. And Mammoth was on red vinyl, orange with red splatter, $29.99 on Mammoth. Lana Del Rey was sealed for $34.99. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, that was sealed for $29.99. CCR live at Royal Albert Hall on green vinyl, $24.99. Cadillac 3 is sold to Jeremy Rourke, and there's that. Okay. Now, once again, these have already either been shown half off or $6.99, and so I'm going to read through them, and then I'm going to count them, and then we're going to offer them as a bundle because these have already been offered once. Probably could go through them again and sell 5 or 10 more individually, but we can do a lot more damage doing it like this. John LeBeatty on Mammoth. The box sets, I think, have either been grabbed up and already taken to the back for auction. There's a few over here. I see one audiophile looking box set from Kraft. I'm about to grab that in my next handful, but a lot of those are bootleg box sets, and we feel like we need to wait and advertise those for auction because even if I did have them right now, they're kind of hard to price without going to eBay or PopSci. They're not as fast as, you know, Discogs because a lot of them are unofficials. But then there is a lot of officials too. But yeah, we're going to have probably a box set night. Here we go. Kemosabe, the Electric Indian, Focus, Hamburger Concerto, Philip Glass, Yolama, Pyramid, and that was El Chicano, the Siegel Schwarl Band, another Electra June sampler, Aztec Two-Step, the Jazz Crusaders, the Best of Bobby Humphrey, the White Brothers, Holly Knight, This Is Soca with David Rudder and Charlie Roots, Chris Christopherson, the Turtles, Turtle Soup, China, Sky, New England. We have We Worship, we have Blue Steel, Ron Cornelius, Pete Seeger, Wholehearted, Cabbage Creek, Leo Sayer, Bionic Boogie. This was called the SBK Party Line, Shotgun, John Seri, Special EFX, Southern Exposure, Hall & Oates, John Goyne, Pure Prairie League, Burton and Kunico, Noel Harrison, Pat Terry, Charlie, Rich Mountain Tower, Ben Howard, The Sherbs, Billy Preston, Juice Newton, Prodigal, and Tilt. Okay? There's the titles. Let's price a few things, and I'm going to count them. These are the leftover price records. These will probably be my morning 6 a.m. video. Here's a few more priced records that hadn't sold tonight. This is the last handful. Black Spirits, Festival of New Black Poets in America, sealed $14.99. Gray Days, which is Chester Bennington, this is sealed $14.99. Amend Striped. Plain White Tees was sealed $19.99 white vinyl. Simple Minds 5x5 3 LP red, white, and blue vinyl. That one was just $39.99. And the Charlie Daniels Band Live 1985, that is $34.99. Okay. Now let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47 there. All right, 47 records. Here we go. 47 times 375, and I will do these for $175. $175. 175 divided by 47, that's 372 each. 372 each. The first record I laid down was Black Spirits, a festival of new black poets in America, sealed for $14.99. And then Roger Tagavilla wants the Iron Maiden I showed earlier. That was right here. That was Number of the Beast, and that was sealed for $29.99. Come on, Willard. Come on, John Barry. That is 47 records, $175. Here's another one of those Black Spirits. I got another one, the price next. There it is, sealed, and there's another one for $14.99. So I actually got 2 of those. This guy did buy a lot of duplicates, and this stuff I've been pricing live has been pretty amazing. I think this was something that came out like in the 70s, Leslie. This was originally a Motown record from the 70s, just to give everybody an idea of like the original Last Poets is on here. David Henderson, Aski Muhammad Tori, Jackie Early, Stanley Crouch. All right, so first thing we need to do is tag Patrick Fu for the Simple Minds. Great decision there. I'm sure that wasn't cheap new. And then John Barry has stepped up on this one. Another bundle deal sold, $175 for 47 records, and these are sold. Come on, John Barry. Those are sold for $175. And let's put those away. Thank you on that. A lot of these I actually had because I was like, next time we got our bundlers on, this would have been shown tonight where I did these half off or $6.99, and I just could not get a bundle deal closed. And I was like, man, John Barry isn't watching. Man, so-and-so's not watching. And I was like, gosh, we need them on right now to buy these bundles. And guess what? Y'all never did make an appearance. So now you got a chance to buy them right now, and you have. Great. Okay, let's put this right over here, and let's put that right over there. So there's that. Now let's price something live. I don't know what this band is. It's got to be something kind of local, and it's signed. That's OG. That's pre-owned. Okay, I need another handful, actually. We're done. Let me scan this one band. I don't know a lot about them. It looks like they've signed it, too. Discogs. This is from a band called The Cold Stairs. And it's signed. There's only one active for $27.97. And this one's signed. So let's do it for $34.99. The Cold Stairs, The Southern Part 2. $34.99. And this is blues rock, southern rock. And it's a self-released album from 2025. It may be on colored vinyl, too. Or it's on translucent brown, or both. Well, it's like translucent, but that sounds interesting. And it's $34.99. Sold to Stephen Parton. Okay? Yeah, I don't think Simple Minds plays that song live. I don't know, but I think if you look through a lot of their live track listings, they've never really pushed that song, especially even live, even though it's like their most popular song. I may be wrong, but I've looked at other live set lists from them on albums, and I've never seen that. But I could be looking at the wrong ones. But I don't know. Who was it I seen one time and they didn't play a big hit? I think it was Yes. The first time I seen Yes, they didn't play I've Seen All Good People. And I was so disappointed. Of course, I've seen them in different variations about 10 or 15 times since then. But that first time, I was like, I cannot believe they didn't do that. All right, so we got this crate here to do for a bundle. And then I'm going to try to do this jazz crate half off, just FYI. And we're going to be pricing some more stuff live. So don't go anywhere. Show's not over, especially for vinyl. And let me grab these records here. There's a box set in here. There's a few OGs. And then there's another box set. And about time for me to get into a different layer. So here's about 5 or 6 more I got to price. Thanks, everybody, for staying late. Shout out to everybody buying. Shout out to everybody bidding. And shout out to all the bundlers. Let's see what's going on with this right here. Don't you forget about me. Hey, 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 hey. Boom. Ooh, whoa. $39.99. Sounds like a great price. I bet this was expensive. New MSRP. Nancy Griffith, Working in Corners, Craft. 4 LP set comprising the first 4 albums. Lacquers cut by Jeff Powell. Sealed Nancy Griffith box set. $39.99. The last 2 sold $35 and $37.99. There you have it. Right on the button for that one. Nancy Griffin, $39.99, sealed. Okay. Let's read these titles. Let me price one more over here. Got some great stuff to price. I mean, this collection, just insane. This guy had put a lot of time and effort into all this. I think when people move, though, they're left in bad situations, and they have to make tough decisions. But most of the time, it's not a money thing. It's more of a logistics thing, and they get to basically restart buying, which a lot of people like to do. They're like, heck yeah, I'll start buying again. So this is sealed Joni Mitchell Rolling Thunder Review. Record Store Day, limited edition, mastered by Bernie Grundman. Joni Mitchell, sealed. Nancy Griffith is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that, Adam. And there's sealed Joni Mitchell. That's the same price it originally sold for. I'm going to do Joni for $24.99. Help me, I think I'm falling in love again. I got this crazy feeling and a smoking ash and a help me, I think I'm falling in love again. I got this. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. All right. I'll start singing Joni Mitchell if you buy this bundle. And everybody's like, sign me up. Jimmy Rainey featuring Bob Brookmeyer. We have Cognition, The Road. That looks interesting. And then John Cale, Slow Dazzle. Joe Tex. Uma Sumac, or something like that. The Best of the Diamonds, Brady and Holly. We had Magnet. Also Leif Garrett, Spyro Gyra, Paul Butterfield, Alfonso Johnson, Dirk Hamilton, Dragon, La Ruta in CinemaScope, Super Sax and LA Voices, Tim Hardin, Sweet for Susan Moore, Everly Brothers, Night City, The New Society Band, Byron Berline, Sundance, The Return of the Singing Cowboy, Dublé, Oscar Brown, Shotgun Angel, Daniel Amos, Jazz Sampler from Maxell, Gary U.S. Bonds, Rod Taylor, Trooper, Nina Federick, Sweet Tooth, Nicolette Larson, Stabilizers, Gambler, The Pointer Sisters, Barry Goldberg, Oh Happy Days, the Edwin Hawkman Singers, Old and Golden Compilation, Billy Stewart, Benny Mardones, The Tailgaters, Steve Harley, Hero, Q, Walter Egan, and Michael Quattro. All right, these are only going to be offered right now as a bundle, okay? These are only going to be offered right now as a bundle. Here is an OG type record. This is 14. Oh, it's Japanese. Never mind. I don't know what to do on this now. Let's just run it for a quick. How about a quick 12:30 a.m. Japanese auction? Do they know it's Christmas? Japanese single, $15 start in there. $15 start in there. I thought I claimed that Sweet Tooth. That we've had several of those. We've had several of those. The Dragon, I'll go ahead and show it to you, but it's going to be exclusive to this bundle only. And the Dragon was called Ozimblizi, I believe. For some reason, that Sweet Tooth is a very limited edition numbered record, but we've had a bunch of them come through here. I bet it's already been bought and paid for by you, Jim B. $15 start on, though they know it's Christmas. Japanese single. I don't think that one came with an Obi, just that hop sticker. All right, now let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. 46. The record he's inquiring about, I think, is a pretty pricey record. Sweet Tooth. Yeah, $49.99 original sticker price, 1996 red vinyl, numbered. And that was either one time either half off or $6.99. That's going to be part of the deal. And there's 46 records in here. And my bundle offer is going to be $170. $170 divided by 46. And this is $369 each, $170 for everything in here. $170 for everything in here. These were not being sold individually. This was an exclusive bundle. These have already been shown either half off or $6.99 once, if not maybe twice. This is now just a bundle offer only. We got 2 people battling for bundles tonight. This is going to be one of the last ones. But you did get here in a great time because we're about to do a Jazz Crate half off. We are about to do a Jazz Crate half off. We need one more person on a bundle deal sold to John Barry. All right. And I think that was the last of what I had. First thing I'm going to do is make sure of that. Then we're going to do this other crate half off, which has some steals. I think it's got some pricey records. Let me grab a notepad. And I'm actually out of sticky notes. Let me go ahead and do this right here. And let me grab this right here. All right, I didn't have the sticky pad. Wow. All right, let's go ahead and sell this Japanese single. And this is sold for $25 to Jason Forterat. Thank you. And then over here, all right. And this bundle deal is should be about 46 records. Is. And those sold to John Berry for $170. All right. Awesome. Let me get these over here. So whoever's tagging, the first part of the bundle is going to start in this crate. And then we're going to start another crate with the rest of these, okay? And then we're also processing stuff live. We're also processing stuff live. We still got that to do as well. Come on, John Berry. Come on, Willard Dunham. Do. Does anybody want to buy any silver? Bop, bop, bop. Golly, we've sold some records tonight. That's a great way to get a lot of new music at a great price. And like he has said before, and like a lot of people, I pick out what I like. I might listen to it all, get rid of what I didn't like, get rid of it all, keep them all, whatever. I think the last time I showed these, they were best offer. And I was like, you know what? As much as we're low on price stuff, we might need to go ahead and do one of these recent jazz crates at half off. And here it is. And I know Jazz Grog's watching. I know Adam Bernardi's watching. I don't know about anybody else. Maybe Ray Red, he's hanging around usually. Maybe we can get some stuff sold. There could be other stuff in here too. I'm pretty sure there is, yeah. It's not just jazz. There's soundtracks and other records in here too. So this is going to be a great crate. There's some Japanese stuff in here. And let's roll it. I'm also processing stuff live as we speak, like this right here. Ooh. Let's pull up Discogs. Processing stuff live. Ooh, I know how much these are new. Let me see what they go for on Discogs, though. Yeah. Uh-oh. We got a good one here. This is a fairly new release. Yeah, sealed. Pink Floyd, $69.99. The Wish You Were Here 3 LP, $69.99. The Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. Median on this thing is $71.48. Pink Floyd is $69.99. Wish You Were Here box set. It's got some cool unreleased bonus tracks there. Demos and other takes I've never heard before. All right, so there's that. While we're doing this half-off crate, we're going to be doing some other stuff. We're going to be processing some stuff, which I got to go grab a new selection of right now. Let's go see what's in this next tub. I see some duplicates or different variants and stuff, which could be pretty dang cool. So let me grab. I know what that is. I know what those are. And is that the same record? Okay. All right, here we go. Ra-da-dun-dun-da-da. Dun-da-da-da. I've been bound to keep from riding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I've got one more. Here we go, half off. Right off the bat, Manhattan Focus, now just $27.50. A 1979 Japanese OG fusion record, $27.50. These are going to be half off, no more, no less. Boy, Ray Red is on it. Oh my gosh, that was fast. We have Shuko Mizuno's Jazz Orchestra 75, half off of $79.99. How much? Now just $40. A 1975 Japanese OG with the book. That's now just $40. Sold to Ray Red. Oh my. This could get pretty out of hand. Roy Merriweather Trio, Soul Invader. That is sealed, now just $10. A 68 US OG and sealed and sleeve. So the baggie is perforated from Columbia and it's never been opened. Just $10 on that. What else do we have? We have One Night Stand, a keyboard event, Carnegie Hall, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. And this is $5 with Kenny Barron, Ubi Blake, Arthur Blythe, Stanley Clark, George Duke. $5 for that. A keyboard event. Flower, a 1978 U.S. pop vocal album. $5 on that. And Michelle Freeman, A 79 white label promo, Disco Funk Electronic, now just $750. Ray Red on the keyboard, Adam Bernardi second. And then Hugh Muscella, Uptown Ship, an 89 US sealed. Tons of sealed stuff in here. Hugh is just $7.50. All right. I'm scanning a record to price live right now. I'm opening up my Discogs. I've got this open. I'm scanning it. I'm scanning this. And this is gotta be, this is a 3LP numbered on colored vinyl, $44.99. The Allman Brothers at Manley Fieldhouse, Syracuse University, 1972. Orange, blue, and blue splatter. Record store day, numbered Allman Brothers, $44.99. The last two sold for $55 and $40. That's what the last two sold for. They're numbered right here on the front. We're talking about classic Allman Brothers. Not just anything. Classic Allman Brothers. Not just the Allman Brothers. We're talking about classic Allman Brothers. I need more Monster. If we're going to do this crate, I got to have more ice, more drink, and I need some pistachios and crab chips. Golly. Holy moly. Pistachio, jalapeno, and lime. It's good. It's really good. All right. Done. Do I have any left in here? A few. Tanner left me some bread. Sourdough bread. Thanks, Tanner. At least somebody's thinking about me. Sorry. I had to have something to gnash on. Is that the right term? Gnash? All right. Right back to it as soon as I mark this other Allman Brothers. Go. All right, so Hugh is sold to Adam. Back to the half-off stuff. Franco Ambrosetti, Heart Bop with Phil Woods, Hal Galper, sealed 81 German OG, $7.50. Mark's Vibes, Marky Markowitz Sextet with Al Coon and John Bunch. This is a 76 swing. It's a Japanese-made record. For US, $5 on that. We have Ray Red on Franco. So to Ray Red. Switched on Brandenburgs, the complete concertos. Half-Speed Masters sealed, $17.50. Wilson, that's all. Phil Wilson 5 with Al Coon and John Bunch. That is sealed, $7.50. And back to music, Theo Vaness, a 78 Disco Funk, $5. Adam Bernardi on Marks. And that was Mark's Vibe, sold to Adam Bernardi. Soul Flutes, Trust in Me, a 68 white label promo, post-bop cool jazz, $7.50. The Lorindo Almeida Trio, Artistry and Rhythm, sealed for $7.50. Las Vegas, 3 a.m., Lloyd Ellis Quintet with Carl Fontana, sealed $7.50. Slick Funk, a 78 US That's sealed for $5. Did I tell the half off prices on those? This was sealed $7.50 and sealed for $7.50. Las Vegas 3 a.m. and Almedia, Lorindo, Almedia. All right, let's price another record. Yeah, the Allman Brothers were known for going off on the whipping post. They did long versions of that. I think the Fillmore version's pretty long too. All right, what version do we have here? Is it a picture disc? No, probably this right here. Kind of a pricey record right now. Sealed, $39.99, Pride and Glory. I'm showing it as a 2020 US with the last sold overseas at $40.82. Pride and Glory, sealed, $39.99. I've been run down. I've been tried to. No one of my and I've been down. Las Vegas sold out of Bernardi. Wow. Jazz Grog, I don't mind you at all sharing that on the chat. So Greg has a jazz website that he has put hours and no telling how many hours into. And if you want to share that, that's perfectly okay with me. He is a jazz aficionado, and he's put a lot of time into that right there. I mean, there's no telling, right, Greg? There's no telling to build something like that. I know what that kind of time takes. So, yeah, go check that out. I'm going to click on it here myself in case we want to. How do you click on Twitch? There it is. You just got a view from me. You just got a view from me, buddy. Wow, look at all this. Wow, look at all that. Now, did you take these pictures? Did you do all this here? It looks like it's the same spindle, so I bet you did. Wow, look at this. And then you got Impulse and Contemporary, Blue Note, Atlantic. Golly, what a website. Okay. Crystal on Pride and Glory. Thank you, Crystal. That's sold you for $39.99. Back to the half-off stuff. Here we go. Street of Dreams, the Ross Tompkins Trio with John Hurd, Jake Hanna, and Nick Sorelli. Sealed for $5. Also, we have California Doings. We have Dick Carey Septet with Bob Haven, sealed $5. Jay Nutra said he was first. Oh, he asked how much. It was $39.99 for Pride and Glory. Jay Nutria asked how much, and then Crystal claimed it. He has dibs if he wants it. My bad. We have Street sold to Adam Bernardi. Jay Nutra first on Pride and Glory. A few more half off, then let's price some more. The Bruce Foreman Quartet with special guest Bobby Hutcherson. That is now sealed for $10. And Art Webb, Love Eyes, a 77 US Jazz Funk, $12.50 on that. Crystal, he was first asking about that. $12.50 on that. All right, let's price something else here. This next record I've got 2 copies of. That's great news. I got one for 2 of you. And let me scan it right quick. And let me open up my Discogs right here. Not my, almost open my Discover credit card app. I don't want to do that right now. I'm sure they want about 4,000 or 5,000 out of me. They usually do every couple days. That's how much we blow through here using business credit cards. This is a really good record here. Holy guacamole. This is $69.99, which is the last sealed copy, and looks like it's a pretty good price based on active. Buffalo Springfield at Monterey Pop. That's a good one. I'd love to listen to this. Too bad one's not opened. This is Buffalo Springfield at International Pop Festival, Monterey. 2 LPs of complete sets of the Birds, too. Wow, the Birds is on here as well from the analog tapes. Wow, $69.99. $69.99. And they're doing, for what it's worth, think about that. They're doing the Vietnam era for what it's worth in 1967. Those people out there listening to a timeless classic, they'd even know that they was in the presence of Neil Young and David Crosby and Graham Nash, or at that time, I guess, Stephen Stills and David Crosby and Neil Young. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to be real. Never stop. What's that sound? Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right when. All right, Bruce is sold to Adam Bernardi and then Ray Red. Ray, he was ahead of you. Half off. George Benson, In Your Eyes, sealed for $7.50. Devil is a Woman, VG Plus, $7.50. Freddie Hubbard, Sing Me a Song of Song Me, $12.50 for Freddie Hubbard. And the Chris Hensey combination, Bamboo Magic, $7.50. Jazz Grog on Freddie Hubbard. That's sold. And Maxine Sullivan, Earl Hines and Maxine Sullivan, live at the Overseas Press Club, sealed for $5. Ray Red, second on Freddie Hubbard. Dave Holland, Emerald Tears, a 78 US, $10. Also, Focus 3, a 1972 Dutch import, $10 on that. Maxine Sullivan, sold to Adam Bernardi. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Voyage. Voyage is $5. Also, Melba Moore, I Got Love. Melba Moore is $7.50. Sunshine, Davina and the Vagabonds, $12.50 on that. And Bourgeois Tag, Yo-Yo, $5. The Whackers was $12.50. Adam Bernardi on MM for Melba Moore. And then we have Ashman Reynolds, Stop Off, a 72 promo, $12.50. The Egyptian soundtrack, music by Alfred Newman, $7.50. The Last Mile Ramblers, While They Last, $15 on that. And then a MoFi pressing of Earl Klugh, Late Night Guitar. That's now $30 for Earl Klugh, Late Night Guitar. How much? $30. Whoa. Yep, just $30 on that one. Okay, and let's go ahead and price another record that's out of the new stuff right now. Okay. And we have Discogs opened. I've got my scanner open. I got 2 copies of the same record. And this is the Record Store Day Red Vinyl, Dallas 1991 Van Halen. Their Record Store Day Red Vinyl, I got 2 of them for $39.99, which is what the new standard black vinyl would cost if I ordered it new, just FYI. There's Van Halen. Don't drop it, Chad. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. All right, $39.99 on that. And here is the other one. Stephen Parton says he'll take at least 1. Sure you don't want 3 of them? I've only got 2, but are you sure you don't want 3? John LeBady says I'll take the other one. Awesome. So both Van Halens are sold. Those, of course, are sticker price on the back. Earl Klugh was half off MoFi at $30 as well. Joe Simon, The Choking Kind, $10. The Turning Point is $5. The Coma soundtrack, $12.50. Starland Vocal Band, sealed for $5. Vitamin E Sharing, nice, half off of $49.99. A 77 disco funk album, now just $25 on that. We have the Salso Orchestra for $15. And then Sand. Sand is a 73 U.S. country rock, psych rock prog album, $25 on Sand. Badu and the Orchestra, Eastern Man, $5. Patrick Lear on Vitamin E, so to Patrick Lear. And Anita Ward, sealed for $7.50. Anita Ward, sealed for $7.50. Celio and Capono, Night Music, $5 on that. Anthony White, whoa, big discount on that one. Look at that, half off, $99.99. A 76 Watt label promo, Disco Soul Funk, now just $50. Emil Nargi is $5. And another MoFi, check this out, Linda Ronstadt, a demonstration, not for sale, gold stamp promo, half off of $69.99, makes that $35. $35 on that. We have Anthony White, also sold to Patrick Lear. And El Chicano, the best of everything, sealed a 75 US Rock Latin Soul Funk, $10. C&K, Celilio and Capono sold to Patrick Fu. And then we had Kenny Dorman Quintet. Take a look at that. Half off now makes that $35. A 61 US Stereo OG. 35 on Kenny Dorm. Didn't I turn down an offer for more than that already? Hoagie Sings Carmichael. That's sealed for 35. And $10 on Button Down Brass, Cops and Robbers. Kenny Dorham, sold to Jazz Grog. Also, we have Peter Dean in Fun City, $5 on Peter Dean. We have Horizontal Refreshment Supercharge, $5 on that. And then the Love Unlimited Orchestra, EX, $9. Donnie Marie Osmond, White Label Promo, $5. And then Bass Cooking, the Japanese Bass Players Club, half off of $74.99 makes that $37.50. It's an 85 Japanese Bass Cooking, $37.50 on that one. Chad's thirsty. Chad's really thirsty. Bass Cooking is $37.50, half off of $74.99. All right, so read through these again, maybe quickly. I think I got one more to do half off, and I think it's mostly Jazz, or maybe just go ahead and go right into that and offer these as a bundle. I really want to read through them again, but I feel like y'all saw most of what y'all wanted to see the first time, right? This one has a lot of soundtracks in it. It's mostly soundtracks and jazz. We got some more stuff to price. Let's offer these as a quick bundle. That way we can go right into the other one, which will probably be the last true crate of the night. And then we'll be doing nothing but pricing a few things till the end. So, I mean, there's some pricey records in here, but I'm going to offer them as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Man, but there's some good stuff in here. I bet somebody's going to jump on it, though. $225, everything that's left. $225. And if this one doesn't sell, that's okay. I can do a few more things with a few more things in there, and then we can try to sell them for $6.99 maybe at another night. And then we'll go right into the other one. But I would love to sell them all right now and move them on. And then I'm going to slide the other crate up here. I got the next record I'm about to price is a man named, well, you'll see. All right.
I can't do it.
Sold to John Barry.
Okay. We'll do it live. Okay.
Whoop, wrong button.
No. We'll do it live.
Oh, didn't mean to hit that. There he is. That made things a lot simpler for everybody. I mean, there's some great stuff still in there. So those two MoFi and the sealed Japanese are the value of that entire bundle almost. So that was a great buy. And don't worry, we got 30,000 new jazz records from this recent buy. And that includes soundtracks and maybe some other stuff too. So there's plenty. And I told Paul, I said, let's mark them. Let's get them sold. let's move them on to the next person. And we'll have plenty more to mark in the meantime, I'm sure. I mean, Paul marked 6 crates of the night, which is like, I think, a record for him. And after we go through this next crate, they're all going to be gone. We've went through them. I've took offers, and then I do them half off. So if you don't buy them right off the bat, you could miss out on them. If you wait and try to make an offer, you might miss out on them. Somebody could be first. You might not be watching that night. Or when they're half off, you can get them probably for the best deal, or $6.99, but same thing. Somebody might beat you to them. And then you're left twiddling your fingers. But I think y'all know how that system works. It's either buy it right then if you really want it, maybe wait to try to make an offer on it, get a steal at a half off. But like I said, you take some risk doing that. You're either might not be watching, or somebody could beat you to it. And you're like, dang, I should have bought it when I had the chance. All right, let's do another crate half off. This one has jazz and soundtracks in it. Okay? And the other night when I was making flip crates, I pulled out 2, not out of this crate, but out of all the crates, I pulled out a couple John Coltrane's that didn't sell, because I'm going to give them to Laura to tag for auction. But if somebody wants to make an offer on them tonight, right here's your chance. I pulled out these. Yeah, I pulled out these right here for Laura to tag for auction. But if somebody wants to make an offer, here's your chance. John Coltrane Expression, 1973, $49.99. Okay. John Coltrane Selflessness featuring My Favorite Things. These are really clean, EX Plus or better, 1968, $74.99. So, make offer now. Those were pulled out like Saturday night when I was making flip crates, and I was like, I'm going to give those to Laura, and we cycle them in for auction. So basically, she would re-clean them, put them in MoFi sleeves, research them, and they'd be hot photographed, and then there'll be people tuned in exclusively to buy those, and then you'll have to fight them for auction. Or you can go ahead and just buy both of them right now for grog for $95. Sold. Done. All right, let me price 2 records before we get started in this half-off crate, okay? We're going to price 2 records from this from this new stuff before we get to the half-off stuff, okay? And this is sealed, just $19.99. Jimi Hendrix, Songs for Groovy Children, the Fillmore East concerts. $19.99, okay? Oh, great neck adjustment there. Whew. Sealed Jimi Hendrix. And this is Record Store Day, pressed on blue and violet, 150 gram. So that's colored vinyl, pressed at QRP, $19.99. Sold to Rick Hall. Okay? Sold to Rick Hall. John LaBeatty was second. Patrick Lear says he needs to pass on the Anthony White. Okay, let me go find that. That should be right here. If anybody wants this, it's $50, half off of $99.99. Anthony White, Could It Be Magic? A white label promo. It is beautiful. Near mint minus condition. Gold stamp promo as well. $50 on that. I'm going to put it right over here. Okay? All right. Here we go. Oh, let me process one other one. Then I got to go get another handful. Let me close out of Discogs. Where you open this. This next thing looks like a single, and I have 2 of them. So this could be interesting. I don't know who this is, though. Their logo looks familiar. Aha, no wonder. Good gosh, why did that one sell so much? $19.99, Jane's Addiction. This is Imminent Redemption. It's a white label Record Store Day self-released Jane's Addiction single, and I've got 2 of them sealed. $19.99 each. One thing, I don't know why. Never met it how hard it tries. I try so hard. This could be one of the last crates of the night. And we could go through the new crate, Paul Mark, tonight and do it, I don't know, go ahead and do it best offer. Why not, right? We might end up selling everything in there. John LeBeatty on Jane's Addiction. Thank you. There's one left. John LeBeatty got one. These are half off. Charlie Rich, Once a Drifter, sealed, $5. Perfect Love Affair, Constellation Orchestra, a 78 US Soul Disco, $7.50. Cal Jader, Carmen McRae, Heat Wave, an 82 USOG sealed, $12.50 for Jader and McRae. Betty Carter, Social Call, sealed, 1980 US, $7.50. Seals and Croft, Get Closer, sealed, $7.50. Reg Wilson, 88 Keys and a Girl, a 69 US jazz album, $5 on this. Reg Wilson, $5. Adam Bernardi on Betty, and Betty Carter is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Cal Jader, a Fuego Vivo, that's sealed for $10. Reg sold to Adam Bernardi. We also have the Sunset All-Stars with Nat King Cole, Anatomy of a Jam Session, Buddy Rich and Charlie Shavers, sealed $5. Wow, this is going to be a big discount. Now just $25. P-Funk related. It is Fred Wesley and the Horny Horns featuring Maceo Parker, Say Blow by Blow Backwards. And that's a beautiful Atlantic. Now just $25. We have Adam Bernardi on Nat King Cole, Stephen X, Jazz Grog on Wesley. And then we have 7 Stars. That was an 83 US $5. Cal Jader plays on this one. Ernestine Anderson. Eddie Duran, it says guitar. Iji Kimatura is the high bill on that one, if that makes sense. We have the Johnny Hodges All-Stars with Duke Ellington All-Stars. That's sealed for $7.50. George Scherer put Few. And Few was for, what was for Few? He might have got auto-corrected there. We have Oliver Nelson Images. Oliver Nelson's a 76 white label promo, $10. Adam Bernardi on Hodges. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Touchdown USA, the Big Ten, and other great college marches of the gridiron. VG Plus, $5. Oliver Nelson sold to Jazz Grog. We got Inga Swezen. It looks like Swenson. I'm old fashioned. 64 mono, $5 on that. And then Cambridge, Pieces by John Lewis, Harold Faberman, dedicated to Dolphy, EX 1150. Duke is sold to Wayne Bartow. I think that's already been something claimed, right? Duke, Nat King Cole, Wesley Parker. So there's a comment that says Few and a comment that says Duke. I don't think any of those are still available. No. But this is sold to Adam Bernardi, the Swenson. Memphis Horns, a 70 US white label promo, EX for $6.50. Yanks soundtrack, that's in shrink for $5. And then the original cast album to Raul Jula in 9. And this music and lyrics by Mary Yeston, $5 on that. Might have hit some soundtracks here. Bernard Herrmann's Western Saga plus the Desert Suite and Indian Suite. That's sealed for $10. The soundtrack to Sugar Babes or Sugar Babies, an 83 US reissue, sealed for $7.50. Let's see here. Wayne Bartow on 7 Stars. This one right here. He wanted this one. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. Michael Ruttman on Yanks, sold. And then Adam Bernardi on Western Saga, sold. Okay. The Herod Experiment, that's another soundtrack. VG Plus, $5. The Herod Experiment. Also, Merrily We Roll, that's another soundtrack. Sealed, a high-speed master, now just for $15. And the soundtrack to Gold, music by Elmer Bernstein, that's VG Plus, $5 for Gold. First Men in the Moon, Laurie Johnson soundtrack, sealed, $7.50. And Haunted, that is $7.50. That looks pretty wicked there. I need to go grab another handful of some stuff to price. Pricing live. Let me go do that right quick. Ooh. Ah. Nice. Some good stuff right here. I try so hard. This is $39.99. I know how much LA Guns is. This is either going to be red or blue vinyl. You don't know to open it, but it's either on red or blue vinyl. It's LA Guns, Man in the Moon. We just had a soundtrack kind of with that title. This is $39.99. Okay, $39.99 for LA Guns, Man in the Moon. There's that. So back to the soundtracks, right back into it. We left out here with Haunted, but before that, Adam Bernardi on First Men in the Moon. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Michael Ruttman got Gold, and Michael Ruttman got Haunted. Michael picking up a lot of cool soundtracks here. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Cats, In Shrink with Hype, $12.50. We got Zigzag soundtrack, Oliver Nelson, $7.50. Inside Move soundtrack, Ambrosia, Eagles, Lady Sylvie, Pablo Cruz, sealed, that's $7.50. Also, the Swarm soundtrack, that's sealed for $10. Cats is sold to Stephen Parton. And, excuse me, an Ennio Morricone soundtrack, Moses. Moses is sealed for $10. And Spellbound, the classic film scores of Miklos Rosa, sealed for $7.50 on that, Spellbound. All right, let's price this record here. I know what this is because this recently just came out. And let me scan it and see, because I don't think I can get them anymore, so the price might have changed a little. Wow, I just looked at gold and silver. It's up again. Holy moly. Golly. All right, let's do this right here. Gatefold. Okay, so this is purple. This is the US, right? Yeah, okay. All right, and this needs to be $29.99. Golden Doors Volume 2, Electra 75th Anniversary, purple vinyl. First time in the U.S., the Japanese compilation of the Doors, Golden Doors, sealed, purple vinyl, $29.99. $29.99 for the Doors, Golden Doors. $29.99 on that. Let's mark it. Done. All right, then back to the soundtracks. We sold Cats, and then Moses is sold to Adam. Michael Ruttman on The Swarm. And then Spellbound sold to Stephen. Adam Bernardi was next. We have Bernard Harmon, the composer, conducts music from. This is a compilation of Bernard Harmon, Psycho, North by Northwest, Vertigo, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Mysterious Islands, Sinbad. That's now just $10. And then another one. This was a soundtrack Bernard Harmon did for Obsession. Obsession is sealed just $10. Adam Bernardi on Bernard. So Adam got Bernard. Here's another one, music film of Adam Bernard, The Twisted, The Bride Wore Black, Hangover Square. That one's for $10. Obsession also sold to Adam Bernardi. Can't beat this, half off, no more, no less. And then we have the Carney soundtrack. That's sealed for $7.50. Robbie Robertson of the band. And then the soundtrack to Heroes, that's sealed for $7.50. Now, Joseph, you just commented Bernard. Was that for the first one or was that for the second one? If you wanted this one, it's available. And if not, then I think Denise wants it, and then Adam Bernardi, because that's two of them now. Moving on, we have the Sisters soundtrack, now just $15. A note from Paul said, 1975 USOG Quad, great movie. Quad for $15. The Dreamgirls soundtrack, Shrink, with the really cool hop sticker that looks like a movie ticket. That's $7.50. It was for the first. Okay, so Denise, this is so to you for $10. The film music of Bernard Harmon. If that's not right, let me know, because if not, Adam Bernardi wants it. Okay, moving on. The soundtrack to Gandhi, that's sealed for $7.50. Shirley Horn, Where Are You Going? 73 US promo, $5. Alfonso Johnson, Spellbound, a 77 white label promo, $7.50. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Terra Brasilis, that is sealed for $12.50. We have Keith Jarrett and Jack DeJohnette, Ruta and Dejata. I'm not for sure what that actually says. Ruta and Dejata with Keith Jarrett and Jack DeJohnette. $10 on that. And Hotline for Sound, musical explorations and beats, bongos, and bobs. Bob Phil and the orchestra. Project 3, $5 on that one. Ray Red on Keith Jarrett. That is sold to Ray Red, and that was right here. Okay, let me pause there. Let me price something else over here. I know how much this is. This is sealed. This is $29.99 for Stone Temple Pilots Purple. There, down, down, dum, bow, down, down, dum, dum, dum. Feel the want something. classic grunge album. Moving on, the half off stuff. Ain't But a Few of Us Left. Milt Jackson with Grady Tate, Ray Brown. That is sealed for $10. Adam Bernardi wants Sisters and Shirley Horn. You got it. So he getting Shirley Horn and he's getting the Sisters soundtrack. Those are sold to Adam Bernardi and Adam Bernardi. We also have Joe Pass Trio live at Dante's. That's sealed for $12.50. Ray Brown sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Freddie Hubbard live at the North Sea Jazz Festival 1980. That's $15. And then Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love, $10. And It's What's Happening, the baritone sound of Clark Terry. That is $20. Freddie Hubbard sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Impulsively, that's a Blue Note Jazz 2LP compilation, $10 on that. Clark Terry sold to Jazz Grog. Bobby Hutcherson sold to Adam Bernardi. And Solo, Kai Winding, EX 650, a 63 USOG. We got Chico Hamilton Quintet and Hi-Fi, a 56 US Mono OG, VG Plus $10. The Alternative Wes Montgomery, that's sealed for $15. Jazzgua on Kai and Chico, sold and sold. And the First Session, $49.50 Prestige label, $5. And Coleman Hawkins, The Real Thing, sealed for $10. Sealed for $10. Interstate Love Song. All right, here's another record to be priced right now. This is sealed for $29.99. U2, How to Reassemble Atomic Bomb. U2, How to Reassemble Atomic Bomb, $29.99. So next was Wayne Bartow on Impulsive. Sold Adam Bernardi on ES. And ES was for Wes. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then you also got Coleman. And Jazz Grog says, all right, that's me for the week. No, we're just getting started, my friend. We hadn't even got into new stuff for Jazz this week. You hadn't even seen all the new stuff. How about you stick around till we go through this one more crate for best offer? I'm going to go through new stuff that Paul just marked tonight, best offer. Because I bet we could take a dent out of it and get some more sold while all you Jazz buyers are collectively here, okay? Plus, I'm still marking stuff like this. Oh, man. Jason Forder out on U2. Little place called Vertigo. Ha ha. I get one more crate, but that's it. All right. Here we go. Anybody else on anything in here? We had Charlie Rich for $5. We have Constellation Orchestra, $7.50. Cal Jader was sealed for $12.50. Seals and Crofts sealed $7.50. Cal Jader sealed $10. Touchdown USA, VG Plus $5. Cambridge, EX $11.50. Memphis Horns, EX $6.50. 9 soundtrack, $5. Sugar Baby soundtrack, $7.50. The Herod Experiment, VG Plus $5. Merrily We Roll Along, Audiophile, $15. Zigzag is $7.50. Oliver Nelson. The Carney soundtrack. What happened to that one? The Carney soundtrack was coming up. That is Carney soundtrack. Robbie Robertson, Antonio Domino, Dave Bartholomew, Robbie Robertson, Brandel Bramblett, Robbie Robertson, and Themes and Variations over here by Alex North. So Robbie Robinson for the band doing a lot of the music, and the Themes and Variations over here done by Alex North, it looks like. That's unopened for $7.50. Inside Move soundtrack, $7.50. Hero soundtrack, $7.50. Dreamgirls is $7.50. We're going to offer a bundle on these. Gandhi is $7.50. Alfonso Johnson, $7.50. Antonio Carlos Jobim sealed for $12.50. Jobim, a sealed Jobim for $12.50. Adam Bernardi sealed on the Carney for $7.50. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Hotline Sound was $5. Joe Pass Trio was sealed $12.50 live at Dante's. And First Sessions $49.50. A Prestige label compilation. Lee Conitz, Kai Winding, Fast Navarro, J.J. Johnson. Just $5 on that. How much, Chad? $5? You've got to be joking me. No, it's just $5. Good gosh. All right, let me go ahead and be getting this other crate. Let me see what else I can price over here. Nice. Yeah, let me price this right here. I'll be the roundabout. The words will make you out and out. I'll spend the day your way. Oh, mana sana dimpin papa sheepy deepy dada. $19.99 for Yes Outtakes. Rare outtakes and alternate versions from the 1971 Fragile recording sessions, featuring the classic lineup of Anderson, Buford, Steve Howe, Chris Squire, Rick Wakeman, first time on vinyl. $19.99 for Yes Outtakes. South Side of the Sky. River. Down. Once upon the time. Down. The mountains. Down. Run beyond the south side. So do Robert Warner and Adam Bernardi. Okay. Let's count these for a bundle. Somebody's about to get a heck of a bundle here. We have Jazz Grog, and I think he's just making a statement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There's 22 records in here. The bundle deal price, $105. 105 divided by 22 is going to break this down to $4.77 each. Who wants them or who wants to make an offer? The river down along the south side, so cold that were we ever colder on that day, many miles away. Come on, bundle deal. Come on, bundle deal. Come on, bundle deal. We have 90, and Adam made an offer with a reasonable statement, but John Barry's first. I got to give him dibs, and he was at $90. And we got to sell it to him first. All right, done. A lot of interesting stuff there. And we just filled up our 4, 8, our 12th crate tonight full of vinyl. Whew, golly, everybody's crushing it tonight. They're going to come in tomorrow and be like, holy crap, Chad. I had a goal tonight, and y'all have really helped me. So truly, okay, and this is not some willy-nilly pep talk. This isn't some, oh, blah, 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 blah. This isn't some, oh, bleepity-deepy-deep, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. This is real, what I'm about to tell you. Y'all know how many records we buy and sell. Y'all know how many records we buy. Y'all know how many records we sell. Y'all know how many records we buy and sell. The crate I'm about to show you next, which was newly priced for today, with the exception of these records over here, unsold auctions and the stuff I've been pricing, there is only 1/2 crate left in this entire building of priced pre-owned records. Now, that doesn't count unprocessed stuff. There's probably 150,000, maybe at this point even 200,000 records in this building that have not been processed and priced. We'll eventually get to them because we sell a lot here every year, every week, every month, every year. But right now, this is the last crate of pre-owned records that are priced in this building that are stickered and ready to go, with the exception of these that I just marked, and a lot of this is new and sealed, and with the exception of all, of course, our new vinyl, which isn't pre-owned. It's brand new and sealed. This is it. This is the only records we have left priced, which means I'm going to send a text to Paul, John, and Laura tomorrow, and I'm going to be like, listen, I don't know if y'all got to work extra, work harder, or work faster, but we got to start pricing more stuff. We're virtually out of priced records. So hopefully all 3 of them are there tomorrow, because the only reason we was able to have a sale tonight was that we already had stuff priced, but there's nothing left up front. You know, the front part of our store used to be full of records. It is. They're all $2 records, and I can't show those here for 1 or 2 reasons. 1, they're $2 records. 2, a lot of them are probably damaged or not even playable. So this is it. And so anything you see tomorrow will be new, and I'm really going to have to get a game plan ready for part 2 of every night because we don't have anything to go through half off now. There's nothing. I've been looking around like, man, is there one more crate? Is there another stack? There's nothing. There's not even any leftover Hatchet Ed stuff. So 2026 has started off in a fury. I mean, we are selling virtually everything that we're marking, and there's no leftovers from previous shows. So there's nothing left from 2025. We put all those out already and discounted them. And there's nothing left from 2026. And there's only, when I condensed them, there's only 2 crates of new vinyl, plus the stuff up front on the racks. Wow. I'll stop yapping. Here we go. We have Free Flight Beyond the Clouds. That's a 1984 U.S. Post-Bop Fusion with press kit. $9.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Grooving, Panama Francis and the Savoy Sultans. An 82 U.S. and Shrink, $9.99. Kai Winding and Curtis Fuller, Giant Bones at Nice. That's a 1980 French import, sealed for $9.99. Sato Wantabe, Rendezvous, a 1984 U.S. Smooth Jazz Funk, sealed for $24.99. We have the Widespread Depression Orchestra, Time to Jump Up and Shout, sealed for $9.99. The Jack Walrath Group, this is sealed in 83 U.S., $14.99. We have VSOP, the Quintet, Live Under the Sky, a 1980 audiophile pressing, $29.99. Silk, Fuse 1, an 81 U.S. Fusion Jazz Funk, $14.99. Eric Gale, this is called Ginseng Woman, a 77 white label promo, $14.99 for Eric Gale. No name discount. The only way I can do that is if I can come up with some stuff in the back or something. But I don't have anything to discount. There's nothing left. Everything's been bought. We have sold everything. I'll have to get creative. If we do have a vintage crate, it will have to be something different. It'll have to be something different. I mean, there might be some kind of pre-owned records, but I don't know. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. I've outpaced my staff. They can't mark stuff fast enough. Widespread Depression, sell that to Steven for $7. This is why I'm like literally saying I need more people. I started with one record pricer, John, then John and Paul, 2 people, and then Paul's helping me buying stuff. Then we had Laura. I need 4 and 5 people here almost around the last, I don't know what the last thing I said, but Joe Poss is sealed, $24.99. Wayne Bartow and Kai Winding for $7. Wayne, I'll sell that to you for $7. Yeah, my mic went out, sorry. But yeah, I started with 4, we have 3 record pricers, but I need 5 really, because I've got to the point where we're outpacing how much we can put out. Plus, the collections we're buying are better and better, so there's not like a lot of stuff left over. You know, and we got more and more different. We got more jazz people now. We got more soundtrack people. We got more rock, and we got plenty of metal people and plenty of everything else. So it's just like, yeah, we're going to have to just like go around the clock pricing stuff. Joe Pass, the Complete Catch Me Session, sealed, $24.99. Enrico Rava Quintet, Anna Donda, that is sealed for $34.99. An 83 Italian, the only time that was ever on vinyl. Chet Baker, She Was Too Good to Me, with Hubert Laws and Paul Desmond, $39.99. Bob James, Steve Gadd, Ron Carter, Jack DeJohnette, It's Beautiful, $39.99, a white label promo. Battersea, Rain Dance, Chris Barber and his band, $39.99. A 69 UKOG, A highly collectible Marmalade vinyl. This is on the Marmalade label. How cool. $39.99 for that. Also, Kevin Eubanks, guitarist. That is sealed $14.99. Don't forget, I've got a few more bonus things over here to price. And here's one of them right here. So let me scan this and see what's going on with it. And this is Discogs. And let me scan this. I got two of them. Nice. And it's this one right here. And this is going to be sealed for $29.99. Let's do it for $24.99. $24.99. The Rolling Stones Get Your Yayas Out. Exclusive limited edition 180 gram red and white stripe colored vinyl. Red and white stripe colored vinyl. Limited edition. $24.99. The Rolling Stones. I'm going to go ahead and price those and get them in sleeves. We're going through this crate here, which was actually new arrivals for tonight. Best offer. Yeah, what I was saying, I don't know if I cut out when I said this, but I did say I'm going to have to go in other record stores and just be like, listen, what would you take for all of your priced records in your building right now? Because we need them, and just bring them back here. That way I'm like restocked with new price stuff. I can just say, okay, do y'all have a bunch of good records priced? Okay, what do you want for everything in your store? Give me a wholesale cash deal. You can restart. I need the stuff, and I can bring it back here and just sell it. We might have to go talk to some record stores, see if anybody's wanting to sell out and get out of the business. But that only makes sense if they got a bunch of good stuff laying around. If they got a bunch of bad stuff laying around, we don't want it. But I don't know. I don't know many places like that, especially around here. We probably would have already bought it. The Chet Baker was $39.99. The Marmalade was Battersea Rain Dance, Chris Barber and his band. 69 UK, $39.99. Also, Clifford Brown, Max Roach, featuring Sonny Rollins, Rich Powell, and George Morrow, Pure Genius, Volume 1, sealed $19.99. Afro Blues Today, Afro Blues Quintet Plus One, $39.99, $28 on Chet Baker, sold to Jazz Grog for $28. We got Pablo Today, Passion Flower, Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington, sealed for $14.99. Clifford Brown sold to Adam Bernardi for $14. We got All Too Soon, Quadrant Toast Duke Ellington, sealed for $14.99. Tune Up, Chet Baker, live in Paris, $74.99. An 81 German import, only time released on vinyl, $74.99 on Chet Baker. We got Zoot Sims, sold to Adam Bernardi for $9. That's gone. We also have Oscar Peterson live at the North Sea Jazz Festival, The Hague, Holland, 1980. That is sealed for $19.99. Also, Ray Anderson, Right Down Your Alley. That's sealed for $19.99. An 84 Italian OG Post Bop, $19.99 on that. Experience, Margie Day, 69 US Soul, $19.99. Oscar Peterson sold to Adam Bernardi for $14. Excuse me. Let me refresh this. All right, we've been going for 6 hours. Okay. All right, and then Laura, Forever Amber, The Bad and the Beautiful. David Raskinduck's great film score. 1976 US, $9.99 on that. Woody Shaw, that's a 1978 US white label promo, $19.99. Milt Jackson Vibrations, a 64 US stereo, VG Plus, $24.99. Chet Baker, $45. Let me study on that one for a second. Let me see how maybe. Let me see here. RK. Let me see what's going on with this one. This is RK 25680. Chet. What's the front look like? That's it right there. 81 German. 80 German. 81 German. 81 German. That's it right there. 81 German. Let me study on that one. What's titled the Woody Shaw? Woody Shaw is called Rosewood. Woody Shaw Rosewood, a 78 white label promo, $19.99 on that. Loose, Willis Jackson, a 63 US stereo, It does have some gassing on the vinyl, but does not affect back play. VG Plus $29.99. And then musician, composer, raconteur Dizzy Gillespie plays and raps in his greatest concert, EX $12.99. And then Crazy and Mixed Up Sarah Vaughan, EX $12.99. Was this sealed? No, it's near mint and shrink. I'll do Chet Baker for 65. Dizzy, Adam Bernardi, 7. Sold Adam Bernardi. Chet for 65. Sarah also sold for 7 to Adam Bernardi. Oh. Sold to Jazz Grog, Chet Baker, $55. Done. Okay, so anybody else? Willis Jackson, Woody Shaw, Milt Jackson, Laura, and Forever Amber. That's 2 soundtracks here, the New Philharmonic Orchestra. Margie Day, Ray Anderson, Quadrant Toast, Duke Ellington. That's with Milt Jackson, Ray Brown, Mickey Roker, and Joe Pass. That was sealed for $14.99. Afro Blues Quintet, the Chris Barber and his band. Kevin Eubanks and Ronco Wava, Joe Pass, Eric Gale, Silk Fuse 1, and then VSOP, Jack Walther Group, Saddle Wannabe, Panama Francis, and Free Flight Beyond the Clouds. All right, let me go grab another handful of some stuff to price. And plus, I'm going to move this crate over here and show you the stuff that's already been marked for tonight and try to get some of that sold and show you the unsold auctions. And, of course, the other high-end stuff in there. This right here is sold to Adam Bernardi for $9. One of the things we had tonight was I brought out the Japanese CDs. The reason that was is because we had all the Japanese auctions tonight, and everybody was like, we want more Japanese. We want more Japanese. And I was like, I don't have any more. And then I found some CDs. And then I found lots of CDs, okay? Now, this one, we had 3 copies. And what happened was we sold one at auction. Then somebody bought a backup for the same price. And then they had to put it back because they bought the vinyl later in the show. So I've got a one-time deal on these. I'm going to offer them less than what the auction sold for earlier. Tears for Fears, Japanese CDs, $35. $35 on Tears for Fears. Okay, Foreigner is $25. Tears for Fears, these are all sealed, brand new Japanese CDs. $35 on those, $25 on Foreigner. The Best of Morrissey, I did those $5 off. Some of these were already originally priced, so first time I've offered them any cheaper. Morrissey's $25. And then Talking Heads, $25. And this is the Best of Talking Heads. That's $5 off on those. And then Supertramp, we sold 2. There's one left for Breakfast in America. $25 on that. $25 on that. And then the only other ones I didn't get to that wasn't Taylor Swift, Nothing Gets Her. We just didn't want to get into those because I've got like 200 of them, it seems like. We have the Beach Boys, SHEM CD, 2020. I was going to do those for $25. That's $5 off. Nightwish, Century Child, those are now just $25. And I've got 2 more Foreigners. Okay? 2 more Foreigners. So, first time those have ever been discounted. And some of them I have duplicates of, okay? Now, no bundle on these because they were just shown. I mean, it'd be pretty high per LP, like $7 a piece. If anybody wanted everything that's left, that'd be pretty firm. I'd go ahead and do it for that. Otherwise, I'll wait and show them a different time. So, $7 each if anybody wants everything that's left. John Barry, Willard Dunham. If not, we'll just wait and do those at another time. Y'all can't completely sell me out, can you? And y'all were like, yes, we can, Chad. Yes, we can, Chad. All right. I don't know if I'm able to answer that question. What I understand with digital recordings, like with Japanese, well, with anything, I know one reason some of these Japanese CDs are different. We had Megadeth the other night. when we first got in all these. And a lot of them have different mixes and maybe even bonus tracks. Plus, they're Japanese, so that makes them collectible. But I think on the digital side, there is a way to make something even higher quality. Maybe different files when they're made. Plus, I think they're on better CDs. I bet somebody can give a better answer than I can right now, but there is a way they can do that to make them better quality. All right. Now, some of this stuff I feel like I've shown a million times. I really need to do something with it, like these right here. Hey, there's that Freddie Hubbard. I've been waiting for one of y'all jazz guys to make an offer. I almost did a deal with somebody the other night. We have the Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, which was a 65 US stereo repress. It has the original accompanier sleeve. It's EX Roy Van Gelder, $85 on that. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, okay? Here's another Natural Child GMB, a 2014 USOG white splatter vinyl, 75 on Natural Child, and then these were all autographs here, right? Yeah, these are all autographs and high-end. So those are the only two no bids left from like the last several weeks, Natural Child and then the Freddie Hubbard there. And then, so yeah, and then the rest of this is stuff that I've priced, and I've almost got a full crate here finally. And then the only other no bids for tonight are right here. I've got the Mamas and Papas, California Dreamin', Monterey Pop Festival, $30 buy now on that. I think I said 35 earlier because I like that number as a starting bid better. The Beatles Rough Notes, same thing. I was pricing that one at 35. It's an unofficial. And then Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, $20 buy now on that 12-inch single, okay? I don't think that's going to stay. Nope. Let's see here. Let's put it right over here. It'll stay there. All right. Sounds like a good thing to put into Grok or ChatGPT or Perplexity. Why are Japanese CDs better than regular US CDs? I'm sure there's somebody with a YouTube video. I'm sure there's some audiophile guy out there with a great channel that probably could tell us more about it than we would want. He's probably wrote 2 books on it and has a PhD in it. Okay, now no one's really asked, but it's kind of something I need to move back over here because it is slightly in my way. I'm still going to price some stuff. I'm about to go through MIT on the Beatles for 25. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you, MIT. These other 2 auctions, Tears for Fears and Mamas and Papas, I'll either put those in the video. I'm going to take out all these autographs because at this point, I just need to get them online. And the Taylor Swift and the Metallica, those are already listed. So I got to put MC Chris on eBay. I'll probably do that tonight. I'm going to put Post Malone on eBay. Neil Young's already on eBay. I just need to put him back over here. And then I need to put Paul McCartney on eBay, and Metallica's already on eBay for $15K. Neil Young's already on eBay for $1,500. So $15,000 on Metallica, $1,500 on Neil Young. And let me put those right in there. And then I'm going to list that on eBay. Paul's going on eBay. I'm going to put Paul on eBay for $15,000. And then, Stephen, at some point, we can talk about that. I know we discussed it. And then these, I don't know. I might list them that way they're online, but I'm waiting for a couple people to come in and like make an offer on these. The Taylor Swift Red and the Billie Eilish, $3,000 and $2,000 on those. I'm going to officially get that stuff out of this crate, okay? Some of that's been in there for a while. And I'm just going to get it online so everybody knows we have it. I think somebody's buying the rest of my Taylor Swift Record Store Day singles. They emailed us today and said, will we do a bundle deal? So most of our high-end Taylor stuff's going to be gone. One more read, and the first few of these were from last night, and then the rest of these were just priced tonight. So there's that Eddie Vedder again, sealed, blue vinyl, Record Store Day, 12-inch single, $59.99. The Vince Guaraldi Trio, that's a pop-up gatefold jacket at $59.99. Linda Ronstadt, the early years, $89.99 for Linda Ronstadt, Record Store Day. Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, that's an unofficial on silver vinyl. Right back there is an official on black vinyl, $39. This is an unofficial silver vinyl with foil cover, $39.99. The Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds, Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant, $34.99. And then here's new stuff for tonight. Gray Days, a men's stripped, $14.99. I heard Chester Bennington makes an appearance on that one. Plain white tees, limited edition white vinyl. Plain white tees is sealed. Most of these are sealed. Charlie Daniels Band live at Capitol Theater, Passaic, New Jersey, November 22nd, 1985. That is $34.99. Black Spirits Festival of New Black Poets in America. That is $14.99. We have Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. That's on bone and aqua colored vinyl, $29.99. Natural Child is a 2014 USOG white splatter vinyl, EX, a $75 buy now on that one. We have Lana Del Rey. Did you know that there's a tunnel under Ocean Boulevard? $34.99 for Lana. We have CCR, Target exclusive live, Royal Albert Hall, 1970. And that is $24.99 on green vinyl. Over here, we have Pink Floyd, and that's Wish You Were Here, $69.99. That's the new 3LP. The Allman Brothers, A Record Store Day, Manley Fieldhouse, Syracuse University, $44.99. Triple LP Orange and Blue Splatter. Buffalo Springfield, a 2LP with the Byrds, Monterey Pop again, sealed, $69.99. And then we have Anthony White. Now, this was in a half-off crate, a 1976 U.S. white label promo Disco Soul Funk. That's $50 on that. $50 on that. We have, what do we have here? This was Jane's Addiction, $19.99 for that 12-inch single. Also, LA Guns was sealed, Man in the Moon, red or blue vinyl, $39.99. The Doors, Golden Doors Volume 2, purple vinyl, $29.99 on that. Stone Temple Pilots, purple, that was $29.99. That's new and sealed. There's The Doors. And then U2, How to Reassemble an Atomic Bomb. I didn't put a price on that one. That was $29.99, right? Yeah, $29.99 on that. All right. This is everything I marked live tonight. MIT Lab on one of the Buffalo Springfields, great. Craig Thomas on that last Jane's Addiction, great. And then we had the Rolling Stones, Get Your Yayas Out, red, white, stripe colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. Natural Child. I'll pass, but thank you. So we still got Freddie Hubbard. There's Anthony White. And we got to price some more stuff right now. Okay, let's do it. Got a few more minutes. Jake's over here putting up something else. Jake's working on some kind of other video, it looks like. He's up late. We're all up late. Coletco, don't stop, buddy. We are go, go, go. You got to go till you can't go anymore, soldier. You get yourself out there. You stand at that front line and you know you're representing this country. There's silver in case anybody wants it. I wanted to bring that back over before it all crashes again. Wow, so have y'all checked the market? Some of this stuff is looking better and better that I hadn't changed the price. Some stuff fluctuates every day. Some stuff is still the same. $113.35 an ounce. Y'all remember a few weeks ago, I was selling it for $70 and $75 an ounce. Then I was selling it for $80, $85 an ounce. Then $90, $95 an ounce. The other night we hit $100 and $110. Now it's going to start being $115 and $120 an ounce. Man, some of y'all have already got great returns on this stuff. Goodness gracious. Some of y'all were buying these for $850. Now, right now, they would be $1,250, right? I need to do some price matching or 1,000, yeah, probably 1,250. Golly. I mean, when it's 150, you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I buy it when he had it for 120 an ounce? Shoot. Shoot. Golly, stupid, stupid. All right, what's next over here? Price and stuff. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me set a crate. I don't know what to use there. Let me use Tempted by the fruit of another. What's going on since you've been gone? There's no other. New video of me featuring Fire and Seth. All right, let's try it. Thank you, Jake. Let's see what this looks like.
Where were you? Photographing squirrels? You're fired.
Chief, the planetarium party.
Oh, right. You're unfired. I need you. Come here.
I couldn't hear it. Up late watching the Saturday sale. I don't have, how do I turn up my volume over here, Jake? Does this do it?
Where were you? Photographing squirrels? You're fired.
Chief, the planetarium party.
Does this have
Oh,
volume?
right. You're unfired. I need you. Come here.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what this movie is. All right, here we go. Danny, you got to ask me, what do you want to price on? Halves or bars? Or do you want me to go through all of it? Do you want me to show you everything that I'll sell you and how much they are? Is that what you prefer? I'm going to be pricing other stuff live right now for the first time. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. How'd you animate Otis? Yeah, that's, I'm sure that's AI. Grok or probably Jake, I think Jake uses ChatGPT. My favorite firing video would be, we need Vince McMahon, Jake. Screw you, Austin, you're fired. Okay. But instead, we need to somehow, yeah, we'll just do that. It's fixed for you to hear now. Viewers could hear it. Good night. Okay. Thank you, Jake. All right, let me do it now.
Where were you? Photographing squirrels? You're fired.
Chief, the planetarium party.
Oh, right. You're unfired. I need you. Come here.
Now, Seth is never unfired. Seth is always fired. That loser out there counting pills, pushing pills across the counter like some pharmacist out there pushing pills, counting pills, doing pills. Pharmacist, pills. All that guy thinks about. Pushing these pharmaceuticals. Pills. Okay, I know what that's from now. I got it. Okay, here we go. All right, let's price some stuff, and then I'll start showing silver. Danny just keeps saying silver ? I think he's, like most people, like, why didn't I buy $10,000, $20,000 more when I had the chance? And now, in a few months, you're going to be seeing the same thing at these prices. You're going to be like, golly, why didn't I buy more when I had the chance? Stupid. This is sealed, $29.99, Tom Petty Hypnotic Eye. Buy these now or watch them get claimed on the 6 a.m. video, because that's where they're going. What doesn't sell right now? $29.99. $29.99, Tom Petty. Yeah, I don't know if we can put the president on the screen. Bill O'Reilly, I think, upset enough people tonight, and I was like, gosh, he's just a conservative. He's not even in charge. He's just a conservative talk show guy. I think it made a few people upset. They don't want to see him. So we got to balance it out. We got to put up, if we're going to show Bill O'Reilly, we need Rachel. Does she have anything remotely close that we can use? Who's on the most far left we can put up? If we're going to put up Bill O'Reilly, I guess we'll have to have a video from somebody on the left to make it fair. We'll have to have two. We'll have to have, if we do one, if we do something on the right, we'll have to do something on the left. But either way, it's going to cause arguments. Well, that's what we want, though. We want to stir up a bunch of crap. We want so much stuff stirred up that people can't even take it. All right, these are $24.99 Steve Martin picture disc. Steve Martin and Tutankhamun's King Tut. Record store day picture disc, $24.99. The two biggest firing people are Vince McMahon and Donald Trump, okay? They've both made billions firing people off their brand, off their name. I need to put those with some cardboard backers. Both of those guys. Entertainers with their brand and image. That's how they got wealthy. Smart. It's not easy to get $1 billion, much less 20 or 30 of them. All right, Steve Martin. This is normally $36.99 new. I'll do it for $29.99. Rush Signals, 180 gram. It looks like it's never been opened. $29.99. I don't know if this is going to fit inside a sleeve. It might. David Packman. I don't know who that is. You could definitely put up somebody more far right than Bill O'Reilly, though. InfoWars guy. Oh, my gosh. Nice. Okay. So let me do some research over here on bars because I do need to get my pricing update. I was texting some people earlier, and a lot of people just kind of unsure, and dealers don't really know what they should buy anymore. And they're worrying if people's already bought what they wanted and people's going to pull back, or if people's going to still keep buying. And it looks like, in my opinion, people are still buying. We have a 10-ounce bar. Let me see what they're active for. A 10-ounce Sunshine Mint bar. We need to go to JM as well. I think the last time I was selling them was 1,100. And that's when silver was 103 an ounce. So they should be more. Let's go to 10-ounce. Any brand is $12.01. What's the credit card price? Yeah, 12. I was about to say they probably should be about 12. So once again, it depends on how you're paying, credit card or ACH transfer. And we definitely get that agreed to before we send you a bill. So a 10-ounce bar credit card is $12.50, and I can do $12.15 for e-check and wire. Which for y'all would be an ACH fee. So that's, let me write this down so if it doesn't change much tomorrow at 5 o'clock, I'll know what I said. But that's for right now. It could swing huge tomorrow. So basically, if you want to pay for credit or debit and get a 10-ounce bar, specifically that one, I've got 4 left. I can do $1,250. That's credit card or debit. And then a 10-ounce bar, wire, $1,215. So you get a $35 discount if you say you'll pay me with the bank wire, aka ACH. Okay, so that's that price. That's on the big stuff I got. Those are the biggest bars I got, except for this one gigantic kilo deal. This kilo deal over here is, I hadn't priced it out in a while. So that would be, okay, so that would be, we could break it down though. So $12.50, so a 10-ounce bar credit card price is essentially $125 an ounce now. Yeah, that sounds about right. Spot is at, so for credit card prices on silver with spot at 112, that's $10 or so over spot, and that eats the credit card fee. That's about right. So if you're paying for a credit card, silver is going to cost you just about anywhere $125 an ounce right now. If you're paying for a credit card, silver is going to cost you about $100, and this is feeless. This is, this is taxless. No tax. No tax on this stuff. No tax. Let me get the measurements on this. This is the next biggest bar I have. This should be 32. Let's see here. 1 kilo to Troy. This should be 32.151. So 32.151 at 125. So this is $4,018. That's the 1 kilo. The 1 kilo, let's just make it round numbers. We'll say $4,015, and that's ACH, and that's credit card. That's a credit card, and then 1 kilo ACH. That would be 32.151 times 121.50. ACH price, we'll say $3,905. Big difference, right? Between credit card and essentially cash. So that's the big kilo. That's the largest increment of silver I have right now. Credit card, ACH, 1% bank wire fee, and I pay that myself. Now, the cheapest thing I have would be, and I still got a 5-ounce bar, and I got 2 more kind of more collectible silver bars, but those are going to still be about $130-something. They're still going to be a little bit more. So we have a 5-ounce, and to keep this one simple, 5 at 125, now $625. This not too long ago, I told somebody $475, and a lot of people probably wish they had it sitting in their safe right now. $625 on that. That's a 5-ounce, kind of a hand-poured loaf bar. That's $125 per ounce at 5 ounces, $625. And that's pretty much for either way, okay? I'm just, usually a lot of this now is just the price. Whatever it is whatever I'm saying. The big deals, we start breaking it down how you're paying, unless you want to buy a bunch at once. And then I need to check prices on halves, because that's what I got a bunch of right now. I know the other day they were $45. I probably could still swing these at $45. I think that's unbelievably fair. I could still swing any of these Franklin halves at $45. That's unbelievably fair. That's just $4 1/4 over melt right now for Franklin halves. And then I've got plenty of Kennedys. So if you want to buy something silver tonight, the cheapest increment I have are these silver halves, which I'll do for $45. And we sold a buttload of them when silver was 103. Now it's approaching 113. It just surpassed 113. Look at it. That's now an all-time high, right? Yeah, it's now all-time high right now. It's all-time. It's the highest it's ever been right now. It's now into the all-time high territory. It's never been 113. So it's now climbing into that spectacle right now. Unbelievable. So that's, I mean, right now as we speak, this metal is in its all-time high and rising. And since y'all seen me really been pushing all this in the last month, it's went up already, what, 30, 40%? Since I've been really showing it these last, I don't know when I really, it's been rising for a while, but when it caught my attention when I told Tanner, I was like, Tanner, it's going to go to 100. we need to put a few resources back into silver because people's going to be wanting it. These prices are now where it's worth our time. Sometimes when it's $20 an ounce, it's kind of like, you got to sell a bunch of it at once. Well, now when it's $100 an ounce, and I know a lot of it's out there. I know people who have coin collections galore. Stuff I've sold to people. It's like, okay, it's worth our time now to pay attention to it. And I just knew there was going to be a rush. And so I've been trying to help out some of y'all. And it was worth our time to deal with it as well. So, and yeah, I probably need to re-update these Morgans. But if you hadn't bought something already, that's the best deals I have on the table. So the coins, the halves are $45. These are all Franklins. They're Franklins. So they're all good. I think they're all 1948s. Yeah, they are. These are all 1948s. They're $45 a piece. That's just $4 and change over melt right now. And just about anything's carrying a retail premium because, I mean, a lot of people's like, the spread on a lot of this stuff has moved like 10%. So, you know, it used to be like you buy it $2 under spot and sell it for $2 over. That's when it's like 20 bucks an ounce. Well, now where it's getting over in the hundreds, people are wanting to buy it for like, you know, $100 or $98 an ounce, and they're wanting to sell it for $125. They're trying to make money on it, right? And so, and the margin has went where people used to buy it like that to where they're, you know, they're paying 10% under and charging 10% over to make that wider spread, especially as crazy as it is to dump it off. A lot of refineries aren't accepting nothing but 999 right now, which means they will take 90% halves and melt them. They're melting these things by the droves. And some people hate to hear that, but this stuff right here, they are melting this stuff by the droves. I mean, it is almost scary. It is like they are dumping this stuff into schmelters and it's just evaporating because they need it so bad. So they've been doing that for a long time, but now, I don't know when, at some point, you got to think though, they made tens and tens of millions of these, right? I mean, there are millions and millions and millions and millions of these that were made. I don't know what point in history where just a common 90% silver Franklin half becomes a $100 coin, either by silver price or by the fact that it's numismatic. But these AI factories, just like Paul Brothers saying, these power plants, whatever they're using this for, it is eating silver alive. They need it to survive, to keep these places running. And it's a race against China. They're buying up all this stuff, the U.S. And so the small people and small collectors and stackers, they just want to get their hands on something. But the commodity market has just made it so difficult lately. 5 organs, 5 Franklins. You can. So here's what I'll do. I'll pick you out 5 here in flips. They're all pretty nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sell those to Adam Bernardi at $45 each. Okay. And then, so here's what I got back here on the Morgans. I got 2 options for you. Okay. I hadn't priced these out yet. These are some that I've been setting aside for a little bit cheaper because they were a little bit worn. So these I can do. Let me check on them right quick. And I'm telling you, this might be one of the last days we can do the halves at 45. Because I didn't. The silvers went up $10 and I hadn't changed that price. They've been getting a great premium. We got a great premium on the other night and I hadn't changed. But now they're about to get to that where the premium's evaporated and I'm going to have to do another price raise on them. So these Morgans here, let me show you what I can do on these. Golly, I didn't realize the melt on these things have gotten to $87. That is crazy. I remember looking at this number not too long ago when it said 19 and 22 when silver was really cheap. That is crazy. Holy moly. All right, so here's what I'll do on these. All right. So, Adam, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. And a couple of them's borderline, but I've got 7. I've got 7 I'll do for 95 each. And I've got 3 I'll do for 92. I know that's not much difference, but these have a little bit more wear on them, okay? So I've got 7 I'll do for 95 and these 3 for 92. If you still want 5, I'll pick you out the best ones and we'll go from there. There's your 5 Franklins at 45 each. Let's go ahead and put those away. 5 Franklins at 45 each. Thank you. Let's put those right over here. You might want to go ahead and get those last. The next Morgans I have, the price goes significantly up. So the next thing in Morgans I have are these rolls. I got 5 rolls left, but these will be $105 a piece. You can buy 20 at a time, but look at them. They're beautiful. And we were selling slabbed ones the other night for $135 each. These are beautiful Morgans, all extremely fine or better. I'm trying to sell them by the roll. Now, Kathy Hodges the other night bought 5 rolls, right? She bought 5 rolls, and I was trying to convince her to buy them all. Now they've went up $10 per coin, so that's 20, 40, 60, 80. That would be $800 more right now already on these. 105 for the really nice ones. And I've got a whole roll of 20. I've got 5 rolls. These are now 105 each. They melt right now for $87. And these are pre-1900. It's a great, think about it, for anybody out there. This isn't some Looney Tunes sales pitch. These are pre-1900 Morgan silver dollars. You got to buy 20 of them. That's 105. That's 2,100 for a roll. 2,100 for a roll. I've got 5 rolls. These are nice coins, okay? These hadn't been culled out. I told y'all the deal. I helped a friend get these. Look at them. Back in 2019. And I've been saving them because if I ever break these up individually for a coin sale, they're going to be $125 choice. I'll sell a whole roll right now. 20 times 105 is 2,100. Yeah, it adds up quickly, I know. It adds up quickly. Okay, how many Franklins are left? J Nutra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Franklins, 5. These are $45 each. Let me just count them all right quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I got 16 left. That would be $720. $720. No, I've got 100 left. I got 5 rolls left. Adam already said give him a roll. Great. 2,100. I'm in no hurry to sell them, but I price everything at current market. I have made more money not selling these coins than I have selling them. I'm not joking. All this stuff, if I would have kept it another 60 days, CollectCo would have made tens of thousands of more dollars. All this that I've sold off, not a few hundred more dollars. If I would have just put all this away and then brought it out tomorrow and started selling it, we would have made tens of thousands of more dollars. That's how much this has gone up just in the last 30 and 60 days since we've been pushing all this. 5 Franklins for J Nutra. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 45 at 5 each for J Nutria. Now, I've got 4 rolls of Morgans. I'm in no hurry to sell them. I mean, we always price this stuff at market. I didn't really mention it tonight because nobody's asking about it, because now at the price we bought this stuff, we're golden. And I'm like, I told Tanner, I was like, if no one really is asking for this stuff, we don't really need to push it anymore, because even if it pulls back 20%, we're still at where we started, and we're still making money. Even if it takes a dive, even if it crashes, we're still good. So I'm like, let's not even try to push it anymore. This is like the greatest thing we have in our store right now as far as gaining value. 3 Franklins sold to Paul Brothers. You got it. I'm going to give you 3 on cards here. All right. Yeah, the guy we bought these from, he bought a lot of them from us, and look what he was paying for them. That's what he was, he sold them back to us. That's what he was paying. That's what he bought them from us. A lot of y'all bought them for $15. I used to sell halves. I even used to have to check the price. People would walk in the store, and I'd be like, yeah, I'll give you 11 bucks a piece for them. I'll give you 11 bucks. Because I knew regardless I could get maybe 15, maybe 16 if they were nicer or something. But now we have to constantly be checking prices. I'm like, holy crap. They're all pretty much, I already picked out the like uncirculated ones. I've got 2 more over here. These are $55. This one's AU, and then I got a nice Walker for $55. So 55 and 55 on those. That's my only 2 55s left. So if anybody wants these Morgans, these cheaper ones here, $95. And then the other one's at $92, and that's not too far over melt. So, Paul, if you did decide you want some Morgans, if you want any of these for $95, this one's nice, but it's got an X on her cheek. It's got great details, but it's got an X on her cheek. So, and then the other ones are $92. And then there's Kennedys too. I got Kennedys, which people like these because you get a lot of bang for your buck. They're a full rim, usually uncirculated. And those are also $45. Of course, silver depends on how you're paying, but roughly $125 an ounce right now. That's what everybody's getting. That's what it's selling for. The only gold I have is SpongeBob, which, man, this is getting closer to closer. I mean, some people have passed on it, but 1 gram gold, colorized, official licensed Nickelodeon SpongeBob, $400 on that. That's my only gold. That's it. That's my only gold. And then I got a few more vintage collectible bars. Those demand more per ounce. I've got one listed on eBay right now. And the only copper in this building is this right here. This copper barbell set. If y'all hadn't seen this already, I do workouts with it every night. This copper barbell. So this 45-pound plate is 1 ounce. The 25-pound plate is a ½ ounce. And the barbell is copper. These are $49.99. Copper barbell, $49.99. We got 3 that have never been opened. I retract my statement. I've also got these copper airplanes that are die cut and colorized. These are $22. That's my last 3. F-22 Raptor, 1 ounce, copper, and they're colorized. Those are $22. I forgot about those, the Raptors. I've got 4 of them. Now that's my only copper. The barbell set's $50. The copper planes are $22. And let me show you what the copper barbell looks like new and sealed. It looks like this right here. They're brand new and sealed like this. It's a pretty cool set. It's all wrapped up and everything in the box. Sell one to Paul Brothers. That's a cool set there. $49.99 sold to Aries EMS. Done. Golly, look at all these waiting lists over here. I got a lot of work to do. I got New England clam chowder to eat too. Whoa. Anybody else? That's about all the miscellaneous I've got. I've got other collectible coins. Paul asked about the Halo statues. So yeah, the Halo statues and all that. Some guy bought pretty much all of them the other night. He came in and said, I want all of them. And I was like, good decision, because they're pretty much getting closer and closer to melt. And the only thing I have, I've been selling these for $125. So this is, golly, let me think about this. These are starting to get a better and better value too. This is the same artist who made the statues. This is a 12.5 gram 50 cal sniper rifle. These are $125. Now these have a little bit less silver, but they've always demanded a little bit higher premium. I've got 3 of those left. One is 11.7, one's 12.1. and one's 12.5. Now, what I've told everybody, if this artist made those statues again, the sniper rifles are 125, by the way. That's pure silver. If he made those again, so he made those, he gave them to a distributor, and then we bought them from a distributor, and then we have to mark them up, right? So after he buys the silver, makes the mold, pays himself for his time, sells them to a distributor at wholesale, they mark them up, and then I get them and mark them up. Those silver statues right now, like of Spider-Man, Halo, all those, they used to be $135. Based on today's market, which is rising as we speak, they would be like $275, maybe $300. Because he probably had them made when silver was $40 or $50 an ounce, and it's on its way for a replacement cost to be 3 times that much. And so I bet the new MSRP on those would be like $300. So a lot of this collectible silver y'all have bought, a lot of people have to be patient with it. A lot of, especially from 2 or 3 years ago, it has paid off. It has finally hit that mark. That Coca-Cola box in the back, it's getting closer and closer to melt. Every single day, it's getting closer and closer to melt. Yeah, see, what I tell people is it doesn't matter what the melt value is right now. It's as if they had to remanufacture that right now, just like this thing. This was made back in the spring of last year when we locked in the price for this. Okay? It's $345. $345. That was the retail price when we bought it back last spring. So if this had to be remanufactured right now, you can expect a big price increase. I mean, my price tag on it is from December. See? December 22nd. That was for a big coin show we had right before the end of the year. This is from the Republic of Ghana. It's the Iwo Jima flag raising, 2-ounce pure silver. Price, $345. It's a 2026 Ghana, 250 years of Independence Marine Corps War Memorial, a 2-ounce silver coin. This is actually has a face value from the Republic of Ghana. This is actually a government minted coin. Now, you probably don't want to carry that around in your pocket, but it is an actual government minted coin, and it's numbered on the bottom, 99 of 498. That's $345. I've only got this one. That's $345. Okay, and then we have Jay Nutra wants 5 more Franklins. You got it. So we got 5 more Franklins for Jay Nutra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me get those 2 $55 coins. You got it. So those are sold. And then these 2 right here are sold to Adam Bernardi. So he gets those 5 for $45 each. Excuse me, Jay Nutra. Jay Nutra gets these 5 Franklins for $45 each. Adam Bernardi wants these 2 at $55 each, and he wants the Iwo Jima. Great decision. So, like I said, based on that price and where I know silver was, if they remanufactured that today and did a pre-order from distribution, and these mint distributors we work with, and these artists, and these countries like Ghana that makes this stuff, if they re-put that out today for a pre-order to come out this fall or this summer, that would be probably twice as much. So just based on that, it's a great value. Based on the fact on replacement on this, okay? It would be a great buy. So whoever's tagging, I'm going to delicately put this back in there. It's a pretty fragile thing, Adam Bernardi. Very fragile. So I'm going to put that right there on top of it, and the strip, and there it is, okay? Thank you on that. This sold to Adam Bernardi, $345. If I can figure out how to put it back in there. Should be fine shipping it in just that because it's foam padded. I'll let my great people in the shipping department make that call, okay? Better investment, MC Chris or silver? I would say if someone's like, do you want 10 ounces of silver or 10 MC Chris records? I would say 10 ounces of silver. However, you can't listen to silver, but you can watch it go up in value. Okay. Let's see. What other collectible? I hadn't brought out these Libertads, and I got this George Washington gun. I hadn't shown it in a long time. I need to bring it out. George Washington's pistol. I still got a whole tub of 40% halves. This is probably one of the closest things I can sell for melt. But I've got them all together because I'm about to send them to one person that's probably going to pay melt. So I haven't been trying to break them up. It's quite a bit of money, but it'd be the closest silver to melt I can sell you. I'd have to go through and recount them. But I've just been pitching them in this tub. We bought some more the other day. We got a great price on some the other day. This is kind of one of the harder things to sell, but right now I found somebody that would probably pay pretty close to melt. So I'm like, okay, I'll do that deal, but I've just been accumulating them. And since then, they've went up another $10 per ounce. So I'm glad I didn't mail them off when I did. I've made several $100 more just being patient. So patience is key in this. You got to remain patient with some of this stuff. You got to. All right, here's some other collectible silver I've got. We got to bring it all out and put it in our showcases anyway. Our cabinets are empty up here. I mean, there's virtually nothing left. It's kind of like our priced records. All this collectible stuff, man. Collectibles. Everybody they want something tangible nowadays. You know, I mean, stock market, whatever. Some people's probably made billions, but it seems like nowadays people just want anything they could, tangible, physical media, all these collectibles. This is $350. Look at when I priced it. $350. A 2025 Samoa George Washington flintlock 2-ounce silver pistol. A 2-ounce silver pistol. So think about that. The melt on this right now, let's say we are talking about that 125 number. So $250 in melt on this. I'm asking for a $100 premium on this work of art. George Washington's flintlock pistol. It's a real government minted coin from Samoa, 2025. Now, it's still wrapped in plastic, but you can see how intricate it is. George Washington's flintlock pistol. There it is, Samoa. It's an actual government minted coin. Comes in the snap case. There's that. And then here's the paperwork for it. Certificate of Authenticity. George Washington flintlock pistol, number 352 of 1776. There he is crossing the Delaware on Christmas Eve. $350 on that. And right now, that is just a $100 premium, essentially, on the future replacement of the silver. That it goes inside that box. This box, I didn't want to mess with the flaps anymore, but there's that. I think that's a really cool piece. I probably could sell it if I could unwrap it, but I don't want to touch it. I'll leave that up to the next person. You could, that'll be the fun to look at the details when you're buying it. I can't remember what we've been selling these Libertads for. Let me see if I can find a comp on some of these. Let's see right over here. I got Libertad Diamond Dust. Diamond Dust Libertad. It's probably that one. Yeah, 185. Okay, I'll do these for $175. Yeah, sold January 16, 175. That's about right. Now it's went up since then. So yeah, that here price would be 175. Here's the first Libertad I have. This is Libertad Diamond Dust and Black Platinum. Diamond Dust and Black Platinum. So this is a 1-ounce officially government minted coin from Mexico. This is their Silver Eagle, as y'all know, the Libertad. And this company has added this incredible feature. They've made the Angel of Independence and all the lettering black, along with the back of the coin. And then it has a diamond dust background. $175. I can't remember even what I was selling these for the last time. There's the COA. They made 500. That's the numbered edition. So those are $175. Probably should be $185 credit card, but we'll say $175. I've got that one. I've got two of those. The other one is 24 karat gold in diamond dust. So it's kind of similar thing. The background on this one is 24 karat gold and then diamond dust. Also $175, same price. And I should have another one of these. George Washington, $325. George Washington, $335. And that's going to be one of the few times I rarely discount any of this, Danny, and you know that. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Right, chat? GMB's like, you don't ever discount stuff for me, Chad. What's up with that? Ooh, what's up with that? You know, like Kenan Thomas on Saturday Night Live. What's up with that? Ooh, what's up with that? And then there's the other gold Libertad. Okay? I think that's about it. Y'all know about the Abraham Lincolns that are 300. Those are still 300. And that's about it. I have some pricier gold. I've got these coins here. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. This is $295, and my cost on these are really high. $225. Let me see if I can get it out of here. Let me try another one. There we go. Look at this, though. Amazing coin. So this is, wow, this is getting up there. Hold on a second. Yeah, think about this. So, yeah, I mean, the premium's not really that much on these then. For this kind of art, $295. Look at that. Numbered on the side to 100. And this is high relief, a Norse Viking warrior. Some of these prices, I'm like, wow, 2 ounce, $295. I'm like, oh man, I'm forgetting silver is virtually at anywhere between the range of $115 and $125 right now, as far as like replacement costs. So that's $295. It's a 2 ounce Norse warrior coin. 2 ounce, numbered. How long before that's at spot and then I have to readjust the price? That was an old price too. That would be much higher right now for sure. There's no way they could buy on a future, make the mold, cast that, advertise it, and still sell it for that suggested MSRP where they can make money and we can make money. No way. That'd be more like a $375 coin for sure. I've got two of them. They're $295. Sell Danny the George Washington for $335. The Norse coin is $295. No less on that one at all. No. Up. It needs to go up. The Abe. Let's see. Danny, I know you want one. I've shown it like 100 times. I know you want it. I want you to have it. Everybody wants you to have it. Even Tanner wants you to have it. I got to go find it, though. What have I done with it? I've laid it somewhere now, and I don't know. I should have 2 or 3 of them. I should have 2 or 3 of them. Just doing days. Sent it by mistake. I don't think so. I hope I didn't accidentally give it to some. I've got 2 or 3 of them, but I was hoping I had another one opened over here, but I guess I don't. So oh, here it is. I do have one open. I got stuff laying around everywhere. If somebody walked over here, they'd be like, Chad, is this a bar of gold laying on the floor? I'd be like, oops. Yeah. The cracked Lincoln campaign medal. So the story, they found this original die that was made to use President Lincoln's campaign medal from 1860. They found it, and they made a limited edition run in silver and in gold. Of course, the golds are a fortune. I think they're like $8,000 now. These are the silver ones at $300. They're NGC graded. The only way I'll do $285 on the Viking is if you buy both of them. That's the only way I'm going to sell you one for $285 is if you buy both of them. That's the only way I can do that. Otherwise, no deal. I'd rather not sell them at that point. Now, you don't hear many business people say, I truly never wouldn't rather sell it. But for most of this case, most of the stuff, that's the scenario. Same thing for the Lincolns. They're pretty dang firm at $300. They are firm at $300. Now, if you want to buy like 6 of them, you might get a few dollars off or something. Talking about quite a bit of cash at that point. Is Facebook about to expire, by the way? Let me refresh over here. How much time we have left on Facebook? I can't believe it's 2:30 again. Facebook is about to expire, by the way. If you're watching on Facebook, you're one of the 17 people. It's about to expire. We still got 11 on Twitch and 39 on YouTube. Some of those 39 on YouTube were probably casting me to their TV, and they have fell asleep. So, Abe is a 1 ounce coin. No, it's 1 ounce silver. 1 ounce silver on Abe. Led Zeppelin 2, new and sealed. I kind of forgot about price of new vinyl, but I needed some for my video in the morning. So there's Led Zeppelin 3, new and sealed. $29.99 for Zeppelin. That's a 180 gram remaster for Zeppelin. Let's get a price on that. We're so close to making a deal on the Norse Warriors, Danny. You're going to be like, dang, why didn't I buy those when he said $285? Why didn't I buy those when he said $285? Golly, what am I doing? Golly. This is the 2LP 45th anniversary of Kiss Destroyer. $34.99 sealed Kiss Destroyer. I don't have hot pictures. There's nothing even been pulled. Paul pulled some, but we have no hot pictures for tomorrow. Facebook's about to expire. If you're watching over there, it is probably gone or about to be gone. You probably need to jump over to Twitch. Kiss Destroyer. But nope. Hopefully Laura can get here pretty early and get those pictures out to me. And as usual, as soon as I wake up, I'll go ahead and price them. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Remastered, $29.99. Of course, these are new, typically $36.99. Pink Floyd, $29.99. Danny will do one. All right, let's take a poll. Should I sell Danny a Norse Warrior for $285? Should I sell Jim B Natural Child for $45? So it's either Danny, yes, no, or Jim B, yes, no. We'll go to the audience. Danny, yes, no. Jim B, yes, no. We'll go to the audience. We'll go to the audience. We'll see what they say. We're taking a vote. We're taking a vote. Chris Frazier said yes on both counts. All right, no one has voted. A lot of people abstaining right now. This is a Liam Gallagher picture disc, $39.99. Vikings a 2-ounce, yes. Vikings a 2-ounce. You're getting it for a great price. We got one, two, yes, yes. Liam Gallagher Zoetrope picture disc, $39.99. Facebook has disconnected, by the way. Facebook has disconnected, by the way. We've lost a lot of votes. Wow, so the vote is one yes, no no's, with 67 people abstaining. Wow, that's a lot of abstaining. We're voting if I should sell Danny this Norse Warrior for $285 that I priced him for $295. And we're voting should I sell Jim B that record back there for $45 that I priced for $75. Golly, that's a big difference in price. We got a yes to Danny. I guess instead of saying my prices are firm on silver, what I should do is go back and just raise them all again. That way people can make offers on it. Because I know Danny, he's not going to buy anything unless he can make an offer on it. He's going to be like, listen, buddy, I'm not buying anything unless I can make an offer on it. I'm going to be like, dang, I should have said $325 then. All right, let's sell this to Danny for $285. Sold to Danny. And then Natural Child is sold to Jim B for $45. That's going to be probably the last two sales of the night. Great way to stop. We also had an air horn for Adam Bernardi, which we did not blow. Adam Bernardi, I owe you an air horn, by the way, for buying that whole roll of Morgans for $2,100. So thank you on that. And thanks for everybody that's been tuned in tonight. Greatly appreciate it. We had a heck of a show. We had a heck of a show. 4, 8, 12, 13 crates of vinyl. 13 crates of vinyl with no new arrivals tonight. There's no records left in this building that are priced that are still left. Everything's sold. And we sold Japanese CDs. We sold blankets. Then we started getting into the silver, and we just sold what there? We sold, let's say, 45.5. That's probably, let's say, 250, 255, 750. Let's say 3,000. That's another five. We probably just sold another $4,000 in silver on top of that. Wow, what a great way to start the week. And if all this new vinyl shows up tomorrow like it's supposed to, we'll have one of the biggest nights in new vinyl ever. I mean, one of the biggest new nights ever. The new Alice in Chains is due out this week. The Phil Collins greatest hits on colored vinyl. The Michael Jackson greatest hits that's never been pressed to vinyl. All that amazing stuff is due out this week. And it's supposed to be here tomorrow. All right, it's time to end. I'm going to go eat some clam chowder, a Diet Coke. I'm going to snack. I got to get to the gym. I got to start ordering vinyl. I got to still help them tag stuff for last week's invoicing. I still got to tag stuff for last week's invoicing. Thanks, Chad. Hoping you don't blow up my auction bidding on anything I really want for the personal collection. Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, personal collection. Sure. 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 That's what you call it. My personal collection. Sure. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go like, oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding. You know that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go, oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding. All right, thanks everybody, and we're signing off. Happy birthday to my mom.